This is section 69 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 69, A Lecture Tour. James Redpath, proprietor of the Boston Lyceum Bureau, was the leading lecture agent of those days, and controlled all, or nearly all, of the platform celebrities. Mark Twain's success at the Cooper Union the year before had interested Redpath. He had offered engagements then and later, but Clemens had not been free for the regular circuit. Now there was no longer a reason for postponement of a contract. Redpath was eager for the new celebrity, and Clemens closed with him for the season of 1868-9. With his new lecture, The Vandal Abroad, he was presently earning $100 and more a night, and making most of the nights count. This was affluence indeed. He had become suddenly a person of substance, an associate of men of consequence, with a commensurate income. He could help his mother lavishly now, and he did. His new lecture was immensely popular. It was a résumé of the Quaker City letters, a foretaste of the book which would presently follow. Wherever he went he was hailed with eager greetings. He caught such drifting exclamations as, "There he is! There goes Mark Twain!" People came out on the street to see him pass. That marvelous miracle which we variously call notoriety, popularity, fame, had come to him. In his notebook he wrote, "Fame is a vapor, popularity an accident, the only earthly certainty oblivion." The newspapers were filled with enthusiasm both as to his matter and method. His delivery was described as a long, monotonous drawl, with the fun invariably coming in at the end of a sentence, after a pause. His appearance at this time is thus set down: "Mark Twain is a man of medium height, about 5 feet 10, sparsely built, with dark reddish-brown hair and mustache. His features are fair, his eyes keen and twinkling. He dresses in scrupulous evening attire. In lecturing he hangs about the desk, leaning on it or flirting around the corners of it, then marching and countermarching in the rear of it. He seldom casts a glance at his manuscript." No doubt this fairly presents Mark Twain, the lecturer of that day. It was a new figure on the platform, a man with a new method. As to his manuscript, the item might have said that he never consulted it at all. He learned his lecture. What he consulted was merely a series of hieroglyphics, a set of crude pictures drawn by himself, suggestive of the subject matter underneath new head. Certain columns represented the Parthenon, the Sphinx meant Egypt, and so on. His manuscript lay there in case of accident, but the accident did not happen. A number of his engagements were in the central part of New York, at points not far distant from Elmira. He had a standing invitation to visit the Langdon home, and he made it convenient to avail himself of that happiness. His was not an unruffled courtship. When at last he reached the point of proposing for the daughter of the house, neither the daughter nor the household offered any noticeable encouragement to his suit. Many absurd anecdotes have been told of his first interview with Mr. Langdon on the subject, but they are altogether without foundation. It was a proper and dignified discussion of a very serious matter. Mr. Langdon expressed deep regard for him and friendship, but he was not inclined to add him to the family. The young lady herself, in a general way, accorded with these views. The applicant for favor left, sadly enough, but he could not remain discouraged or sad. He lectured at Cleveland with vast success, and the news of it traveled quickly to Elmira. He was referred to by Cleveland papers as a lion and the coming man of the age. 2 days later in Pittsburgh, November 19th, he played against Fanny Kemble, the favorite actress of that time, with the result that Miss Kemble had an audience of 200 against nearly 10 times the number who gathered to hear Mark Twain. The news of this went to Elmira, too. It was in the papers there next morning. Surely this was a conquering hero, a gay Lochinvar from out of the West, and the daughter of the house must be guarded closely, that he did not bear her away. It was on the second morning following the Pittsburgh triumph, when the Langdon family were gathered at breakfast, that a bushy auburn head poked fearfully in at the door, and a low, humble voice said, "The calf has returned. May the prodigal have some breakfast?" No one could be reserved or reprovingly distant, or any of those unfriendly things with a person like that, certainly not Jervis Langdon, who delighted in the humor and the tricks and the turns and oddities of this eccentric visitor. Giving his daughter to him was another matter, but even that thought was less disturbing than it had been at the start. In truth, the Langdon household had somehow grown to feel that he belonged to them. The elder sister's husband, Theodore Crane, endorsed him fully. He had long before read some of the Mark Twain sketches that had traveled eastward in advance of their author, and had recognized, even in the crudest of them, a classic charm. As for Olivia Langdon's mother and sister, their happiness lay in hers. Where her heart went, theirs went also, and it would appear that her heart, in spite of herself, had found its rightful keeper. Only young Langdon was irreconciled, and eventually set out for a voyage around the world to escape the situation. There was only a provisional engagement at first. Jervis Langdon suggested, and Samuel Clemens agreed with him, that it was proper to know something of his past, as well as of his present, before the official parental sanction should be given. When Mr. Langdon inquired as to the names of persons of standing to whom he might write for credentials, Clemens pretty confidently gave him the name of the Reverend Stebbins and others of San Francisco, adding that he might write also to Joe Goodman if he wanted to, but that he had lied for Goodman 100 times, and Goodman would lie for him if necessary, so his testimony would be of no value. The letters to the clergy were written, and Mr. Langdon also wrote one on his own account. It was a long mail trip to the coast and back in those days. It might be 2 months before replies would come from those ministers. The lecturer set out again on his travels, and was radiantly and happily busy. He went as far west as Illinois, had crowded houses in Chicago, visited friends and kindred in Hannibal, St. Louis, and Keokuk, carrying the great news and lecturing in old familiar haunts. End of Chapter 69, A Lecture Tour, read by John Greenman. This is Section 70 of Mark Twain, A Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 70, Innocents at Home, and The Innocents Abroad. He was in Jacksonville, Illinois, at the end of January, 1869, and in a letter to Bliss states that he will be in Elmira 2 days later, and asks that proofs of the book be sent there. He arrived at the Langdon home anxious to hear the reports that would make him, as the novels might say, the happiest or the most miserable of men. Jervis Langdon had a rather solemn look when they were alone together. Clemens asked, "You've heard from those gentlemen out there?" "Yes, and from another gentleman I wrote concerning you." "They don't appear to have been very enthusiastic, from your manner." "Well, yes, some of them were." "I suppose I may ask what particular form their emotion took?" "Oh, yes, yes, they agree unanimously that you are a brilliant, able man, a man with a future, and that you would make about the worst husband on record." The applicant for favor had a forlorn look. "There's nothing very evasive about that," he said. There was a period of reflective silence. It was probably no more than a few seconds, but it seemed longer. "Haven't you any other friend that you could suggest?" Langdon said. apparently none whose testimony would be valuable." Jervis Langdon held out his hand. "You have at least one," he said. "I believe in you. I know you better than they do." And so came the crown of happiness. The engagement of Samuel Langhorne Clemens and Olivia Lewis Langdon was ratified next day, February 4, 1869. But if the friends of Mark Twain viewed the idea of the marriage with scant favor, the friends of Miss Langdon regarded it with genuine alarm. Elmira was a conservative place, a place of pedigree and family tradition. That a stranger, a former printer, pilot, miner, wandering journalist, and lecturer, was to carry off the daughter of one of the oldest and wealthiest families was a thing not to be lightly permitted. The fact that he had achieved a national fame did not count against other considerations. The social protest amounted almost to insurrection, but it was not availing. The Langdon family had their doubts, too, though of a different sort. Their doubts lay in the fear that one, reared as their daughter had been, might be unable to hold a place as the wife of this intellectual giant whom they felt that the world was preparing to honor. That this delicate, sheltered girl could have the strength of mind and body for her position seemed hard to believe. Their faith overbore such questionings, and the future years proved how fully it was justified. To his mother, Samuel Clemens wrote: "She is only a little body, but she hasn't her peer in Christendom. I gave her only a plain gold engagement ring, when fashion imperatively demands a $200 diamond one, and told her it was typical of her future life, namely, that she would have to flourish on substance rather than luxuries. But you see I know the girl. She don't care anything about luxuries. She spends no money but her astral year's allowance, and spends nearly every cent of that on other people. She will be a good, sensible little wife, without any airs about her. I don't make intercession for her beforehand, and ask you to love her, for there isn't any use in that. You couldn't help it if you were to try. I warn you that whoever comes within the fatal influence of her beautiful nature is her willing slave forevermore." To Mrs. Crane, absent in March, her father wrote: "Dear Sue, I received your letter yesterday with a great deal of pleasure, but the letter has gone in pursuit of one S. L. Clemens, who has been giving us a great deal of trouble lately. We cannot have a joy in our family without a feeling, on the part of the little incorrigible in our family, that this wanderer must share it, so, as soon as read, into her pocket and off upstairs goes your letter, and in the next 2 minutes into the mail, so it is impossible for me now to refer to it, or, by reading it over again, an inspiration in writing you." Clemens closed his lecture tour in March and went immediately to Elmira. He had lectured between 50 and 60 times, with a return of something more than $8,000, not a bad aggregate for a first season on the circuit. He had planned to make a spring tour to California, but the attraction at Elmira was of a sort that discouraged distant travel. Furthermore, he disliked the platform, then and always. It was always a temptation to him because of its quick and abundant return, but it was none the less distasteful. In a letter of that spring he wrote: "I most cordially hate the lecture field, and after all I shudder to think I may never get out of it. In all conversation with Gough and Anna Dickinson, Nasby, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Wendell Phillips, and the other old stagers, I could not observe that they ever expected or hoped to get out of the business. I don't want to get wedded to it as they are. He declined further engagements on the excuse that he must attend to getting out his book. The revised proofs were coming now, and he and gentle Livy Langdon read them together. He realized presently that with her sensitive nature she had also a keen literary perception. What he lacked in delicacy, and his lack was likely to be large enough in that direction, she detected, and together they pruned it away. She became his editor during those happy courtship days, a position which she held to her death. The world owed a large debt of gratitude to Mark Twain's wife, who, from the very beginning, and always, so far as in her strength she was able, inspired him to give only his worthiest to the world, whether in written or spoken word, in counsel or in deed. Those early days of their close companionship, spiritual and mental, were full of revelation to Samuel Clemens, a revelation that continued from day to day and from year to year, even to the very end. The letter to Bliss and the proofs were full of suggested changes that would refine and beautify the text. In one of them he settles the question of title, which he says is to be "The Innocents Abroad, or The New Pilgrim's Progress," and we may be sure that it was Olivia Langdon's voice that gave the deciding vote for the newly adopted chief title, which would take any suggestion of irreverence out of the remaining words. The book was to have been issued in the spring, but during his wanderings proofs had been delayed, and there was now considerable anxiety about it, as the agencies had become impatient for the canvas. At the end of April Clemens wrote: "Your printers are doing well. I will hurry the proofs." But it was not until the early part of June that the last chapters were revised and returned. Then the big book, at last completed, went to press on an edition of 20,000, a large number for any new book, even today. In later years, through some confusion of circumstance, Mark Twain was led to believe that the publication of The Innocents Abroad was long and unnecessarily delayed, but this was manifestly a mistake. The book went to press in June. It was a big book and a large edition. The first copy was delivered July 20th, 1869, and 417 bound volumes were shipped that month. Even with the quicker mechanical processes of today, a month or more is allowed for a large book between the final return of proofs and the date of publication. So it is only another instance of his remembering, as he once quaintly put it, the thing that didn't happen. In an article in the North American Review, September 21, 1906, Mr. Clemens stated that he found it necessary to telegraph notice that he would bring suit if the book was not immediately issued. In none of the letters covering this period is there any suggestion of delay on the part of the publishers, and the date of the final return of proofs, together with the date of publication, preclude the possibility of such a circumstance. At some point of his life he doubtless sent or contemplated sending such a message, and this fact, through some curious psychology, became confused in his mind with the first edition of The Innocents Abroad. End of Chapter 70, Innocents at Home and The Innocents Abroad. Read by John Greenman. This is section 71 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 71, The Great Book of Travel. The Innocents Abroad was a success from the start. The machinery for its sale and delivery was in full swing by August 1st, and 5,170 copies were disposed of that month, a number that had increased to more than 31,000 by the first of the year. It was a book of travel. Its lowest price was $3.50. No such record had been made by a book of that description. None has equaled it since. Editor's note: one must recall that this was the record only up to 1910. D.W. If Mark Twain was not already famous, he was unquestionably famous now. As the author of the New Pilgrim's Progress, he was swept into the domain of letters as one riding at the head of a cavalcade, doors and windows wide with welcome and jubilant with applause. Newspapers chorused their enthusiasm. The public voiced universal approval. Only a few of the more cultured critics seemed hesitant and doubtful. They applauded, most of them, but with reservation. Dr. Holland regarded Mark Twain as a mere fun-maker of ephemeral popularity, and was not altogether pleasant in his dictum. Dr. Holmes, in a letter to the author, speaks of the "frequently quaint and amusing conceits," but does not find it in his heart to refer to the book as literature. It was naturally difficult for the East to concede a serious value to one who approached his subject with such militant aboriginality, and occasionally wrote "those kind." William Dean Howells reviewed the book in the Atlantic, which was of itself a distinction, whether the review was favorable or otherwise. It was favorable on the whole, favorable to the humor of the book, its delicious impudence, the charm of its good-natured irony. The review closed: "It is no business of ours to fix his rank among the humorists California has given us, but we think he is, in an entirely different way from all the others, quite worthy of the company of the best." This is praise, but not of an intemperate sort, nor very inclusive. The descriptive, the poetic, the more pretentious phrases of the book did not receive attention. Mr. Howells was perhaps the first critic of eminence to recognize in Mark Twain not only the humorist, but the supreme genius, the Lincoln of our literature. This was later. The public, the silent public, with what Howells calls "the inspired knowledge of the simple-hearted multitude," reached a similar verdict forthwith, and on sufficient evidence. Let the average unprejudiced person of today take up the old volume and read a few chapters anywhere and decide whether it is the work of a mere humanist, or also of a philosopher, a poet, and a seer. The writer well remembers a little group of "the simple-hearted multitude," who during the winter of '69 and '70 gathered each evening to hear the Innocents read aloud, and their unanimous verdict that it was the "best book of modern times." It was the most daring book of its day. Passages of it were calculated to take the breath of the orthodox reader. Only somehow it made him smile, too. It was all so good-natured, so openly sincere. Without doubt it preached heresy, the heresy of viewing revered landmarks and relics joyously rather than lugubriously, reverentially when they inspired reverence, satirically when they invited ridicule, and with kindliness always. The Innocents Abroad is Mark Twain's greatest book of travel. The critical and the pure in speech may object to this verdict. Brander Matthews regards it second to A Tramp Abroad, the natural viewpoint of the literary technician. The Tramp contains better usage without doubt, but it lacks the color which gives the Innocents its perennial charm. In the Innocents there is a glow, a fragrance, a romance of touch, a subtle something which is idyllic, something which is not quite reality, in the tale of that little company that so long ago sailed away to the harbors of their illusions beyond the sea, and, wandered together through old palaces and galleries, and among the tombs of the saints, and down through ancient lands. There is an atmosphere about it all, a dreamlike quality, that lies somewhere in the telling, maybe, or in the tale. At all events, it is there, and the world has felt it ever since. Perhaps it could be defined in a single word. Perhaps that word would be youth. That the artist, poor True Williams, felt its inspiration is certain. We may believe that Williams was not a great draftsman, but no artist ever caught more perfectly the light and spirit of the author's text. Crude some of the pictures are, no doubt, but they convey the very essence of the story. They belong to it, they are part of it, and they ought never to perish. A Tramp Abroad is a rare book, but it cannot rank with its great predecessor in human charm. The public, which in the long run makes mistakes, has rendered that verdict. The Innocents by far outsells The Tramp, and, for that matter, any other book of travel. End of Chapter 71, The Great Book of Travel, read by John Greenman. This is section 72 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 72, The Purchase of a Paper. It is curious to reflect that Mark Twain still did not regard himself as a literary man. He had no literary plans for the future. He scarcely looked forward to the publication of another book. He considered himself a journalist. His ambition lay in the direction of retirement in some prosperous newspaper enterprise, with the comforts and companionship of a home. During his travels he had already been casting about for a congenial and substantial association in newspaperdom, and had at one time considered the purchase of an interest in the Cleveland Herald. But Buffalo was nearer Elmira, and when an opportunity offered by which he could acquire a third interest in the Buffalo Express for $25,000, the purchase was decided upon. His lack of funds prompted a new plan for a lecture tour to the Pacific Coast, this time with D. R. Locke (Nasby), then immensely popular, in his lecture "Cussed Be Canaan." Clemens had met Nasby on the circuit and was very fond of him. The two had visited Boston together, and while there had called on Dr. Holmes. This by the way. Nasby was fond of Clemens, too, but doubtful about the trip, doubtful about his lecture. "Your proposition takes my breath away. If I had my new lecture completed I wouldn't hesitate a moment. But really, isn't Cussed Be Canaan too old? You know that Lemon, our African brother, juicy as he was in his day, has been squeezed dry. Why howl about his wrongs after said wrongs have been redressed? Why screech about the damnable spirit of caste, when the victim thereof sits at the first table, and his oppressor mildly takes, in hash, what he leaves? You see, friend Twain, the 15th Amendment busted Cussed Be Canaan. I howled feelingly on the subject while it was a living issue, for I felt all that I said and a great deal more. But now that we have won our fight, why dance frantically on the dead corpse of our enemy? The reliable contraband is contraband no more, but a citizen of the United States, and I speak of him no more. Give me a week to think of your proposition. If I can jerk a lecture in time I will go with you. The Lord knows I would like to." Nasby's lecture, Cussed Be Canaan, opened, "We are all descended from grandfathers." He had a powerful voice, and always just on the stroke of 8 he rose and vigorously delivered this sentence. Once, after lecturing an entire season, 225 nights, he went home to rest. That evening he sat, musingly drowsing by the fire, when the clock struck 8. Without a moment's thought, Nasby sprang to his feet and thundered out, "We are all descended from grandfathers!" Nasby did not go, and Clemens's enthusiasm cooled at the prospect of setting out alone on that long tour. Furthermore, Jervis Langdon promptly insisted on advancing the money required to complete the purchase of the Express, and the trade was closed. "Mr. Langdon is just as good for $25,000 for me, and has already advanced half of it in cash. I wrote and asked whether I had better send him my note or a due bill, or how he would prefer to have the indebtedness made of record, and he answered every other topic in the letter pleasantly, but never replied to that at all. Still, I shall give my note into a hands of his business agent here, and pay him the interest as it falls due. S.L.C. to his mother. The Buffalo Express was at this time in the hands of three men, Colonel George F. Selkirk, J. L. Lamed, and Thomas A. Kennett. Colonel Selkirk was business manager. Lamed was political editor. With the purchase of Kennett's share, Clemens became a sort of general and contributing editor, with a more or less roving commission, his hours and duties not very clearly defined. It was believed by his associates, and by Clemens himself, that his known connection with the paper would give it prestige and circulation, as Nasby's connection had popularized the Toledo Blade. The new editor entered upon his duties August 14, 1869. The members of the Buffalo press gave him a dinner that evening, and, after the manner of newspaper men the world over, were handsomely cordial to the "new enemy in their midst." There is an anecdote which relates that next morning, when Mark Twain arrived in the Express office, it was then at 14 Swan Street, there happened to be no one present who knew him. A young man rose very brusquely and asked if there was any one he would like to see. It is reported that he replied, with gentle deliberation, "Well, yes, I should like to see some young man offer the new editor a chair." It is so like Mark Twain that we are inclined to accept it, though it seems of doubtful circumstance. In any case, it deserves to be true. His salutatory, August 18th, is sufficiently genuine. "Being a stranger, it would be immodest for me to suddenly and violently assume the associate editorship of the Buffalo Express without a single word of comfort or encouragement to the unoffending patrons of the paper, who are about to be exposed to constant attacks of my wisdom and learning, but the word shall be as brief as possible. I only want to assure parties having a friendly interest in the prosperity of the journal that I am not going to hurt the paper deliberately and intentionally at any time. I am not going to introduce any startling reforms, nor in any way attempt to make trouble. I shall not make use of slang and vulgarity upon any occasion, or under any circumstances, and shall never use profanity except when discussing house rent and taxes. Indeed, upon a second thought, I shall not use it even then, for it is unchristian, inelegant, and degrading, though, to speak truly, I do not see how house rent and taxes are going to be discussed worth a cent without it. I shall not often meddle with politics, because we have a political editor who is already excellent, and only needs to serve a term or two in the penitentiary to be perfect. I shall not write any poetry unless I conceive a spite against the subscribers. Such is my platform. I do not see any use in it, but custom is law and must be obeyed. John Harrison Mills, who was connected with the Express in those days, has written: I cannot remember that there was any delay in getting down to his work. I think within 5 minutes the new editor had assumed the easy look of one entirely at home, pencil in hand and a clutch of paper before him, with an air of preoccupation, as of one intent on a task delayed. It was impossible to be conscious of the man sitting there and not feel his identity with all that he had enjoyed, and the reminiscence of it that he seemed to radiate, for the personality was so absolutely in accord with all the record of himself and his work. I cannot say he seemed to be that vague thing they call a type in race or blood, though the word, if used in his case for temperament, would decidedly mean what they used to call the sanguine. I thought that pictorially the noble costume of the Albanian would have well become him, or he might have been a Goth, and worn the horned bull pate helmet of Alaric's warriors, or stood at the prow of one of the swift craft of the Vikings. His eyes, which have been variously described, were, it seemed to me, of an indescribable depth of the bluish moss agate, with a capacity of pupil dilation that in certain lights had the effect of a deep black. Mr. Mills adds that in dress he was now well groomed, and that consequently they were obliged to revise their notions as to the careless negligee which gossip had reported. From unpublished reminiscences kindly lent to the author by Mr. Mills. End of Chapter 72. The Purchase of a Paper. Read by John Greenman. This is section 73 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 73. The First Meeting with Howells. Clemens's first period of editorial work was a brief one, though he made frequent contributions to the paper, sketches, squibs, travel notes, and experiences, usually humorous in character. His wedding day had been set for early in the year, and it was necessary to accumulate a bank account for that occasion. Before October he was out on the lecture circuit, billed now for the first time for New England, nervous and apprehensive in consequence, though with good hope. To Pamela he wrote November 9th, "Tomorrow night I appear for the first time before a Boston audience, 4,000 critics, and on the success of this matter depends my future success in New England. But I am not distressed. Nasby is in the same boat. Tonight decides the fate of his brand new lecture. He has just left my room, been reading his lecture to me, was greatly depressed. I have convinced him that he has little to fear." Whatever alarm Mark Twain may have felt was not warranted. His success with the New England public was immediate and complete. He made his headquarters in Boston, at Redpath's office, where there was pretty sure to be congenial company, of which he was presently the center. It was during one of these Boston sojourns that he first met William Dean Howells, his future friend and literary counselor. Howells was the assistant editor of the Atlantic at this time, James T. Fields its editor. Clemens had been gratified by the Atlantic Review, and had called to express his thanks for it. He sat talking to Fields when Howells entered the editorial rooms, and on being presented to the author of the review delivered his appreciation in the form of a story, sufficiently appropriate, but not qualified for the larger types. He said, "When I read that review of yours I felt like the woman who was so glad her baby had come white." His manner, his humor, his quaint colloquial forms all delighted Howells, more, in fact, than the opulent sealskin overcoat which he affected at this period, a garment astonishing rather than aesthetic, as Mark Twain's clothes in those days of his first regeneration were likely to be startling enough, we may believe, in the conservative atmosphere of the Atlantic rooms. And Howells, gentle, genial, sincere, filled with the early happiness of his calling, won the heart of Mark Twain and never lost it, and what is still more notable, won his absolute and unvarying confidence in all literary affairs. It was always Mark Twain's habit to rely on somebody, and in matters pertaining to literature and to literary people in general he laid his burden on William Dean Howells from that day. Only a few weeks after that first visit we find him telegraphing to Howells, asking him to look after a Californian poet, then ill and friendless in Brooklyn. Clemens states that he does not know the poet, but will contribute $50 if Howells will petition the steamboat company for a pass, and no doubt Howells complied, and spent a good deal more than $50 worth of time to get the poet relieved and started. It would be like him. End of Chapter 73. The First Meeting with Howells. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 74 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 74. The Wedding Day. The wedding was planned at first either for Christmas or New Year's Day, but as the lecture engagements continued into January it was decided to wait until these were filled. February 2nd, a date near the anniversary of the engagement, was agreed upon, also a quiet wedding with no tour. The young people would go immediately to Buffalo and take up a modest residence in a boarding house as comfortable, even as luxurious, as the husband's financial situation justified. At least, that was Samuel Clemens's understanding of the matter. He felt that he was heavily in debt, that his first duty was to relieve himself of that obligation. There were other plans in Elmira, but in the daily and happy letters he received there was no inkling of any new purpose. He wrote to J. D. F. Slee, of Buffalo, who was associated in business with Mr. Langdon, and asked him to find a suitable boarding place, one that would be sufficiently refined for the woman who was to be his wife, and sufficiently reasonable to insure prosperity. In due time Slee replied that, while boarding was a miserable business anyhow, he had been particularly fortunate in securing a place on one of the most pleasant streets, the family a small one, and choice spirits, with no predilection for taking boarders, and consenting to the present arrangement only because of the anticipated pleasure of your company. The price, Slee added, would be reasonable. As a matter of fact, a house on Delaware Avenue, still the fine residence street of Buffalo, had been bought and furnished throughout as a present to the bride and groom. It stands today practically unchanged, brick and mansard without, Eastlake within, a type then much in vogue, spacious and handsome for that period. It was completely appointed. Diagrams of the rooms had been sent to Elmira, and Miss Langdon herself had selected the furnishings. Everything was put in readiness, including linen, cutlery, and utensils. Even the servants had been engaged, and the pantry and cellar had been stocked. It must have been hard for Olivia Langdon to keep this wonderful surprise out of those daily letters. A surprise like that is always watching a chance to slip out unawares, especially when one is eagerly impatient to reveal it. However, the traveler remained completely in the dark. He may have wondered vaguely at the lack of enthusiasm in the boarding idea, and could he have been certain that the sales of the book would continue, or that his newspaper venture would yield an abundant harvest, he might have planned his domestic beginning on a more elaborate scale. If only the Tennessee land would yield the long expected fortune now! But these were all incalculable things. All that he could be sure of was the coming of his great happiness, in whatever environment, and of the dragging weeks between. At last the night of the final lecture came, and he was off for Elmira with the smallest possible delay. Once there, the intervening days did not matter. He could join in the busy preparations. He could write exuberantly to his friends. To Laura Hawkins, long since Laura Fraser, he sent a playful line. To Jim Gillis, still digging and washing on the slopes of the old Tuolumne Hills, he wrote a letter which eminently belongs here. Elmira, New York, January 26, 1870. Dear Jim, I remember that old night just as well, and somewhere among my relics I have your remembrance stored away. It makes my heart ache yet to call to mind some of those days. Still, it shouldn't, for right in the depths of their poverty and their pocket-hunting vagabondage lay the germ of my coming good fortune. You remember the one gleam of jollity that shot across our dismal sojourn in the rain and mud of Angel's Camp. I mean that day we sat around the tavern stove and heard that chap tell about the frog and how they filled him with shot. And you remember how we quoted from the yarn and laughed over it out there on the hillside while you and dear old Stoker panned and washed. I jotted the story down in my notebook that day, and would have been glad to get $10 or $15 for it. I was just that blind. But then we were so hard up. I published that story, and it became widely known in America, India, China, England, and the reputation it made for me has paid me thousands and thousands of dollars since. 4 or 5 months ago I bought into the Express. I have ordered it sent to you as long as you live, and if the bookkeeper sends you any bills, you let me hear of it. I went heavily in debt. Never could have dared to do that, Jim, if we hadn't heard the jumping frog story that day. And wouldn't I love to take old Stoker by the hand, and wouldn't I love to see him in his great specialty, his wonderful rendition of Rinald's in the Burning Shame. Where is Dick, and what is he doing? Give him my fervent love and warm old remembrances. A week from today I shall be married to a girl even better and lovelier than the peerless Chaparral Quails. You can't come so far, Jim, but still I cordially invite you to come anyhow, and I invite Dick too, and if you two boys were to land here on that pleasant occasion we would make you right royally welcome. Truly your friend, Samuel L. Clemens. P.S. California plums are good, Jim, particularly when they are stewed. It had only been 5 years before, that day in Angel's Camp, but how long ago and how far away it seemed to him now! So much had happened since then, so much of which that was the beginning, so little compared with the marvel of the years ahead, whose threshold he was now about to cross, and not alone. A day or two before the wedding he was asked to lecture on the night of February 2d. He replied that he was sorry to disappoint the applicant, but that he could not lecture on the night of February 2d, for the reason that he was going to marry a young lady on that evening, and that he would rather marry that young lady than deliver all the lectures in the world. And so came the wedding day. It began pleasantly. The postman brought a royalty check that morning of $4,000, the accumulation of 3 months' sales, and the Reverend Joseph Twichell and Harmony, his wife, came from Hartford, Twichell to join with the Reverend Thomas K. Beecher in solemnizing the marriage. Pamela Moffett, a widow now, with her daughter Annie, grown to a young lady, had come all the way from St. Louis, and Mrs. Fairbanks from Cleveland. Yet the guests were not numerous, not more than 100 at most, so it was a quiet wedding there in the Langdon parlors, those dim, stately rooms that in the future would hold so much of his history, so much of the story of life and death that made its beginning there. The wedding service was about 7 o'clock, for Mr. Beecher had a meeting at the church soon after that hour. Afterward followed the wedding supper and dancing, and the bride's father danced with the bride. To the interested crowd awaiting him at the church, Mr. Beecher reported that the bride was very beautiful, and had on the longest white gloves he had ever seen. He declared they reached to her shoulders. Perhaps for a younger generation it should be said that Thomas K. Beecher was a brother of Henry Ward Beecher. He lived and died in Elmira, the almost worshipped pastor of the Park Congregational Church. He was a noble, unorthodox teacher. Samuel Clemens, at the time of his marriage, already strongly admired him, and had espoused his cause in an article signed "Scat" in the Elmira Advertiser, when he, Beecher, had been assailed by the more orthodox Elmira clergy. For the "Scat" article, see Appendix I at the end of last volume. It was the next afternoon when they set out for Buffalo, accompanied by the bride's parents, the groom's relatives, the Beechers, and perhaps one or two others of that happy company. It was 9 o'clock at night when they arrived, and found Mr. Slee waiting at the station with sleighs to convey the party to the boarding house he had selected. They drove and drove, and the sleigh containing the bride and groom got behind and apparently was bound nowhere in particular, which disturbed the groom a good deal, for he thought it proper that they should arrive first to receive their guests. He commented on Slee's poor judgment in selecting a house that was so hard to find, and when at length they turned into fashionable Delaware Avenue and stopped before one of the most attractive places in the neighborhood, he was beset with fear concerning the richness of the locality. They were on the steps when the doors opened, and a perfect fairyland of lights and decoration was revealed within. The friends who had gone ahead came out with greetings, to lead in the bride and groom. Servants hurried forward to take bags and wraps. They were ushered inside. They were led through beautiful rooms, all newly appointed and garnished. The bridegroom was dazed, unable to understand the meaning of things, the apparent ownership and completeness of possession. At last the young wife put her hand upon his arm. "Don't you understand, youth?" she said. That was always her name for him. "Don't you understand? It is ours, all ours, everything, a gift from father." But even then he could not grasp it. Not at first, not until Mr. Langdon brought a little box and, opening it, handed them the deeds. Nobody quite remembers what was the first remark that Samuel Clemens made then, but either then or a little later he said, Mr. Langdon, whenever you are in Buffalo, if it's twice a year, come right here. Bring your bag and stay overnight if you want to. It shan't cost you a cent." They went in to supper then, and by the guests were gone and the young wedded pair were alone. Patrick McAleer, the young coachman who would grow old in their employ, and Ellen, the cook, came in for their morning orders, and were full of Irish delight at the inexperience and novelty of it all. Then they were gone, and only the lovers in their new house and their new happiness remained. And so it was they entered the enchanted land. End of Chapter 74. The Wedding Day. Read by John Greenman. This is section 75 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 75, As to Destiny. If any reader has followed these chapters thus far, he may have wondered, even if vaguely, at the seeming fatality of events. Mark Twain had but to review his own life for justification of his doctrine of inevitability, an unbroken and immutable sequence of cause and effect from the beginning. Once he said, "When the first living atom found itself afloat on the great Laurentian Sea, the first act of that first atom led to the second act of that first atom, and so on down through the succeeding ages of all life, until, if the steps could be traced, it would be shown that the first act of that first atom has led inevitably to the act of my standing here in my dressing gown at this instant talking to you." It seemed the clearest presentiment ever offered in the matter of predestined circumstance, predestined from the instant when that primal atom felt the vital thrill. Mark Twain's early life, however imperfectly recorded, exemplifies this postulate. If through the years still ahead of us the course of destiny seems less clearly defined, it is only because thronging events make the threads less easy to trace. The web becomes richer, the pattern more intricate and confusing, but the line of fate neither breaks nor falters to the end. End of Chapter 75, As to Destiny. Read by John Greenman. This is section 76 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 76, On the Buffalo Express. With the beginning of life in Buffalo, Mark Twain had become already a world character, a man of large consequence and events. He had no proper realization of this, no real sense of the size of his conquest. He still regarded himself merely as a lecturer and journalist, temporarily popular, but with no warrant to a permanent seat in the world's literary congress. He thought his success something of an accident. The fact that he was prepared to settle down as an editorial contributor to a newspaper in what was then only a big village is the best evidence of a modest estimate of his talents. "He worked like a horse," is the verdict of those who were closely associated with him on the Express. His hours were not regular, but they were long. Often he was at his desk at 8 in the morning and remained there until 10 or 11 at night. His working costume was suited to comfort rather than show. With coat, vest, collar, and tie usually removed, sometimes even his shoes, he lounged in his chair in an attitude that afforded the larger ease, pulling over the exchanges. scribbling paragraphs, editorials, humorous skits, and what not, as the notion came upon him. J. L. Lamed, his co worker he sat on the opposite side of the same table remembers that Mark Twain enjoyed his work as he went along, the humor of it, and that he frequently laughed as some whimsicality or new absurdity came into his mind. "I doubt," writes Lamed, "if he ever enjoyed anything more than the jackknife engraving that he did on a piece of board of a military map of the siege of Paris, which was printed in the Express, from his original plate, with accompanying explanations and comments. His half day of whittling and laughter that went with it are something that I find pleasant to remember. Indeed, my whole experience of association with him is a happy memory, which I am fortunate in having. What one saw of him was always the actual Mark Twain, acting out of his own nature, simply, frankly, without pretense, and almost without reserve. It was that simplicity and naturalness in the man which carried his greatest charm." Lamed, like many others, likens Mark Twain to Lincoln in various of his characteristics. The two worked harmoniously together, Lamed attending to the political direction of the journal, Clemens to the literary, and what might be termed the sentimental side. There was no friction in the division of labor, never anything but good feeling between them. Clemens had a poor opinion of his own comprehension of politics, and perhaps as little regard for Lamed's conception of humor. Once, when the latter attempted something in the way of pleasantry, his associate said, "Better leave the humor on this paper to me, Lamed," and once when Lamed was away attending the Republican State Convention at Saratoga, and some editorial comment seemed necessary, Clemens thought it best to sign the utterance and to make humor of his shortcomings. "I do not know much about politics, and am not sitting up nights to learn. I am satisfied that these nominations are all right and sound, and that they are the only ones that can bring peace to our distracted country. The only political phrase I am perfectly familiar with and competent to hurl at the public with fearless confidence. The other editor is full of them. But being merely satisfied is not enough. I always like to know before I shout. But I go for Mr. Curtis with all my strength. Being certain of him, I hereby shout all I know how. But the others may be a split ticket, or a scratched ticket, or whatever you call it. I will let it alone for the present. It will keep. The other young man will be back to-morrow, and he will shout for it, split or no split, rest assured of that. He will prance into this political ring with his tomahawk and his war whoop, and then you will hear a crash and see the scalps fly. He has none of my diffidence. He knows all about these nominees, and if he don't he will let on to in such a natural way as to deceive the most critical. He knows everything. He knows more than Webster's Unabridged and the American Encyclopedia, but whether he knows anything about a subject or not, he is perfectly willing to discuss it. When he gets back he will tell you all about these candidates as serenely as if he had been acquainted with them 100 years, though, speaking confidentially, I doubt if he ever heard of any of them till to-day. I am right well satisfied It is a good, sound, sensible ticket, and a ticket to win. But wait till he comes. In the meantime I go for George William Curtis and take the chances. Mark Twain. He had become what Mr. Howells calls entirely de-Southernized by this time. From having been of slave-holding stock and a Confederate soldier, he had become a most positive Republican, a rampant abolitionist, had there been anything left to abolish. His sympathy had been always with the oppressed, and he had now become their defender. His work on the paper revealed this more and more. He wrote fewer sketches and more editorials, and the editorials were likely to be either savage assaults upon some human abuse or fierce espousals of the weak. They were fearless, scathing, terrific. Of some farmers of Cohocton who had taken the law into their own hands to punish a couple whom they believed to be a detriment to the community, he wrote: "The men who did that deed are capable of doing any low, sneaking, cowardly villainy that could be invented in perdition. They are the very bastards of the devil." He appended a full list of their names, and added: "If the farmers of Cohocton are of this complexion, what on earth must a Cohocton rough be like?" But all this happened a long time ago, and we need not detail those various old interests and labors here. It is enough to say that Mark Twain on the Express was what he had been from the beginning, and would be to the end, the zealous champion of justice and liberty, violent and sometimes wrong in his viewpoint, but never less than fearless and sincere. Invariably he was for the oppressed. He had a natural instinct for the right, but, right or wrong, he was for the underdog. Among the best of his editorial contributions is a tribute to Anson Burlingame, who died February 23, 1870, at St. Petersburg, on his trip around the world as special ambassador for the Chinese Empire. In this editorial Clemens endeavored to pay something of his debt to the noble statesman. He reviewed Burlingame's astonishing career, the career which had closed at 47, and read like a fairy tale, and he dwelt lovingly on his hero's nobility of character. At the close he said: "He was a good man, and a very, very great man. America lost a son, and all the world a servant, when he died." Among those early contributions to the Express is a series called Around the World, an attempt at collaboration with Professor D. R. Ford, who did the actual traveling, while Mark Twain, writing in the first person, gave the letters his literary stamp. At least some of the contributions were written in this way, such as Adventures in Haiti, the Pacific, and Japan. These letters exist today only in the old files of the Express, and indeed this is the case with most of Clemens's work for that paper. It was mainly ephemeral or timely work, and its larger value has disappeared. Here and there is a sentence worth remembering. Of two practical jokers who sent in a marriage notice of persons not even contemplating matrimony, he said: "This deceit has been practiced maliciously by a couple of men whose small souls will escape through their pores some day if they do not varnish their hides." Some of the sketches have been preserved. Journalism in Tennessee, one of the best of his wilder burlesques, is as enjoyable today as when written. A Curious Dream made a lasting impression on his Buffalo readers, and you are pretty certain to hear of it when you mention Mark Twain in that city today. It vividly called attention to the neglect of the old North Street graveyard, the gruesome vision of the ancestors deserting with their coffins on their backs, was even more humiliating than amusing, and inspired a movement for reform. It has been effective elsewhere since then, and may still be read with profit or satisfaction, for in a note at the end the reader is assured that if the cemeteries of his town are kept in good order, the dream is not leveled at his town at all, but particularly and venomously at the next town. End of Chapter 76, On the Buffalo Express, read by John Greenman. This is section 77 of Mark Twain, A Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 77, The Galaxy. Mark Twain's work on the Express represented only a portion of his literary activities during his Buffalo residence. The Galaxy, an ambitious New York magazine of that day, published by Sheldon and Company at 498 and 500 Broadway, proposed to him that he conduct for them a humorous department. They would pay $2,400 a year for the work, and allow him a free hand. There was some discussion as to book rights, but the arrangement was concluded, and his first installment, under the general title of Memoranda, appeared in the May number, 1870. In his introductory he outlined what the reader might expect, such as exhaustive statistical tables, patent office reports, and complete instructions about farming, even from the grafting of the seed to the harrowing of the matured crops. He declared that he would throw a pathos into the subject of agriculture that would surprise and delight the world. He added that the Memoranda was not necessarily a humorous department. "I would not conduct an exclusively and professedly humorous department for any one. I would always prefer to have the privilege of printing a serious and sensible remark, in case one occurred to me, without the reader's feeling obliged to consider himself outraged. Puns cannot be allowed a place in this department. No circumstance, however dismal, will ever be considered a sufficient excuse for the admission of that last and saddest evidence of intellectual poverty, the pun." The Galaxy was really a fine magazine, with the best contributors obtainable, among them Justin McCarthy, S. M. B. Piatt, Richard Grant White, and many others well known in that day, with names that still flicker here and there in its literary twilight. The new department appealed to Clemens, and very soon he was writing most of his sketches for it. They were better literature, as a rule, than those published in his own paper. The first number of the Memoranda was fairly representative of those that followed it. "The facts in the case of the great beef contract," a manuscript which he had undertaken 3 years before and mislaid, was its initial contribution. Besides the beef contract, there was a tribute to George Wakeman, a well-known journalist of those days, a stricture on the Reverend T. DeWitt Talmage, who had delivered from the pulpit an argument against workingmen occupying pews in fashionable churches, a presentment of the Chinese situation in San Francisco, depicting the cruel treatment of the celestial immigrant, a burlesque of the Sunday school "good little boy" story, the story of the good little boy who did not prosper, and the beef contract are included in Sketches New and Old. Also the Chinese sketch under the title "Disgraceful Persecution of a Boy," and several shorter skits and anecdotes, 10 pages in all, a rather generous contract. Mark Twain's comment on Talmage was prompted by an article in which Talmage had assumed the premise that if workingmen attended the churches it would drive the better class of worshipers away. Among other things he said, I have a good Christian friend who, if he sat in the front pew in church, and a working man should enter the door at the other end, would smell him instantly. My friend is not to blame for the sensitiveness of his nose any more than you would flog a pointer for being keener on the scent than a stupid watchdog. The fact is, if you had all the churches free, by reason of the mixing of the common people with the uncommon, you would keep one half of Christendom sick at their stomach. If you are going to kill the church thus with bad smells, I will have nothing to do with this work of evangelization. Commenting on this, Mark Twain said, well, he said a good deal more than we have room for here, but a portion of his closing paragraphs is worth preserving. He compares the Reverend Mr. Talmage with the early disciples of Christ, Paul and Peter and the others, or rather, he contrasts him with them. They healed the very beggars, and held intercourse with people of villainous odor every day. If the subject of these remarks had been chosen among the original 12 apostles, he would not have associated with the rest, because he could not have stood the fishy smell of some of his comrades who came from around the Sea of Galilee. He would have resigned his commission with some such remark as he makes in the extract quoted above: Master, if thou art going to kill the church thus with bad smells, I will have nothing to do with this work of evangelization. He is a disciple, and makes that remark to the Master. The only difference is that he makes it in the 19th instead of the 1st century. Talmage was immensely popular at this time, and Mark Twain's open attack on him must have shocked a good many Galaxy readers, as perhaps his article on the Chinese cruelties offended the citizens of San Francisco. It did not matter. He was not likely to worry over the friends he would lose because of any stand taken for human justice. Lamed said of him, "He was very far from being one who tried any way to make himself popular." Certainly he never made any such attempt at the expense of his convictions. The first Galaxy installment was a sort of platform of principles for the campaign that was to follow. Not that each month's contribution contained personal criticism or a defense of the Chinese, of whom he was always the champion as long as he lived, but a good many of them did. In the October number he began a series of letters under the general title of Goldsmith's Friend Abroad Again, supposed to have been written by a Chinese immigrant in San Francisco, detailing his experience there. In a note the author says, "No experience is set down in the following letters which had to be invented. Fancy is not needed to give variety to the history of the Chinaman's sojourn in America. Plain fact is amply sufficient." The letters show how the supposed Chinese writer of them had set out for America, believing it to be a land whose government was based on the principle that all men are created equal, and treated accordingly; how, upon arriving in San Francisco, he was kicked and bruised and beaten, and set upon by dogs, flung into jail, tried and condemned without witnesses, his own race not being allowed to testify against Americans Irish Americans in the San Francisco court. They are scathing, powerful letters, and one cannot read them, even in this day of improved conditions, without feeling the hot waves of resentment and indignation which Mark Twain must have felt when he penned them. Reverend Mr. Talmage was not the only divine to receive attention in the memoranda. The Reverend Mr. Sabine of New York, who had declined to hold a church burial service for the old actor George Holland, came in for the most caustic as well as the most artistic stricture of the entire series. It deserves preservation today, not only for its literary value, but because no finer defense of the drama, no more searching sermon on self-righteousness, has ever been put into concrete form. The indignity put upon the remains of George Holland by the Reverend Mr. Sabine. Galaxy for February, 1871. The reader will find it complete under Appendix J at the end of last volume. The "Little Church Around the Corner" on 29th Street received that happy title from this incident. "There is a little church around the corner that will perhaps permit the service," Mr. Sabine had said to Holland's friends. The little church did permit the service, and there was conferred upon it the new name, which it still bears. It has sheltered a long line of actor folk and their friends since then, earning thereby reverence, gratitude, and immortal memory. Church of the Transfiguration. Memorial services were held there for Joseph Jefferson, and a memorial window by John Lafarge has been placed there in memory of Edwin Booth. Of the Galaxy contributions a number are preserved in sketches, new and old. How I Edited an Agricultural Paper is one of the best of these, an excellent example of Mark Twain's more extravagant style of humor. It is perennially delightful. In France it has been dramatized and is still played. A successful Galaxy feature, also preserved in the sketches, was the burlesque map of Paris, reprinted from the Express. The Franco-Prussian War was in progress, and this travesty was particularly timely. It creates only a smile of amusement today, but it was all fresh and delightful then. Schuyler Colfax, by this time Vice President, wrote to him, "I have had the heartiest possible laugh over it, and so have all my family. You are a wicked conscienceless wag, who ought to be punished severely." The official commendations which accompany the map are its chief charm. They are from Grant, Bismarck, Brigham Young, and others, the best one coming from one J. Smith, who says: "My wife was for years afflicted with freckles, and though everything was done for her relief that could be done, all was in vain. But, sir, since her first glance at your map, they have entirely left her. She has nothing but convulsions now." It is said that the map of Paris found its way to Berlin, where the American students in the beer halls used to pretend to quarrel over it until they attracted the attention of the German soldiers that might be present. Then they would wander away and leave it on the table and watch results. The soldiers would pounce upon it and lose their tempers over it, then finally abuse it and revile its author, to the satisfaction of everybody. The larger number of memoranda sketches have properly found oblivion today. They were all, or nearly all, collected by a Canadian pirate, C. A. Backus, in a volume bearing the title of Memoranda; also by a harpy named John Camden Hotten, of London, of whom we shall hear again. Hotten had already pirated the Innocents, and had it on the market before Routledge could bring out the authorized edition. Routledge later published the memoranda under the title of Sketches, including the contents of the Jumping Frog book. Editor's note: Memoranda was a book long ago suppressed. Only about 20 of the Galaxy contributions found place in Sketches, New and Old, 5 years later, and some of these might have been spared as literature. To Raise Poultry, John Chinaman in New York, and History Repeats Itself are valuable only as examples of his work at that period. The reader may consult them for himself. End of Chapter 77, The Galaxy, read by John Greenman. This is section 78 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 78, The Primrose Path. But we are losing sight of more important things. From the very beginning Mark Twain's home meant always more to him than his work. The life at 472 Delaware Avenue had begun with as fair a promise as any matrimonial journey ever undertaken. There seemed nothing lacking: a beautiful home, sufficient income, bright prospects. These things, with health and love, constitute married happiness. Mrs. Clemens wrote to her sister, Mrs. Crane, at the end of February: Sue, we are two as happy people as you ever saw. Our days seem to be made up of only bright sunlight, with no shadow in them. In the same letter the husband added: Livy pines and pines every day for you, and I pine and pine every day for you, and when we both of us are pining at once, you would think it was a whole pine forest let loose. To Redpath, who was urging lecture engagements for the coming season, he wrote: Dear Red, I am not going to lecture any more forever. I have got things ciphered down to a fraction now. I know just about what it will cost to live, and I can make the money without lecturing. Therefore, old man, count me out. And still later in May: I guess I am out of the field permanently. Have got a lovely wife, a lovely house, bewitchingly furnished, a lovely carriage, and a coachman whose style and dignity are simply awe-inspiring, nothing less, and I am making more money than necessary, by considerable, and therefore why crucify myself nightly on the platform? The subscriber will have to be excused for the present season, at least. So they were very happy during those early months, acquiring pleasantly the education which any matrimonial experience is sure to furnish, accustoming themselves to the uses of housekeeping, to life in partnership, with all the discoveries and mental and spiritual adaptations that belong to the close association of marriage. They were far, very far apart on many subjects. He was unpolished, untrained, impulsive, sometimes violent. Twichell remembers that in the earlier days of their acquaintance he wore a slouch hat pulled down in front, and smoked a cigar that sometimes tilted up and touched the brim of it. The atmosphere and customs of frontier life, the Westernisms of that day, still clung to him. Mrs. Clemens, on the other hand, was conservative, dainty, cultured, spiritual. He adored her as little less than a saint, and she became, indeed, his saving grace. She had all the personal refinement which he lacked, and she undertook the work of polishing and purifying her life companion. She had no wish to destroy his personality, to make him over, but only to preserve his best, and she set about it in the right way, gently, and with a tender gratitude in each achievement. She did not entirely approve of certain lines of his reading, or, rather, she did not understand them in those days. That he should be fond of history and the sciences was natural enough, but when the life of P. T. Barnum, written by himself, appeared, and he sat up nights to absorb it, and woke early and lighted the lamp to follow the career of the great showman, she was at a loss to comprehend this particular literary passion, and indeed was rather jealous of it. She did not realize then his vast interest in the study of human nature, or that such a book contained what Mr. Howells calls the root of the human matter, the inner revelation of the human being at first hand. Concerning his religious observances, her task in the beginning was easy enough. Clemens had not at that time formulated any particular doctrines of his own. His natural kindness of heart, and especially his love for his wife, inclined him toward the teachings and customs of her Christian faith. unorthodox but sincere as Christianity in the Langdon family was likely to be. It took very little persuasion on his wife's part to establish family prayers in their home, grace before meals, and the morning reading of a Bible chapter. Joe Goodman, who made a trip East and visited them during the early days of their married life, was dumbfounded to see Mark Twain ask a blessing and join in family worship. Just how long these forms continued cannot be known today. The time of their abandonment has perished from the recollections of any one now living. It would seem to have been the Bible reading that wrought the change. The prayer and the blessing were to him sincere and gracious, but as the readings continued he realized that he had never before considered the Bible from a doctrinal point of view, as a guide to spiritual salvation. To his logical reasoning mind a large portion of it seemed absurd, a mass of fables and traditions, mere mythology. From such material humanity had built its mightiest edifice of hope, the doctrines of its faith. After a little while he could stand it no longer. "Livy," he said one day, "you may keep this up if you want to, but I must ask you to excuse me from it. It is making me a hypocrite. I don't believe in this Bible. It contradicts my reason. I can't sit here and listen to it, letting you believe that I regard it, as you do, in the light of gospel, the Word of God." He was moved to write an article on the human idea of God, ancient and modern. It contained these paragraphs: "The difference in importance between the God of the Bible and the God of the present day cannot be described. It can only be vaguely and inadequately figured to the mind. If you make figures to represent the earth and moon, and allow a space of 1 inch between them, to represent the 400,000 miles of distance which lies between the two bodies, the map will have to be 11 miles long in order to bring in the nearest fixed star." His figures were far too small. A map drawn on the scale of 400,000 miles to the inch would need to be 1,100 miles long to take in both the earth and the nearest fixed star. On such a map the earth would be 1/50th of an inch in diameter, the size of a small grain of sand. "So one cannot put the modern heavens on a map, nor the modern God, but the Bible God and the Bible heavens can be set down on a slate, and yet not be discommoded. The difference between that universe and the modern one revealed by science is as the difference between a dust-flecked ray in a barn and the sublime arch of the Milky Way in the skies. Its God was strictly proportioned to its dimensions. His sole solicitude was about a handful of truculent nomads. He worried and fretted over them in a peculiarly and distractingly human way. One day he coaxed and petted them beyond their due. The next he harried and lashed them beyond their deserts. He sulked, he cursed, he raged, he grieved, according to his mood and the circumstances, but all to no purpose. His efforts were all vain. He could not govern them. When the fury was on him he was blind to all reason. He not only slaughtered the offender, but even his harmless little children and dumb cattle. To trust the God of the Bible is to trust an irascible, vindictive, fierce, and ever fickle and changeful Master. To trust the true God is to trust a being who has uttered no promises, but whose beneficent, exact, and changeless ordering of the machinery of his colossal universe is proof that he is at least steadfast to his purposes, whose unwritten laws, so far as they affect man, being equal and impartial, show that he is just and fair. These things, taken together, suggest that if he shall ordain us to live hereafter, he will still be steadfast, just, and fair toward us. We shall not need to require anything more. It seems mild enough, obvious, even orthodox now, so far have we traveled in 40 years. But such a declaration then would have shocked a great number of sincerely devout persons. His wife prevailed upon him not to print it. She respected his honesty, even his reasoning, but his doubts were a long grief to her, nevertheless. In time she saw more clearly with his vision, but this was long after, when she had lived more with the world, had become more familiar with its larger needs and the proportions of created things. They did not mingle much or long with the social life of Buffalo. They received and returned calls, attended an occasional reception, but neither of them found such things especially attractive in those days, so they remained more and more in their own environment. There is an anecdote which seems to belong here. One Sunday morning Clemens noticed smoke pouring from the upper window of the house across the street. The owner and his wife, comparatively newcomers, were seated upon the veranda, evidently not aware of impending danger. The Clemens household thus far had delayed calling on them, but Clemens himself now stepped briskly across the street. Bowing with leisurely politeness, he said, "My name is Clemens. We ought to have called on you before, and I beg your pardon for intruding now in this informal way, but your house is on fire." Almost the only intimate friends they had in Buffalo were in the family of David Gray, the poet editor of the Courier. Gray was a gentle, lovable man, the gentlest spirit and the loveliest that ever went clothed in clay since Sir Galahad laid him to rest, Mark Twain once said of him. Both Gray and Clemens were friends of John Hay, and their families soon became intimate. Perhaps, in time, the Clemens household would have found other as good friends in the Buffalo circles, but heavy clouds that had lain unseen just beyond the horizon during those earlier months of marriage rose suddenly into view, and the social life, whatever it might have become, was no longer a consideration. End of Chapter 78. The Primrose Path. Read by John Greenman. This is section 79 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 79, The Old Human Story. Jervis Langdon was never able to accept his son-in-law's invitation to the new home. His health began to fail that spring, and at the end of March, with his physician and Mrs. Langdon, he made a trip to the South. In a letter written at Richmond he said, "I have thrown off all care," and named a list of the 4 great interests in which he was involved. Under number 5 he included "everything," adding, "so you see how good I am to follow the counsel of my children. He closed, "Samuel, I love your wife and she loves me. I think it is only fair that you should know it, but you need not flare up. I loved her before you did, and she loved me before she did you, and has not ceased since. I see no way but for you to make the most of it." He was already a very ill man, and this cheerful letter was among the last he ever wrote. He was absent 6 weeks, and seemed to improve, but suffered an attack early in May. In June his condition became critical. Clemens and his wife were summoned to Elmira, and joined in the nursing day and night. Clemens surprised everyone by his ability as a nurse. His delicacy and thoughtfulness were unfailing. His original ways of doing things always amused and interested the patient. In later years Mark Twain once said, "How much of the nursing did I do? My main watch was from midnight to 4 in the morning, nearly 4 hours. My other watch was a midday watch, and I think it was nearly 3 hours. The two sisters divided the remaining 17 hours of the 24 hours between them, and each of them tried generously and persistently to swindle the other out of a part of her watch. I went to bed early every night, and tried to get sleep enough by midnight to fit me for my work, but it was always a failure. I went on watch sleepy, and remained miserable, sleepy, and wretched straight along through the 4 hours. I can still see myself sitting by that bed in the melancholy stillness of the sweltering night, mechanically waving a palm leaf fan over the drawn, white face of the patient. I can still recall my noddings, my fleeting unconsciousness, when the fan would come to a standstill in my hand, and I woke up with a start and a hideous shock. During all that dreary time I began to watch for the dawn long before it came. When the first faint gray showed through the window blinds, I felt as no doubt a castaway feels when the dim threads of the looked for ship appear against the sky. I was well and strong, but I was a man afflicted with a man's infirmity, lack of endurance." He always dealt with himself in this unsparing way, but those who were about him then have left a different story. It was all without avail. Mr. Langdon rallied, and early in July there was hope for his recovery. He failed again, and on the afternoon of the 6th of August he died. To Mrs. Clemens, delicate and greatly worn with the anxiety and strain of watching, the blow was a crushing one. It was the beginning of a series of disasters which would mark the entire remaining period of their Buffalo residence. There had been a partial plan for spending the summer in England, and a more definite one for joining the Twichells in the Adirondacks. Both of these projects were now abandoned. Mrs. Clemens concluded that she would be better at home than anywhere else, and invited an old school friend, a Miss Emma Nye, to visit her. But the shadow of death had not been lifted from the Clemens household. Miss Nye presently fell ill with typhoid fever. There followed another long period of anxiety and nursing, ending with the death of the visitor in the new home, September 29th. The young wife was now in very delicate health, genuinely ill, in fact. The happy home had become a place of sorrow, of troubled nights and days. Another friend came to cheer them, and on this friend's departure Mrs. Clemens drove to the railway station. It was a hurried trip over rough streets to catch the train. She was prostrated on her return, and a little later, November 7, 1870, her first child, Langdon, was prematurely born. A dangerous illness followed, and complete recovery was long delayed, but on the 12th the crisis seemed past, and the new father wrote a playful letter to the Twichells as coming from the late arrival. Dear Uncle and Aunt, I came into the world on the 7th inst, and consequently am about 5 days old now. I have had wretched health ever since I made my appearance. I am not corpulent, nor am I robust in any way. At birth I only weighed 4½ pounds with my clothes on, and the clothes were the chief feature of the weight, too, I am obliged to confess. But I am doing finely, all things considered. My little mother is very bright and cheery, and I guess she is pretty happy, but I don't know what about. She laughs a great deal, notwithstanding she is sick abed. P.S. Father says I had better write, because you will be more interested in me just now than in the rest of the family. A week later Clemens, as himself, wrote: Livy is up, and the Prince keeps her busy and anxious these latter days and nights. But I am a bachelor upstairs, and don't have to jump up and get the soothing syrup, though I would as soon do it as not, I assure you. Livy will be certain to read this letter. Tell Harmony that I do hold the baby, and do it pretty handily, too, though with occasional apprehensions that his loose head will fall off. I don't have to quiet him, he hardly ever utters a cry. He is always thinking about something. He is a patient, good little baby. Further along he refers to one of his reforms. Smoke? I always smoke from 3 till 5 on Sunday afternoons, and in New York the other day I smoked a week, day and night. But when Livy is well I smoke only those 2 hours on Sunday. I'm boss of the habit now, and shall never let it boss me any more. Originally I quit solely on Livy's account. Not that I believed there was the faintest reason in the matter, but just as I would deprive myself of sugar in my coffee if she wished it, or quit wearing socks if she thought them immoral. And I stick to it yet on Livy's account, and shall always continue to do so without a pang. But somehow it seems a pity that you quit, for Mrs. T. didn't mind it, if I remember rightly. Ah, it is turning one's back upon a kindly Providence to spurn away from us the good creature he sent to make the breath of life a luxury as well as a necessity, enjoyable as well as useful. To go quit smoking when there ain't any sufficient excuse for it, why, my old boy, when they used to tell me I would shorten my life 10 years by smoking, they little knew the devotee they were wasting their puerile words upon. They little knew how trivial and valueless I would regard a decade that had no smoking in it. But I won't persuade you, Twichell. I won't until I see you again. But then we'll smoke for a week together, and then shut off again. End of Chapter 79. The Old Human Story. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 80 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 80. Literary Projects. The success of The Innocents naturally made a thrifty publisher like Bliss anxious for a second experiment. He had begun early in the year to talk about another book, but nothing had come of it beyond a project or two, more or less hazy and unpursued. Clemens at one time developed a plan for a Noah's Ark book, which was to detail the cruise of the Ark in diaries kept by various members of it, Shem, Ham, and the others. He really wrote some of it at the time, and it was an idea he never entirely lost track of. All along among his manuscripts appear fragments from those ancient voyagers. One of the earlier entries will show the style and purpose of the undertaking. It is from Shem's record. Friday. Papa's birthday. He is 600 years old. He celebrated it in a big black tent. Principal men of the tribe present. Afterward they were shown over the Ark, which was looking desolate and empty and dreary on account of a misunderstanding with the workmen about wages. Methuselah was as free with his criticisms as usual, and as voluble and familiar, which I and my brothers do not like, for we are past our 100th year and married. He still calls me Shemmy, just as he did when I was a child of 60. I am still but a youth, it is true, but youth has its feelings, and I do not like this. Saturday. Keeping the Sabbath. Sunday. Papa has yielded the advance, and everybody is hard at work. The shipyard is so crowded that the men hinder each other, everybody hurrying or being hurried. The rush and confusion and shouting and wrangling are astonishing to our family, who have always been used to a quiet country life. It was from this germ that in a later day grew the diaries of Adam and Eve, though nothing very satisfactory ever came of this preliminary attempt. The author had faith in it, however. To Bliss he wrote, "I mean to take plenty of time and pains with a Noah's Ark book. Maybe it will be several years before it is all written, but it will be a perfect lightning striker when it is done. You can have the first say, that is plain enough, on that or any other book I may prepare for the press, as long as you deal in a fair, open, and honorable way with me. I do not think you will ever find me doing otherwise with you. I can get a book ready for you any time you want it, but you can't want one before this time next year, so I have plenty of time." Bliss was only temporarily appeased. He realized that to get a book ready by the time he wanted it, a book of sufficient size and importance to maintain the pace set by the Innocents, meant rather more immediate action than his author seemed to contemplate. Furthermore, he knew that other publishers were besieging the author of The Innocents, a disquieting thought. In early July, when Mr. Langdon's condition had temporarily improved, Bliss had come to Elmira and proposed a book which should relate the author's travels and experiences in the Far West. It was an inviting subject, and Clemens, by this time more attracted by the idea of authorship and its rewards, readily enough agreed to undertake the volume. He had been offered half profits, and suggested that the new contract be arranged upon these terms. Bliss, figuring on a sale of 100,000 copies, proposed 7½ % royalty as an equivalent, and the contract was so arranged. In after years, when the cost of manufacture and paper had become greatly reduced, Clemens, with but a confused notion of business details, believed he had been misled by Bliss in this contract, and was bitter and resentful accordingly. The figures remain, however, to show that Bliss dealt fairly. 7½ % of a subscription book did represent half profits up to 100,000 copies when the contract was drawn, but it required 10 years to sell that quantity, and in that time conditions had changed. Bliss could hardly foresee that these things would be so, and as he was dead when the book touched the 100,000 mark, he could not explain or readjust matters, whatever might have been his inclination. Clemens was pleased enough with the contract when it was made. To Orion he wrote July 15, 1870: Per contract I must have another 600-page book ready for my publisher January 1st, and I only began it to day. The subject of it is a secret, because I may possibly change it, but as it stands I propose to do up Nevada and California, beginning with the trip across the country in the stage. Have you a memorandum of the route we took, or the names of any of the stations we stopped at? Do you remember any of the scenes, names, incidents, or adventures of the coach trip? For I remember next to nothing about the matter. Jot down a foolscap page of items for me. I wish I could have 2 days' talk with you. I suppose I am to get the biggest copyright this time ever paid on a subscription book in this country. The work, so promptly begun, made little progress. Hard days of illness and sorrow followed, and it was not until September that it was really under way. His natural enthusiasm over any new undertaking possessed him. On the 4th he wrote Bliss: During the past week I have written the first 4 chapters of the book, and I tell you the Innocents Abroad will have to get up early to beat it. It will be a book that will jump straight into continental celebrity the first month it is issued. He prophesied a sale of 90,000 copies during the first 12 months, and declared, I see the capabilities of the subject. But further disasters, even then impending, made continued effort impossible. The prospect of the new book for a time became gloomy, the idea of it less inspiring. Other plans presented themselves, and at one time he thought of letting the Galaxy publishers get out a volume of his sketches. In October he wrote Bliss that he was "driveling along tolerably fair on the book, getting off from 12 to 20 pages of manuscript a day." Bliss naturally discouraged the Galaxy idea, and realizing that the new book might be long delayed, agreed to get out a volume of miscellany sufficiently large and important for subscription sales. He was doubtful of the wisdom of this plan, and when Clemens suddenly proposed a brand new scheme, his publisher very readily agreed to hold back the publication of sketches indefinitely. The new book was to be adventures in the diamond mines of South Africa, then newly opened and of wide public interest. Clemens did not propose to visit the mines himself, but to let another man do the traveling, make the notes, and write or tell him the story, after which Clemens would enlarge and elaborate it in his own fashion. His adaptation of the letters of Professor Ford a year earlier had convinced him that his plan would work out successfully on a larger scale. He fixed upon his old friend J. H. Riley of Washington, Riley newspaper correspondent (see Sketches), earlier of San Francisco, as the proper person to do the traveling. At the end of November he wrote Bliss: I have put my greedy hands upon the best man in America for my purpose, and shall start him to the diamond field in South Africa within a fortnight at my expense, that the book will have a perfectly beautiful sale." He suggested that Bliss advance Riley's expense money, the amount to be deducted from the first royalty returns. Also he proposed an increased royalty, probably in view of the startling splendor of the new idea. Bliss was duly impressed, and the agreement was finally made on a basis of 8½ per cent., with an advance royalty sufficient to see Riley to South Africa and return. Clemens had not yet heard from Riley definitely when he wrote his glowing letter to Bliss. He took it for granted that Riley, always an adventurous sort, would go. When Riley wrote him that he felt morally bound to the Alta, of which he was then Washington correspondent, also in certain other directions till the end of the session, Clemens wrote him at great length, detailing his scheme in full and urging him to write instantly to the Alta and others, asking a release on the ground of being offered a rare opportunity to improve his fortunes. "You know right well that I would not have you depart a hair from any obligation for any money. The boundless confidence that I have in you is born of a conviction of your integrity in small as well as in great things. I know plenty of men whose integrity I would trust to here, but not off yonder in Africa." His proposal in brief to Riley was that the latter should make the trip to Africa without expense to himself, collect memoranda, and such diamond mines as might be found lying about handy. Upon his return he was to take up temporary residence in the Clemens household until the book was finished, after which large benefits were to accrue to everybody concerned. In the end Riley obtained a release from his obligations, and was off for the diamond mines and fortune. Poor fellow! He was faithful in his mission, and it is said that he really located a mining claim that would have made him and his independent for all time to come. But returning home with his precious memoranda and the news of good fortune, he accidentally wounded himself with a fork while eating. Blood poisoning set in, they called it cancer then, and he was only able to get home to die. His memoranda were never used, his mining claim was never identified. Certainly death was closely associated with Mark Twain's fortunes during those earlier days of his married life. On the whole, the Buffalo residence was mainly a gloomy one. Its ventures were attended by ill fortune. For some reason Mark Twain's connection with the Express, while it had given the paper a wide reputation, had not largely increased its subscription. Perhaps his work on it was too varied and erratic. Nasby, who had popularized the Toledo Blade, kept steadily to one line. His farmer public knew always just what to expect when their weekly edition arrived. Clemens and his wife dreamed of a new habitation, and new faces and surroundings. They agreed to offer their home and his interests in the Express for sale. They began to talk of Hartford, where Twichell lived, and where Orion Clemens and his wife had recently located. Mark Twain's new fortunes had wrought changes in the affairs of his relatives. Already, before his marriage, he had prospected towns here and there with a view to finding an Eastern residence for his mother and sister, and he had kept Orion's welfare always in mind. When Pamela and her daughter came to his wedding, he told them of a little city by the name of Fredonia, New York, not far from Buffalo, where he thought they might find a pleasant home. "I went in there by night and out by night," he said, "so I saw none of it, but I had an intelligent, attractive audience. Prospect Fredonia, and let me know what it is like. Try to select a place where a good many funerals pass. Ma likes funerals. If you can pick a good funeral corner she will be happy." It was in her later life that Jane Clemens had developed this particular passion. She would consult the morning paper for any notice of obsequies, and attend those that were easy of access. Watching the processions go by gave her a peculiar joy. Mrs. Moffett and her daughter did go to Fredonia immediately following the wedding. They found it residentially attractive, and rented a house before returning to St. Louis, a promptness that somewhat alarmed the old lady, who did not altogether fancy the idea of being suddenly set down in a strange house in a strange land, even though it would be within hailing distance of Sam and his new wife. Perhaps the Fredonia funerals were sufficiently numerous and attractive, for she soon became attached to the place, and entered into the spirit of the life there, joining its temperance crusades and the like, with zest and enjoyment. Orion remained in St. Louis, but when Bliss established a paper called the Publisher and wanted an editor, he was chosen for the place, originally offered to his brother. The latter, writing to Orion, said: "If you take the place with an air of perfect confidence in yourself, never once letting anything show in your bearing but a quiet, modest, entire, and perfect confidence in your ability to do pretty much anything in the world, Bliss will think you are the very man he needs. But don't show any shadow of timidity or unsoldierly diffidence, for that sort of thing is fatal to advancement. I warn you thus because you are naturally given to knocking your pot over in this way, when a little judicious conduct would make it boil." End of Chapter 80, Literary Projects, read by John Greenman. This is Section 81 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 81, Some Further Literary Matters. Meantime, The Innocents Abroad had continued to prosper. Its author ranked mainly as a humorist, but of such colossal proportions that his contemporaries had seemed to dwindle. The mighty note of the Frog of Calaveras had dwarfed a score of smaller peepers. At the end of a year from its date of publication the book had sold up to 67,000, and was continuing at the rate of several thousand monthly. "You are running it in staving, tip-top, first-class style," Clemens wrote to Bliss. "On the average 10 people a day come and hunt me up to tell me I am a benefactor. I guess that is a part of the program we didn't expect in the first place." Apparently the book appealed to readers of every grade. 115 copies were in constant circulation at the Mercantile Library in New York, while in the most remote cabins of America it was read and quoted. Jack Van Nostrand, making a long horseback tour of Colorado, wrote: "I stopped a week ago in a ranch but 100 miles from nowhere. The occupant had just 2 books, the Bible and The Innocents Abroad, the former in good repair." Across the ocean the book had found no less favor, and was being translated into many and strange tongues. By what seems now some veritable magic, its author's fame had become literally universal. The consul at Hong Kong, discussing English literature with a Chinese acquaintance, a Mandarin, mentioned The Pilgrim's Progress. "Yes, indeed, I have read it," the Mandarin said eagerly. "We are enjoying it in China, and shall have it soon in our own language. It is by Mark Twain." In England the book had an amazing vogue from the beginning, and English readers were endeavoring to outdo the Americans in appreciation. Indeed, as a rule, English readers of culture, critical readers, rose to an understanding of Mark Twain's literary value with greater promptness than did the same class of readers at home. There were exceptions, of course. There were English critics who did not take Mark Twain seriously. There were American critics who did. Among the latter was a certain William Ward, an editor of a paper down in Macon, Georgia, the Beacon. Ward did not hold a place with the great magazine arbiters of literary rank. He was only an obscure country editor, but he wrote like a prophet. His article, too long to quote in full, concerned American humorists in general, from Washington Irving through John Phoenix, Philander Doestrix, Sut Lovingwood, Artemus Ward, Josh Billings, and Petroleum V. Nasby, down to Mark Twain. With the exception of the first and last named, he says of them, "They have all had and will have their day. Some of them are resting beneath the sod, and others still live whose work will scarcely survive them. Since Irving, no humorist in prose has held the foundation of a permanent fame except it be Mark Twain, and this, as in the case of Irving, is because he is a pure writer. Aside from any subtle mirth that lurks through his composition, the grace and finish of his more didactic and descriptive sentences indicate more than mediocrity." The writer then refers to Mark Twain's description of the Sphinx, comparing it with Bulwer's, which he thinks may have influenced it. He was mistaken in this, for Clemens had not read Bulwer, never could read him at any length. Of the English opinions, that of the Saturday Review was perhaps most doubtful. It came along late in 1870, and would hardly be worth recalling if it were not for a resulting or collateral interest. Clemens saw notice of this review before he saw the review itself. A paragraph in the Boston Advertiser spoke of the Saturday Review as treating the absurdities of the Innocents from a serious standpoint. The paragraph closed, "We can imagine the delight of the humorist in reading this tribute to his power, and indeed it is so amusing in itself that he can hardly do better than reproduce the article in full in his next monthly memoranda." The old temptation to hoax his readers prompted Mark Twain to reproduce in the Galaxy, not the review article, which he had not yet seen, but an imaginary review article, an article in which the imaginary reviewer would be utterly devoid of any sense of humor and treat the most absurd incidents of the New Pilgrim's Progress as if set down by the author in solemn and serious earnest. The pretended review began, "Lord Macaulay died too soon. We never felt this so deeply as when we finished the last chapter of the above named extravagant work. Macaulay died too soon, for none but he could mete out complete and comprehensive justice to the insolence, the impudence, the presumption, the mendacity, and, above all, the majestic ignorance of this author." The review goes on to cite cases of the author's gross deception. It says, "Let the cultivated English student of human nature picture to himself this Mark Twain as a person capable of doing the following described things, and not only doing them, but, with incredible innocence, printing them tranquilly and calmly in a book. For instance, he states that he entered a hairdresser's in Paris to get a shave, and the first rake the barber gave him with his razor, it loosened his hide and lifted him out of the chair. This is unquestionably extravagant. In Florence he was so annoyed by beggars that he pretends to have seized and eaten one in a frantic spirit of revenge. There is, of course, no truth in this. He gives at full length the theatrical program 17 or 1800 years old, which he professes to have found in the ruins of the Colosseum, among the dirt and mold and rubbish. It is a sufficient comment upon this subject to remark that even a cast-iron program would not have lasted so long under the circumstances." There were 2½ pages of this really delightful burlesque which the author had written with huge enjoyment, partly as a joke on the review, partly to trick American editors, who he believed would accept it as a fresh and startling proof of the traditional English lack of humor. But as in early sagebrush hoaxes, he rather overdid the thing. Readers and editors readily enough accepted it as genuine, so far as having come from the Saturday Review, but most of them regarded it as a delicious bit of humor which Mark Twain himself had taken seriously, and was therefore the one sold. This was certainly startling, and by no means gratifying. In the next issue he undertook that saddest of all performances with tongue or pen. He explained his joke, and insisted on the truth of the explanation. Then he said, "If any man doubts my word now, I will kill him. No, I will not kill him. I will win his money. I will bet him 20 to 1, and let any New York publisher hold the stakes, that the statements I have above made as to the authorship of the article in question are entirely true." But the Cincinnati Enquirer persisted in continuing the joke, in "rubbing it in," as we say now. The Enquirer declared that Mark Twain had been intensely mortified at having been so badly taken in, that his explanation in the Galaxy was ingenious but unfortunately not true. The Enquirer maintained that the Saturday Review of October 8, 1870, did contain the article exactly as printed in the memoranda, and advised Mark Twain to admit that he was sold, and say no more about it. This was enraging. Mark Twain had his own ideas as to how far a joke might be carried without violence, and this was a good way beyond the limits. He denounced the Enquirer's statement as a pitiful, deliberate falsehood, in his anger falling into the old-time phrasing of newspaper editorial abuse. He offered to bet them $1,000 in cash that they could not prove their assertions, and asked pointedly, in conclusion, "Will they swallow that falsehood ignominiously, or will they send an agent to the Galaxy office? I think the Cincinnati Enquirer must be edited by children." He promised that if they did not accept his financial proposition he would expose them in the next issue. The incident closed there. He was prevented, by illness in his household, from contributing to the next issue, and the second issue following was his final memoranda installment. So the matter perished and was forgotten. It was his last editorial hoax. Perhaps he concluded that hoaxes in any form were dangerous playthings. They were too likely to go off at the wrong end. It was with the April number, 1871, that he concluded his relations with the Galaxy. In a brief valedictory he gave his reasons. "I have now written for the Galaxy a year. For the last 8 months, with hardly an interval, I have had for my fellows and comrades, night and day, doctors and watchers of the sick. During these 8 months death has taken 2 members of my home circle, and malignantly threatened 2 others. All this I have experienced, yet all the time have been under contract to furnish humorous matter once a month for this magazine. I am speaking the exact truth in the above details. Please to put yourself in my place and contemplate the grisly grotesqueness of the situation. I think that some of the humor I have written during this period could have been injected into a funeral sermon without disturbing the solemnity of the occasion. The memoranda will cease permanently with this issue of the magazine. To be a pirate on a low salary, with no share in the profits of the business, used to be my idea of an uncomfortable occupation, but I have other views now. To be a monthly humorist in a cheerless time is drearier. Without doubt he felt a glad relief in being rid of this recurrent, imperative demand. He wrote to Orion that he had told the Galaxy people he would not write another article, long or short, for less than $500, and preferred not to do it at all. The Galaxy department and the work on the Express were Mark Twain's farewell to journalism, for the memoranda was essentially journalistic, almost as much so, and as liberally, as his old-time Enterprise position. Apparently he wrote with absolute freedom, unhampered by editorial policy or restriction. The result was not always pleasant, and it was not always refined. We may be certain that it was because of Mrs. Clemens's heavy burdens that year and her consequent inability to exert a beneficent censorship that more than a dozen, of the memoranda contributions were permitted to see the light of print. As a whole, the literary result of Mark Twain's Buffalo period does not reach the high standard of the Innocents Abroad. It was a retrogression, in some measure a return to his earlier form. It had been done under pressure, under heavy stress of mind, as he said. Also there was another reason. Neither the subject treated nor the environment of labor had afforded that lofty inspiration which glorified every step of the Quaker City journey. Buffalo was a progressive city, a beautiful city as American cities go, but it was hardly an inspiring city for literature, and a dull, dingy newspaper office was far, very far, from the pleasant decks of the Quaker City, the campfires of Syria, the blue sky and sea of the Mediterranean. End of Chapter 81. Some Further Literary Matters. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 82 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 82. The Writing of Roughing It. The third book published by Mark Twain was not the Western book he was preparing for Bliss. It was a small volume, issued by Sheldon & Company, entitled Mark Twain's Autobiography, Burlesque, and First Romance. The romance was the awful, terrible, medieval romance which had appeared in the Express at the beginning of 1870. The burlesque autobiography had not previously appeared. The two made a thin little book, which, in addition to its literary features, had running through it a series of full-page, irrelevant pictures, cartoons of the Erie Railroad ring, presented as illustrations of a slightly modified version of the house that Jack built. The house was the Erie headquarters, the purpose being to illustrate the swindling methods of the ring. The faces of Jay Gould, James Fisk, Jr., John T. Hoffman, and others of the combination are chiefly conspicuous. The publication was not important from any standpoint. Literary burlesque is rarely important, and it was far from Mark Twain's best form of expression. A year or two later he realized the mistake of this book, bought in the plates, and destroyed them. Meantime the new Western book was at a standstill. To Orion, in March, he wrote: I am still nursing Livy night and day. I am nearly worn out. We shall go to Elmira 10 days hence, if Livy can travel on a mattress then, and stay there until I finish the California book, say 3 months. But I can't begin work right away when I get there. Must have a week's rest, for I have been through 30 days' terrific siege. He promised to forward some of the manuscript soon. Hold on 4 or 5 days, and I will see if I can get a few chapters fixed to send to Bliss. I have offered this house and the Express for sale, and when we go to Elmira we leave here for good. I shall not select a new home till the book is finished, but we have little doubt that Hartford will be the place." He disposed of his interest in the Express in April, at a sacrifice of $10,000 on the purchase price. Mrs. Clemens and the baby were able to travel, and without further delay he took them to Elmira, to Quarry Farm. Quarry Farm, the home of Mrs. Clemens's sister, Mrs. Theodore Crane, is a beautiful hilltop with a wide green slope overlooking the hazy city and the Chemung River, beyond which are the distant hills. It was bought quite incidentally by Mr. and Mrs. Langdon, who, driving by one evening, stopped to water the horses and decided that it would make a happy summer retreat, where the families could combine their housekeeping arrangements during vacation days. When the place had first been purchased they had debated on a name for it. They had tried several, among them Go As You Please Hall, Crane's Nest, and had finally agreed upon Rest and Be Thankful, but this was only its official name. There was an abandoned quarry up the hill, a little way from the house, and the title suggested by Thomas K. Beecher came more naturally to the tongue. The place became Quarry Farm, and so remains. Clemens and his wife had fully made up their minds to live in Hartford. They had both conceived an affection for the place, Clemens mainly because of Twichell, while both of them yearned for the congenial literary and social atmosphere and the welcome which they felt awaited them. Hartford was precisely what Buffalo in that day was not, a home for the literary man. It held a distinguished group of writers, most of whom the Clemenses already knew. Furthermore, with Bliss as publisher of the Mark Twain books, it held their chief business interests. Their plans for going were not very definite as to time. Clemens found that his work went better at the farm, and that Mrs. Clemens and the delicate baby daily improved. They decided to remain at Quarry Farm for the summer, their first summer in that beautiful place which would mean so much to them in the years to come. It was really Joe Goodman, as much as anything, that stirred a fresh enthusiasm in the book. Goodman arrived just when the author's spirits were at low ebb. "Joe," he said, "I guess I'm done for. I don't appear to be able to get along at all with my work, and what I do write does not seem valuable. I'm afraid I'll never be able to reach the standard of The Innocents Abroad again. Here is what I've written, Joe. Read it and see if that is your opinion." Goodman took the manuscript and seated himself in a chair, while Clemens went over to a table and pretended to work. Goodman read page after page, critically, and was presently absorbed in it. Clemens watched him furtively till he could stand it no longer. Then he threw down his pen, exclaiming, "I knew it! I knew it! I am writing nothing but rot. You have sat there all this time, reading without a smile, and pitying the ass I am making of myself. But I am not wholly to blame. I am not strong enough to fight against fate. I have been trying to write a funny book, with dead people and sickness everywhere. Mr. Langdon died first, then a young lady in our house, and now Mrs. Clemens and the baby have been at the point of death all winter. Oh, Joe, I wish to God I could die myself." "Mark," said Joe, "I was reading critically, not for amusement, and so far as I have read, and can judge, this is one of the best things you have ever written. I have found it perfectly absorbing. You are doing a great book." Clemens knew that Goodman never spoke except from conviction, and the verdict was to him like a message of life handed down by an archangel. He was a changed man instantly. He was all enthusiasm, full of his subject, eager to go on. He proposed to pay Goodman a salary to stay there and keep him company and furnish him with inspiration, the Pacific Coast atmosphere and vernacular, which he feared had slipped away from him. Goodman declined the salary, but extended his visit as long as his plans would permit, and the two had a happy time together, recalling old Comstock days. Every morning, for a month or more, they used to tramp over the farm. They fell into the habit of visiting the old quarry and pawing over the fragments in search of fossil specimens. Both of them had a poetic interest in geology, its infinite remoteness, and its testimonies. Without scientific knowledge, they took a deep pleasure in accumulating a collection, which they arranged on boards torn from an old fence, until they had enough specimens to fill a small museum. They imagined they could distinguish certain geological relations and families, and would talk about trilobites, the old red sandstone period, and the Azoic age, or follow random speculation to far-lying conclusions, developing vague humors of phrase and fancy, having altogether a joyful good time. Another interest that developed during Goodman's stay was in one Ruloff, who was under death sentence for a particularly atrocious murder. The papers were full of Ruloff's prodigious learning. It was said that he had in preparation a work showing the unity of all languages. Goodman and Clemens agreed that Ruloff's death would be a great loss to mankind, even though he was clearly a villain and deserved his sentence. They decided that justice would be served just as well if some stupid person were hung in his place, and following out his fancy, Clemens one morning put aside his regular work and wrote an article to the Tribune offering to supply a substitute for Ruloff. He signed it simply Samuel Langhorne, and it was published as a serious communication, without comment, so far as the Tribune was concerned. Other papers, however, took it up, and it was widely copied and commented upon. Apparently no one ever identified Mark Twain with the authorship of the letter, which, by the way, does not appear to have prolonged Ruloff's earthly usefulness. The reader will find the Ruloff letter in full under Appendix K at the end of last volume. Life at the farm may have furnished agricultural inspiration, for Clemens wrote something about Horace Greeley's farming, also a skit concerning Henry Ward Beecher's efforts in that direction. Of Mr. Beecher's farming he said, "His strawberries would be a comfortable success if robins would eat turnips." The article amused Beecher, and perhaps Greeley was amused, too, for he wrote: "Mark, you are mistaken as to my criticisms on your farming. I never publicly made any, while you have undertaken to tell the exact cost per pint of my potatoes and cabbages, truly enough the inspiration of genius. If you will really betake yourself to farming, or even to telling what you know about it, rather than what you don't know about mine, I will not only refrain from disparaging criticism, but will give you my blessing. Yours, Horace Greeley." The letter is in Mr. Greeley's characteristic scrawl, and no doubt furnished inspiration for the turnip story in Roughing It, also the model for the pretended facsimile of Greeley's writing. Altogether there was a busy, enterprising summer at Quarry Farm. By the middle of May Clemens wrote to Bliss that he had 1,200 manuscript pages of the new book already written, and that he was turning out the remainder at the rate of from 30 to 65 per day. He was in high spirits by this time. The family health had improved, and prospects were bright. "I have enough manuscript on hand now to make, allowing for engravings, about 400 pages of the book, consequently am 2/3 done. I intended to run up to Hartford about the middle of the week and take it along, but I find myself so thoroughly interested in my work now, a thing I have not experienced for months, that I can't bear to lose a single moment of the inspiration. So I will stay here and peg away as long as it lasts. My present idea is to write as much more as I have already written, and then collect from the mass the very best chapters and discard the rest. When I get it done I want to see the man who will begin to read it and not finish it. Nothing grieves me now, nothing troubles me, nothing bothers me or gets my attention. I don't think of anything but the book, and don't have an hour's unhappiness about anything, and don't care 2 cents whether school keeps or not. The book will be done soon now. It will be a starchy book. The dedication will be worth the price of the volume. Thus, to the late Cain this book is dedicated, not on account of respect for his memory, for it merits little respect, not on account of sympathy for him, for his bloody deed places him without the pale of sympathy, strictly speaking, but out of a mere humane commiseration for him, in that it was his misfortune to live in a dark age that knew not the beneficent insanity plea. Probably Mrs. Clemens diverted this picturesque dedication in favor of the Higbee inscription, or perhaps the author never really intended the literary tribute to Cain. The impulse that inspired it, however, was characteristic. In a postscript to this letter he adds, "My stock is looking up. I am getting the bulliest offers for books and almanacs, am flooded with lecture invitations, and one periodical offers me $6,000 cash for 12 articles of any length and on any subject, treated humorously or otherwise." He set in to make hay while the sun was shining. In addition to the California book, which was now fast nearing completion, he discussed a scheme with Goodman for a 600-page work which they were to do jointly. He planned and wrote 1 or 2 scenes from a Western play to be built from episodes in the new book. One of them was the Arkansas incident, related in Chapter 31. He perfected one of his several inventions, an automatically adjusted vest strap. He wrote a number of sketches, made an occasional business trip to New York and Hartford, prospected the latter place for a new home. The shadow which had hung over the sojourn in Buffalo seemed to have lifted. He had promised Bliss some contributions for his new paper, and in June he sent 3 sketches. In an accompanying letter he says, "Here are 3 articles which you may have if you will pay $125 for the lot. If you don't want them I'll sell them to the Galaxy, but not for a cent less than 3 times the money. If you take them, pay 1/10 of the $125 in weekly installments to Orion till he has received it all." He reconsidered his resolution not to lecture again, and closed with Redpath for the coming season. He found himself in a lecture-writing fever. He wrote 3 of them in succession, one on Artemus Ward, another on "Reminiscences of Some Pleasant Characters I Have Met," and a third one based on chapters from the new book. Of the Reminiscence lecture he wrote Redpath, "It covers my whole acquaintance, kings, lunatics, idiots, and all." Immediately afterward he wrote that he had prepared still another lecture, title to be announced later. "During July I'll decide which one I like best," he said. He instructed Redpath not to make engagements for him to lecture in churches. "I never made a success of a lecture in a church yet. People are afraid to laugh in a church." Redpath was having difficulties in arranging a circuit to suit him. Clemens had prejudices against certain towns and localities, prejudices that were likely to change overnight. In August he wrote, "Dear Red, I am different from other women. My mind changes oftener. People who have no mind can easily be steadfast and firm, but when a man is loaded down to the guards with it, as I am, every heavy sea of foreboding or inclination, maybe of indolence, shifts the cargo. See? Therefore, if you will notice, one week I am likely to give rigid instructions to confine me to New England, the next week send me to Arizona, the next week withdraw my name, the next week give you full untrammeled swing, and the week following modify it. You must try to keep the run of my mind, Redpath, that is your business, being the agent, and it always was too many for me. Now about the West this week. I am willing that you shall retain all the Western engagements, but what I shall want next week is still with God. Yours, Mark. He was in Hartford when this letter was written, arranging for residence there and the removal of his belongings. He finally leased the fine Hooker house on Ford Street, in that pleasant seclusion known as Nook Farm, the literary part of Hartford, which included the residence of Charles Dudley Warner and Harriet Beecher Stowe. He arranged for possession of the premises October 1st, so the new home was settled upon. Then, learning that Nasby was to be in Boston, he ran over to that city for a few days of recreation after his season's labors. Preparations for removal to Hartford were not delayed. The Buffalo property was disposed of, the furnishings were packed and shipped away. The house, which as bride and groom they had entered so happily, was left empty and deserted, never to be entered by them again. In the year and a half of their occupancy it had seen well nigh all the human round, all that goes to make up the happiness and the sorrow of life. End of Chapter 82. The Writing of Roughing It. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 83 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 83. Lecturing Days. Life in Hartford in the autumn of 1871 began in the letter rather than in the spirit. The newcomers were received with a wide, neighborly welcome, but the disorder of establishment and the almost immediate departure of the head of the household on a protracted lecturing tour were disquieting things. The atmosphere of the Clemens home during those early Hartford days gave only a faint promise of its future loveliness. As in a far later period, Mark Twain had resorted to lecturing to pay off debt. He still owed a portion of his share in the Express. Also, he had been obliged to obtain an advance from the lecture bureau. He dreaded, as always, the tedium of travel, the clatter of hotel life, the monotony of entertainment, while, more than most men, he loved the tender luxury of home. It was only that he could not afford to lose the profit offered on the platform. His season opened at Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, October 16th, and his schedule carried him hither and thither, to and fro, over distances that lie between Boston and Chicago. There were opportunities to run into Hartford now and then, when he was not too far away, and in November he lectured there on Artemus Ward. He changed his entertainment at least twice that season. He began with the Reminiscences, the lecture which he said would treat of all those whom he had met, idiots, lunatics, and kings, but he did not like it, or it did not go well. He wrote Redpath of the Artemus Ward address, "It suits me, and I'll never deliver the nasty, nauseous reminiscences any more." But the Ward lecture was good for little more than a month, for on December 8th he wrote again: "Notify all hands that from this time I shall talk nothing but selections from my forthcoming book, 'Roughing It.' Tried it twice last night. Suits me tip top." And somewhat later: "Had a splendid time with a splendid audience in Indianapolis last night. A perfectly jammed house, just as I have all the time out here. I don't care now to have any appointments canceled. I'll even fetch those Dutch Pennsylvanians with this lecture. Have paid up $4,000 indebtedness. You are the last on my list. Shall begin to pay you in a few days, and then I shall be a free man again." Undoubtedly he reveled in the triumphs of a platform tour, though at no time did he regard it as a pleasure excursion. During those early weeks the proofs of his new book, chasing him from place to place, did not add to his comfort. Still, with large and substantial awards in hand and in prospect, one could endure much. In the neighborhood of Boston there were other compensations. He could spend a good part of his days at the Lyceum headquarters, in School Street, where there was always congenial fellowship. Nasby, Josh Billings, and the rest of the peripatetic group that about the end of the year collected there. Their lectures were never tried immediately in Boston, but in the outlying towns, tried and perfected, or discarded. When the provincial audiences were finally satisfied, then the final test in the Boston Music Hall was made, and if this proved successful the rest of the season was safe. Redpath's lecturers put up at Young's Hotel and spent their days at the bureau, smoking and spinning yarns or talking shop. Early in the evening they scattered to the outlying towns Lowell, Lexington, Concord, New Bedford. There is no such a condition today. Lecturers are few, lecture bureaus obscure. There are no great reputations made on the platform. Neither is there any such distinct group of humorists as the one just mentioned. Humor has become universal since then. Few writers of this age would confess to taking their work so seriously as to be at all times unsmiling in it. Only about as many, in fact, as in that day would confess to taking their work so lightly that they could regard life's sterner phases and philosophies with a smile. Josh Billings was one of the gentlest and loveliest of our pioneers of laughter. The present generation is not overfamiliar even with his name, but both the name and sayings of that quaint soul were on everybody's lips at the time of which we are writing. His true name was Henry W. Shaw, and he was a genuine, smiling philosopher, who might have built up a more permanent and serious reputation had he not been induced to disfigure his maxims with ridiculous spelling in order to popularize them and make them bring a living price. It did not matter much with Nasby's work. An assumed illiteracy belonged with the side of life which he presented. But it is pathetic now to consider some of the really masterly sayings of Josh Billings presented in that uncouth form which was regarded as a part of humor a generation ago. Even the aphorisms that were essentially humorous lose value in that degraded spelling. "When a man starts downhill, everything is greased for the occasion," could hardly be improved upon by distorted orthography. And here are a few more gems which have survived that deadly blight. "Some folks mistake vivacity for wit, whereas the difference between vivacity and wit is the same as the difference between the lightning bug and the lightning. Don't take the bull by the horns, take him by the tail, then you can let him go when you want to. The difficulty is not that we know so much, but that we know so much that isn't so. Josh Billings, Nasby, and Mark Twain were close friends. They had themselves photographed in a group, and there was always some pleasantry going on among them. Josh Billings once wrote on lecturing, and under the head of Rule 7, which treated of unwisdom of inviting a lecturer to a private house, he said: "Think of asking Mark Twain home with you, for instance. Your good wife has put her house in apple pie order for the occasion. Everything is just in the right place. You don't smoke in your house, never. You don't put your feet on the center table. You don't scatter the newspapers all over the room in utter confusion. Order and economy governs your premises. But if you expect Mark Twain to be happy, or even comfortable, you have got to buy a box of cigars worth at least $17, and you've got to move all the tender things out of your parlor. You've got to scatter all the latest papers around the room careless. You've got to have a pitcher of ice water handy, for Mark is a dry humorist. You've got to catch and tie all your young'uns, het and foot, for Mark loves babies only in theory. You've got to send your favorite cat over to the neighbors and hide your poodle. These are things that have to be done, or Mark will pack his valise with his extry shirt collar and his lecture on the Sandwich Islands, and travel around your streets smoking and reading the signs over the store doorways until lecture time begins." As we are not likely to touch upon Mark Twain's lecturing, save only lightly hereafter, it may be as well to say something of his method at this period. At all places visited by lecturers there was a committee, and it was the place of the chairman to introduce the lecturer, a privilege which he valued because it gave him a momentary association with distinction and fame. Clemens was a great disappointment to these officials. He had learned long ago that he could introduce himself more effectively than anyone else. His usual formula was to present himself as the chairman of the committee, introducing the lecturer of the evening. Then, with what was in effect a complete change of personality, to begin the lecture. It was always startling and amusing, always a success, but the papers finally printed this formula, which took the freshness out of it, so that he had to invent others. Sometimes he got up with the frank statement that he was introducing himself because he had never met anyone who could pay a proper tribute to his talents. But the newspapers printed that, too, and he often rose and began with no introduction at all. Whatever his method of beginning, Mark Twain's procedure probably was the purest exemplification of the platform entertainer's art which this country has ever seen. It was the art that makes you forget the artisanship, the art that made each hearer forget that he was not being personally entertained by a new and marvelous friend who had traveled a long way for his particular benefit. One listener has written that he sat simmering with laughter through what he supposed was the continuation of the introduction, waiting for the traditional lecture to begin, when presently the lecturer, with a bow, disappeared and it was over. The listener looked at his watch. He had been there more than an hour. He thought it could be no more than 10 minutes at most. Many have tried to set down something of the effect his art produced on them, but one may not clearly convey the story of a vanished presence and a silent voice. There were other pleasant associations in Boston. Howells was there, and Aldrich, also Bret Harte, who had finished his triumphal progress across the continent to join the Atlantic group. Clemens appears not to have met Aldrich before, though their acquaintance had begun a year earlier, when Aldrich, as editor of Every Saturday, had commented on a poem entitled "The Three Aces," which had appeared in the Buffalo Express. Aldrich had assumed the poem to be the work of Mark Twain and had characterized it as "a feeble imitation of Bret Harte's Heathen Chinee." Clemens, in a letter, had mildly protested as to the charge of authorship, and Aldrich had promptly printed the letter with apologetic explanation. A playful exchange of personal letters followed, and the beginning of a lifelong friendship. One of the letters has a special interest here. Clemens had followed his protest with an apology for it, asking that no further notice be taken of the matter. Aldrich replied that it was too late to prevent doing him justice, as his explanation was already on the press, but that if Clemens insisted he would withdraw it in the next issue. Clemens then wrote that he did not want it withdrawn, and explained that he hated to be accused of plagiarizing Bret Harte, to whom he was deeply indebted for literary schooling in the California days. Continuing, he said: "Do you know the prettiest fancy and the neatest that ever shot through Harte's brain? It was this: when they were trying to decide upon a vignette cover for the Overland, a grizzly bear of the arms of the State of California was chosen. Nall Brothers carved him, and the page was printed with him in it. As a bear he was a success. He was a good bear, but then it was objected he was an objectless bear, a bear that meant nothing, signified nothing, simply stood there snarling over his shoulder at nothing, and was painfully and manifestly a boorish and ill-natured intruder upon the fair page. All hands said that none were satisfied. They hated badly to give him up, and yet they hated as much to have him there when there was no point to him. But presently Harte took a pencil and drew two simple lines under his feet, and behold, he was a magnificent success, the ancient symbol of California savagery, snarling at the approaching type of high and progressive civilization, the first overland locomotive. I just think that was nothing less than an inspiration." The bear was that which has always appeared on the Overland cover. The two lines formed a railway track under his feet. Clemens's original letter contained crude sketches illustrating these things. Among the Boston group was another Californian, Ralph Keeler, an eccentric, gifted, and altogether charming fellow whom Clemens had known on the Pacific Slope. Keeler had been adopted by the Boston writers, and was grateful and happy accordingly. He was poor of purse, but inexhaustibly rich in the happier gifts of fortune. He was unfailingly buoyant, light-hearted, and hopeful. On an infinitesimal capital he had made a tour of many lands, and had written of it for the Atlantic. In that charmed circle he was as overflowingly happy as if he had been admitted to the company of the gods. Keeler was affectionately regarded by all who knew him, and he offered a sort of worship in return. He often accompanied Mark Twain on his lecture engagements to the various outlying towns, and Clemens brought him back to his hotel for breakfast, where they had good, enjoyable talks together. Once Keeler came eagerly to the hotel and made his way up to Clemens's room. "Come with me," he said. "Quick!" "What is it? What happened?" "Don't wait to talk. Come with me." They tramped briskly through the streets till they reached the public library, entered, Keeler leading the way, not stopping till he faced a row of shelves filled with books. He pointed at one of them, his face radiant with joy. "Look," he said. "Do you see it?" Clemens looked carefully now, and identified one of the books as a stillborn novel which Keeler had published. "This is a library," said Keeler eagerly, "and they've got it." His whole being was aglow with the wonder of it. He had been investigating. The library records showed that in the 2 years the book had been there it had been taken out and read 3 times. It never occurred to Clemens even to smile. Knowing Mark Twain, one would guess that his eyes were likely to be filled with tears. In his book about Mark Twain, Howells tells of a luncheon which Keeler gave to his more famous associates Aldrich, Fields, Harte, Clemens, and Howells himself a merry, informal occasion. Says Howells: "Nothing remains to me of the happy time but a sense of idle and aimless and joyful talk play, beginning and ending nowhere, of eager laughter, of countless good stories from Fields, of a heat lightning shimmer of wit from Aldrich, of an occasional concentration of our joint mockeries upon our host, who took it gladly, and amid the discourse, so little improving, but so full of good fellowship, Bret Harte's leering dramatization of Clemens's mental attitude toward a symposium of Boston illuminates. 'Why, fellows,' he spluttered, 'this is the dream of Mark's life,' and I remember the glance from under Clemens's feathery eyebrows which betrayed his enjoyment of the fun." Very likely Keeler gave that luncheon in celebration of his book's triumph. It would be like him. Keeler's end was a mystery. The New York Tribune commissioned him to go to Cuba to report the facts of some Spanish outrages. He sailed from New York in the steamer, and was last seen alive the night before the vessel reached Havana. He had made no secret of his mission, but had discussed it in his frank, innocent way. There were some Spanish military men on the ship. Clemens, commenting on the matter, once said, "It may be that he was not flung into the sea; still the belief was general that that was what had happened." In his book Howells refers to the doubt with which Mark Twain was then received by the polite culture of Boston, which on the other hand accepted Bret Harte as one of its own, forgiving even social shortcomings. The reason is not difficult to understand. Harte had made his appeal with legitimate fiction of the kind which, however fresh in flavor and environment, was of a sort to be measured and classified. Harte spoke a language they could understand. His humor, his pathos, his point of view were all recognizable. It was an art already standardized by a master. It is no reflection on the genius of Bret Harte to liken his splendid achievements to those of Charles Dickens. Much of Harte's work is in no way inferior to that of his great English prototype. Dickens never wrote a better short story than The Outcasts of Poker Flats. He never wrote as good a short story as The Luck of Roaring Camp. Boston's critics promptly realized these things and gave Harte his correct rating. That they failed to do this with Mark Twain lay chiefly in the fact that he spoke to them in new and startling tongues. His gospels were likely to be heresies. His literary eccentricities were all unclassified. Of the ultra fastidious set, Howells tells us that Charles Eliot Norton and Professor Francis J. Child were about the only ones who accorded him unqualified approval. The others smiled and enjoyed him, but with that condescension which the courtier is likely to accord to Motley and the Cap and Bells. Only the great, simple-hearted, unbiased multitude, the public, which had no standards but the direct appeal from one human heart to another, could recognize immediately his mightier heritage, could exalt and place him on the throne. End of Chapter 83, Lecturing Days, read by John Greenman. This is section 84 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 84, Roughing It. Telegram to Redpath. How in the name of God does a man find his way from here to Amherst, and when must he start? Give me full particulars, and send a man with me. If I had another engagement I would rot before I would fill it. S. L. Clemens. This was at the end of February, and he believed that he was standing on the platform for the last time. He loathed the drudgery of the work, and he considered there was no further need. He was no longer in debt, and his income, he accounted, ample. His new book, Roughing It (it was Bliss who had given the new book the title of Roughing It; Innocence at Home had been its provisional title, certainly a misleading one, though it has been retained in England for the second volume, for what reason it would be difficult to explain), had had a large advance sale, and its earnings promised to rival those of the Innocents. He resolved in the future to confine himself to the trade and profits of authorship. The new book had advantages in its favor. Issued early in the year, it was offered at the best canvassing season, particularly so as the author's lectures had prepared the public for its reception. Furthermore, it dealt with the most picturesque phases of American life, scenes and episodes vastly interesting at that time, and peculiarly adapted to Mark Twain's literary expression. In a different way, Roughing It is quite as remarkable as The Innocents Abroad. If it has less charm, it has greater interest, and it is by no means without charm. There is something delicious, for instance, in this bit of pure enjoyment of the first day's overland travel. It was now just dawn, and as we stretched our cramped legs full length on the mail sacks and gazed out through the windows across the wide wastes of greensward clad in cool, powdery mist, to where there was an expectant look in the eastern horizon, our perfect enjoyment took the form of a tranquil and contented ecstasy. The stage whirled along at a spanking gait, the breeze flapping the curtains and suspended coats in a most exhilarating way. The cradle swayed and swung luxuriously, the pattering of the horses' hoofs, the cracking of the driver's whip, and his "Hee g'lang!" were music. The spinning ground and the waltzing trees appeared to give us a mute hurrah as we went by, and then slack up and look after us with interest and envy or something. And as we lay and smoked the pipe of peace, and compared all this luxury with the years of tiresome city life that had gone before it, we felt that there was only one complete and satisfying happiness in the world, and we had found it. Also there is that lofty presentation of South Pass, and a picture of the alkali desert, so parching, so withering in its choking realism, that it makes the throat ache and the tongue dry to read it. Just a bit of the desert in passing. The sun beats down with a dead, blistering, relentless malignity. The perspiration is welling from every pore in man and beast, but scarcely a sign of it finds its way to the surface. It is absorbed before it gets there. There is not the faintest breath of air stirring. There is not a merciful shred of cloud in all the brilliant firmament. There is not a living creature visible in any direction whither one searches the blank level that stretches its monotonous miles on every hand. There is not a sound, not a sigh, not a whisper, not a buzz, or a whir of wings, or distant pipe of bird, not even a sob from the lost souls the doubtless people that dead air. As for the humor of the book, it has been chiefly famous for that. Buck Fanshaw's funeral has become a classic, and the purchase of the Mexican Plug. But it is to no purpose to review the book here in detail. We have already reviewed the life and environment out of which it grew. Without doubt the story would have contained more of the poetic and contemplative, in which he was always at his best, if the subject itself, as in the Innocents, had lent itself oftener to this form of writing. It was the lack of that halo, perhaps, which caused the new book never quite to rank with its great forerunner in public favor. There could hardly be any other reason. It presented a fresher theme, it abounded in humor, technically it was better written. Seemingly it had all the elements of popularity and of permanence. It did, in fact, possess these qualities, but its sales, except during the earlier months of its canvass, never quite equaled those of The Innocents Abroad. Roughing It was accepted by the public for just what it was, and is, a great picture of the overland pioneer days, a marvelous picture of frontier aspects at a time when the frontier itself, even with its hardships and its tragedies, was little more than a vast primal joke, when all frontiersmen were obliged to be laughing philosophers in order to survive the stress of its warfares. A word here about this Western humor. It is a distinct product. It grew out of a distinct condition, the battle with the frontier. The fight was so desperate, to take it seriously was to surrender. Women laughed that they might not weep, men when they could no longer swear. Western humor was the result. It is the freshest, wildest humor in the world, but there is tragedy behind it. Roughing It presented the picture of those early conditions with the startling vividness and truth of a great novel, which, in effect, it was. It was not accurate history even of the author's own adventures. It was true in its aspects rather than in its details. The greater artist disregards the truth of detail to render more strikingly a phase or a condition, to produce an atmosphere, to reconstruct a vanished time. This was what Mark Twain did in Roughing It. He told the story of overland travel and the frontier, for his own and future generations, in what is essentially a picaresque novel, a work of unperishing fiction, founded on fact. The sales of Roughing It during the first 3 months aggregated nearly 40,000 copies, and the author was lavishly elate accordingly. To Orion, who had already closed his career with Bliss by exercise of those hereditary eccentricities through which he so often came to grief, he gave $1,000 out of the first royalty check, in acknowledgment of the memorandum book and other data which Orion had supplied. Clemens believed the new book would sell 100,000 copies within the year, but the sale diminished presently, and at the end of the first year it was considerably behind The Innocents for the same period. As already stated, it required 10 years for Roughing It to reach the 100,000 mark, which The Innocents reached in 3. End of Chapter 84. Roughing It. Read by John Greenman. This is section 85 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 85. A Birth, a Death, and a Voyage. The year 1872 was an eventful one in Mark Twain's life. At Elmira, on March 19th, his second child, a little girl, whom they named Susan Olivia, was born. On June 2nd, in the new home in Hartford, to which they had recently moved, his first child, a little boy, Langdon, died. He had never been strong, his wavering life had often been uncertain, all was more of the spirit than the body, and in Elmira he contracted a heavy cold, or perhaps it was diphtheria from the beginning. In later years, whenever Clemens spoke of the little fellow, he never failed to accuse himself of having been the cause of the child's death. It was Mrs. Clemens's custom to drive out each morning with Langdon, and once, when she was unable to go, Clemens himself went instead. "I should not have been permitted to do it," he said, remembering. "I was not qualified for any such responsibility as that. Some one should have gone who had at least the rudiments of a mind. Necessarily I would lose myself dreaming. After a while the coachman looked around and noticed that the carriage robes had dropped away from the little fellow, and that he was exposed to the chilly air. He called my attention to it, but it was too late. Tonsillitis or something of the sort set in, and he did not get any better, so we took him to Hartford. There it was pronounced diphtheria, and of course he died." So, with or without reason, he added the blame of another tragedy to the heavy burden of remorse which he would go on piling up while he lived. The blow was a terrible one to Mrs. Clemens. Even the comfort of the little new baby on her arm could not ease the ache in her breast. It seemed to her that death was pursuing her. In one of her letters she says, "I feel so often as if my path is to be lined with graves," and she expresses the wish that she may drop out of life herself before her sister and her husband, a wish which the years would grant. They did not return to Elmira, for it was thought that the air of the shore would be better for the little girl, so they spent the summer at Saybrook, Connecticut, at Fenwick Hall, leaving Orion and his wife in charge of the house at Hartford. Beyond a few sketches, Clemens did very little literary work that summer, but he planned a trip to Europe, and he invented what is still known and sold as the Mark Twain Scrap Book. He wrote to Orion of his proposed trip to England, and dilated upon his scrap book with considerable enthusiasm. The idea had grown out of the inconvenience of finding a paste jar and the general mussiness of scrap book keeping. His new plan was a self-pasting scrap book, with the gum laid on in narrow strips, requiring only to be damped with a sponge, or other moist substance, to be ready for the clipping. He states that he intended to put the invention into the hands of Slote Woodman & Co., of whom Dan Slote, his old Quaker City roommate, was the senior partner, and have it manufactured for the trade. About this time began Mark Twain's long and active interest in copyright. Previously he had not much considered the subject. He had taken it for granted there was no step that he could take while international piracy was a recognized institution. On both sides of the water books were appropriated, often without profit, sometimes even without credit to the author. To tell the truth, Clemens had at first regarded it rather in the nature of a compliment that his books should be thought worth pirating in England, but as time passed he realized that he was paying heavily for this recognition. Furthermore, he decided that he was forfeiting a right, rather than he was being deprived of it, something which it was in his nature to resent. When Roughing It had been ready for issue, he agreed with Bliss that they should try the experiment of copyrighting it in England, and see how far the law would protect them against the voracious little publisher, who thus far had not only snapped up everything bearing Mark Twain's signature, but had included in a volume of Mark Twain's sketches certain examples of very weak humor with which Mark Twain had been previously unfamiliar. Whatever the English pirate's opinion of the copyright protection of Roughing It may have been, he did not attempt to violate it. This was gratifying. Clemens came to regard England as a friendly power. He decided to visit it and spy out the land. He would make the acquaintance of its people and institutions, and write a book which would do these things justice. He gave out no word of his real purpose. He merely said that he was going over to see his English publishers, and perhaps to arrange for a few lectures. He provided himself with some stylographic notebooks by which he could produce 2 copies of his daily memoranda, one for himself and one to mail to Mrs. Clemens, and sailed on the Scotia August 21, 1872. Arriving in Liverpool, he took train for London, and presently the wonderful charm of that old, finished country broke upon him. His first hour in England was an hour of delight, he records, of rapture and ecstasy. These are the best words I can find, but they are not adequate. They are not strong enough to convey the feeling which this first vision of rural England brought me. Then he noticed that the gentleman opposite in his compartment paid no attention to the scenery, but was absorbed in a green-covered volume. He was so absorbed in it that by and by Clemens's curiosity was aroused. He shifted his position a little, and his eye caught the title. It was the first volume of the English edition of The Innocents Abroad. This was gratifying for a moment. Then he remembered that the man had never laughed, never even smiled during the hour of his steady reading. Clemens recalled what he had heard of the English lack of humor. He wondered if this was a fair example of it, and if the man could be really taking seriously every word he was reading. Clemens could not look at the scenery any more for watching his fellow passenger, waiting with a fascinated interest for the paragraph that would break up that iron-clad solemnity. It did not come. During all the rest of the trip to London the atmosphere of the compartment remained heavy with gloom. He drove to the Langham Hotel, always popular with Americans, established himself, and went to look up his publishers. He found the Routledges about to sit down to luncheon in a private room upstairs in their publishing house. He joined them, and not a soul stirred from that table again until evening. The Routledges had never heard Mark Twain talk before, never heard anyone talk who in the least resembled him. Various refreshments were served during the afternoon, came and went, while this marvelous creature talked on, and they listened, reveling, and wondering if America had any more of that sort at home. By and by dinner was served. Then, after a long time, when there was no further excuse for keeping him there, they took him to the Savage Club, where there were yet other refreshments, and a gathering of the clans to welcome this new arrival as a being from some remote and unfamiliar star. Tom Hood, the younger, was there, and Harry Lee, and Stanley the explorer, who had but just returned from finding Livingstone, and Henry Irving, and many another whose name remains, though the owners of those names are all dead now, and their laughter and their good fellowship are only a part of that intangible fabric which we call the past. Clemens had first known Stanley as a newspaper man. "I first met him when he reported a lecture of mine in St. Louis," he said once in a conversation where the name of Stanley was mentioned. End of Chapter 85. A Birth, a Death, and a Voyage. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 86 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 86. England. From that night Mark Twain's stay in England could not properly be called a gloomy one. Routledge, Hood, Lee, and in fact all literary London set themselves the task of giving him a good time. Whatever place of interest they could think of he was taken there. Whatever there was to see he saw it. Dinners, receptions, and assemblies were not complete without him. The White Friars Club and others gave banquets in his honor. He was the sensation of the day. When he rose to speak on these occasions he was greeted with wild cheers. Whatever he said they eagerly applauded, too eagerly sometimes, in the fear that they might be regarded as insensible to American humor. Other speakers delighted in chaffing him in order to provoke his retorts. When a speaker humorously referred to his American habit of carrying a cotton umbrella, his reply that he followed this custom because a cotton umbrella was the only kind of an umbrella that an Englishman wouldn't steal, was all over England next day, and regarded as one of the finest examples of wit since the days of Swift. The suddenness and completeness of his acceptance by the great ones of London rather overwhelmed and frightened him, made him timid. Joaquin Miller writes, "He was shy as a girl, although time was already coyly flirting white flowers at his temples, and could hardly be coaxed to meet the learned and great who wanted to take him by the hand." Many came to call on him at his hotel, among them Charles Reade and Canon Kingsley. Kingsley came twice without finding him, then wrote, asking for an appointment. Reade invited his assistance on a novel. Indeed, it was in England that Mark Twain was first made to feel that he had come into his rightful heritage. Whatever may have been the doubts concerning him in America, there was no question in England. Howells says, "In England, rank, fashion, and culture rejoiced in him. Lord mayors, Lord Chief Justices, and magnates of many kinds were his hosts. He was desired in country houses, and his bold genius captivated the favor of periodicals which spurned the rest of our nation." After that first visit of Mark Twain's, when Americans in England, referring to their great statesmen, authors, and the like, naturally mentioned the names of Seward, Webster, Lowell, or Holmes, the English comment was likely to be, "Never mind those. We can turn out academic Sewards by the dozen, and cultured humorists like Lowell and Holmes by the score. Tell us of Lincoln, Artemus Ward, and Mark Twain. We cannot match these. They interest us." And it was true. History could not match them, for they were unique. Clemens would have been more than human if in time he had not realized the fuller meaning of this triumph, and exulted in it a little to the folks at home. There never lived a more modest, less pretentious, less aggressive man than Mark Twain, but there never lived a man who took a more childlike delight in genuine appreciation, and, being childlike, it was only human that he should wish those nearest to him to share his happiness. After one memorable affair he wrote, "I have been received in a sort of tremendous way tonight by the brains of London, assembled at the annual dinner of the Sheriffs of London, mine being, between you and me, a name which was received with a thundering outburst of spontaneous applause when the long list of guests was called. I might have perished on the spot but for the friendly support and assistance of my excellent friend, Sir John Bennet." This letter does not tell all of the incident or the real reason why he might have perished on the spot. During the long roll call of guests he had lost interest a little, and was conversing in whispers with his excellent friend, Sir John Bennet, stopping to applaud now and then when the applause of the others indicated that some distinguished name had been pronounced. All at once the applause broke out with great vehemence. This must be some very distinguished person indeed. He joined in it with great enthusiasm. When it was over he whispered to Sir John, "Whose name was that we were just applauding?" "Mark Twain's," whereupon the support was needed. Poor little pirate Hotten did not have a happy time during this visit. He had reveled in the prospect at first, for he anticipated a large increase to be derived from his purloined property. But suddenly, one morning, he was aghast to find in the Spectator a signed letter from Mark Twain, in which he was repudiated, referred to as John Camden Hottentot, an unsavory person generally. Hotten also sent a letter to the Spectator in which he attempted to justify himself, but it was a feeble performance. Clemens prepared two other communications, each worse than the other, and both more destructive than the first. But these were only to relieve his mind. He did not print them. In one of them he pursued the fancy of John Camden Hottentot, whom he offers as a specimen to the Zoological Gardens. "It is not a bird, it is not a man, it is not a fish. It does not seem to be in all respects a reptile. It has the body and features of a man, but scarcely any of the instincts that belong to such a structure. I am sure that this singular little creature is the missing link between the man and the hyena." Hotten had preyed upon explorer Stanley and libeled him in a so-called biography to a degree that had really aroused some feeling against Stanley in England. Only for the moment. The Queen invited Stanley to luncheon, and newspaper criticism ceased. Hotten was in general disrepute, therefore, so it was not worth while throwing a second brick at him. In fact, now that Clemens had expended his venom on paper, Hotten seemed to him rather an amusing figure than otherwise. An incident grew out of it all, however, that was not amusing. E. P. Hingston, whom the reader may remember as having been with Artemus Ward in Virginia City, and one of that happy group that wined and dined the year away, had been engaged by Hotten to write the introductory to his edition of The Innocents Abroad. It was a well-written, highly complimentary appreciation. Hingston did not dream that he was committing an offense, nor did Clemens himself regard it as such in the beginning. But Mark Twain's views had undergone a radical change, and with characteristic dismissal of previous conditions he had forgotten that he had ever had any other views than those he now held. Hingston was in London, and one evening, at a gathering, approached Clemens with outstretched hand. But Clemens failed to see Hingston's hand or to recognize him. In after years his conscience hurt him terribly for this. He remembered it only with remorse and shame. Once, in his old age, he spoke of it with deep sorrow. End of Chapter 86. England. Read by John Greenman. This is section 87 of Mark Twain, a Biography. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 87, The Book That Was Never Written. The book on England, which he had prepared for so carefully, was never written. Hundreds of the stylographic pages were filled, and the duplicates sent home for the entertainment of Olivia Clemens, but the notes were not completed, and the actual writing was never begun. There was too much sociability in London, for one thing, and then he found that he could not write entertainingly of England without introducing too many personalities, and running the risk of offending those who had taken him into their hearts and homes. In a word, he would have to write too seriously, or not at all. He began his memoranda industriously enough, and the volume might have been as charming and as valuable as any he has left behind. The reader will hardly fail to find a few of the entries interesting. They are offered here as examples of his daily observation during those early weeks of his stay, and to show somewhat of his purpose. An expatriate. There was once an American thief who fled his country and took refuge in England, he dressed himself after the fashion of the Londoners, and taught his tongue the peculiarities of the London pronunciation, and did his best in all ways to pass himself for a native. But he did two fatal things. He stopped at the Langham Hotel, and the first trip he took was to visit Stratford-on-Avon and the grave of Shakespeare. These things betrayed his nationality. Stanley and the Queen. See the power a monarch wields. When I arrived here 2 weeks ago, the papers and geographers were in a fair way to eat poor Stanley up without salt or sauce. The Queen says, "Come 400 miles up into Scotland and sit at my luncheon table 15 minutes," which, being translated, means, "Gentlemen, I believe in this man and take him under my protection," and not another yelp is heard. At the British Museum. What a place it is! Mention some very rare curiosity of a peculiar nature, something which you have read about somewhere, but never seen. They show you a dozen. They show you all the possible varieties of that thing. They show you curiously wrought jeweled necklaces of beaten gold, worn by the ancient Egyptians, Assyrians, Etruscans, Greeks, Britons, every people of the forgotten ages indeed. They show you the ornaments of all the tribes and peoples that live or ever did live. Then they show you a cast taken from Cromwell's face in death. Then the venerable vase that once contained the ashes of Xerxes. I am wonderfully thankful for the British Museum. Nobody comes bothering around me, nobody elbows me. All the room and all the light I want under this huge dome, no disturbing noises, and people standing ready to bring me a copy of pretty much any book that ever was printed under the sun. And if I choose to go wandering about the long corridors and galleries of the great building, the secrets of all the earth and all the ages are laid open to me. I am not capable of expressing my gratitude for the British Museum. It seems as if I do not know any but little words and weak ones. Westminster Abbey by night. It was past 11 o'clock, and I was just going to bed. But this friend of mine was as reliable as he was eccentric, and so there was not a doubt in my mind that his expedition had merit in it. I put on my coat and boots again, and we drove away. Where is it? Where are we going? Don't worry, you'll see. He was not inclined to talk, so I thought this must be a weighty matter. My curiosity grew with the minutes, but I kept it manfully under the surface. I watched the lamps, the signs, the numbers as we thundered down the long street. I am always lost in London, day or night. It was very chilly, almost bleak. People leaned against the gusty blasts, as if it were the dead of winter. The crowds grew thinner and thinner, and the noises waxed faint and seemed far away. The sky was overcast and threatening. We drove on and still on, till I wondered if we were ever going to stop. At last we passed by a spacious bridge and a vast building, and presently entered a gateway, passed through a sort of tunnel, and stopped in a court surrounded by the black outlines of a great edifice. Then we alighted, walked a dozen steps or so, and waited. In a little while footsteps were heard. A man emerged from the darkness, and we dropped into his wake without saying anything. He led us under an archway of masonry, and from that into a roomy tunnel, through a tall iron gate which he locked behind us. We followed him down this tunnel, guided more by his footsteps on the stone flagging than by anything we could very distinctly see. At the end of it we came to another iron gate, and our conductor stopped there and lit a bull's-eye lantern. Then he unlocked the gate, and I wished he had oiled it first, it grated so dismally. The gate swung open, and we stood on the threshold of what seemed a limitless domed and pillared cavern, carved out of the solid darkness. The conductor and my friend took off their hats reverently, and I did likewise. For the moment that we stood thus, there was not a sound, and the stillness seemed to add to the solemnity of the gloom. I looked my inquiry. "It is the tomb of the great dead of England, Westminster Abbey." We were among the tombs. On every hand dull shapes of men, sitting, standing, or stooping, inspected us curiously out of the darkness, reached out their hands toward us, some appealing, some beckoning, some warning us away. Effigies they were, statues over the graves, but they looked human and natural in the murky shadows. Now a little half-grown black and white cat squeezed herself through the bars of the iron gate and came purring lovingly about us, unawed by the time or the place, unimpressed by the marble pomp that sepulchres a line of mighty dead that ends with a great author of yesterday and began with a sceptered monarch away back in the dawn of history, more than 1,200 years ago. Mr. Wright flashed his lantern first upon this object and then upon that, and kept up a running commentary that showed there was nothing about the venerable Abbey that was trivial in his eyes or void of interest. He is a man in authority, being superintendent, and his daily business keeps him familiar with every nook and corner of the great pile. Casting a luminous ray now here, now yonder, he would say, "Observe the height of the Abbey, 103 feet to the base of the roof. I measured it myself the other day. Notice the base of this column, old, very old, hundreds and hundreds of years, and how well they knew how to build in those old days. Notice it, every stone is laid horizontally, that is to say, just as nature laid it originally in the quarry, not set up edgewise. In our day some people set them on edge, and then wonder why they split and flake. Architects cannot teach nature anything. Let me remove this matting. It is put here to preserve the pavement. Now there is a bit of pavement that is 700 years old. You can see by these scattering clusters of colored mosaics how beautiful it was before time and sacrilegious idlers marred it. Now there, in the border, was an inscription once. See? Follow the circle. You can trace it by the ornaments that have been pulled out. Here is an A, and there is an O, and yonder another A, all beautiful old English capitals. There is no telling what the inscription was, no record left now. Now move along in this direction, if you please. Yonder is where old King Sebert the Saxon lies. His monument is the oldest one in the Abbey. Sebert died in 616. Clemens probably misunderstood the name. It was Ethelbert who died in 616. The name Sebert does not appear in any Saxon annals accessible to the author. And that's as much as 1250 years ago. Think of it, 1250 years. Now yonder is the last one, Charles Dickens, there on the floor, with the brass letters on the slab, and to this day the people come and put flowers on it. There is Garrick's monument, and Addison's, and Thackeray's bust, and Macaulay lies there, and close to Dickens and Garrick lie Sheridan and Dr. Johnson, and here is old Parr. That stone there covers Campbell, the poet. Here are names you know pretty well, Milton and Gray, who wrote the Elegy, and Butler, who wrote Hudibras, and Edmund Spenser and Ben Jonson. There are 3 tablets to him scattered about the Abbey, and all got "O rare Ben Jonson" cut on them. You were standing on one of them just now. He is buried standing up. There used to be a tradition here that explains it. The story goes that he did not dare ask to be buried in the Abbey, so he asked King James if he would make him a present of 18 inches of English ground, and the king said yes, and asked him where he would have it, and he said, "In Westminster Abbey." Well, the king wouldn't go back on his word, and so there he is, sure enough, stood up on end. The reader may regret that there are not more of these entries, and that the book itself was never written. Just when he gave up the project is not recorded. He was urged to lecture in London, but declined. To Mrs. Clemens in September he wrote, "Everybody says lecture, 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 but I have not the least idea of doing it, certainly not at present. Mr. Dolby, who took Dickens to America, is coming to talk business tomorrow, though I have sent him word once before that I can't be hired to talk here, because I have no time to spare. There is too much sociability. I do not get along fast enough with work." In October he declared that he was very homesick, and proposed that Mrs. Clemens and Susy join him at once in London, unless she would prefer to have him come home for the winter and all of them return to London in the spring. So it is likely that the book was not then abandoned. He felt that his visit was by no means ended, that it was, in fact, only just begun, but he wanted the ones he loved most to share it with him. To his mother and sister in November he wrote: "I came here to take notes for a book, but I haven't done much but attend dinners and make speeches. I have had a jolly good time, and I do hate to go away from these English folks. They make a stranger feel entirely at home, and they laugh so easily that it is a comfort to make after dinner speeches here. I have made hundreds of friends, and last night in the crush at the opening of the new Guildhall Library and Museum I was surprised to meet a familiar face every other step." All his impressions of England had been happy ones. He could deliver a gentle satire now and then at certain British institutions, certain London localities and features, as in his speech at the Savage Club, September 28, 1872. This is probably the most characteristic speech made by Mark Twain during his first London visit. The reader will find it in full in Appendix L at the end of last volume. But taking the snug island as a whole, its people, its institutions, its fair rural aspects, he had found in it only delight. To Mrs. Crane he wrote: "If you and Theodore will come over in the spring with Livy and me and spend the summer, you shall see a country that is so beautiful that you will be obliged to believe in fairyland. There is nothing like it elsewhere on the globe. You should have a season ticket and travel up and down every day between London and Oxford and worship nature. And Theodore can browse with me among dusty old dens that look now as they looked 500 years ago, and puzzle over books in the British Museum that were made before Christ was born, and in the customs of their public dinners, and the ceremonies of every official act, and the dresses of 1,000 dignitaries, trace the speech and manners of all the centuries that have dragged their lagging decades over England since the Heptarchy fell asunder. I would a good deal rather live here if I could get the rest of you over." He sailed November 12th on the Batavia, loaded with Christmas presents for everybody, jewelry, furs, laces, also a practical steam engine for his namesake, Sam Moffett. Halfway across the Atlantic the Batavia ran into a hurricane and was badly damaged by heavy seas, and was driven far out of her course. It was a lucky event on the whole, for she fell in with a waterlogged lumber bark, a complete wreck, with 9 surviving sailors clinging to her rigging. In the midst of the wild gale a lifeboat was launched, and the perishing men were rescued. Clemens prepared a graphic report of the matter for the Royal Humane Society, asking that medals be conferred upon the brave rescuers, a document that was signed by his fellow passengers, and obtained for the men complete recognition and wide celebrity. Closing, the writer said: "As might have been anticipated, if I have been of any service toward rescuing these 9 shipwrecked human beings by standing around the deck in a furious storm, without an umbrella, keeping an eye on things and seeing that they were done right, and yelling whenever a cheer seemed to be the important thing, I am glad and I am satisfied. I ask no reward. I would do it again under the same circumstances. But what I do plead for, earnestly and sincerely, is that the Royal Humane Society will remember our captain and our lifeboat crew, and in so remembering them increase the high honor and esteem in which the society is held all over the civilized world. The Batavia reached New York November 26, 1872. Mark Twain had been absent 3 months, during which he had been brought to at least a partial realization of what his work meant to him and to mankind. An election had taken place during his absence, an election which gratified him deeply, for it had resulted in the second presidency of General Grant, and in the defeat of Horace Greeley, whom he admired perhaps, but not as presidential material. To Thomas Nast, who had aided very effectually in Mr. Greeley's overwhelming defeat, Clemens wrote: Nast, you more than any other man have won a prodigious victory for Grant. I mean, rather, for civilization and progress. Those pictures were simply marvelous, and if any man in the land has a right to hold his head up and be honestly proud of his share in this year's vast events, that man is unquestionably yourself. We all do sincerely honor you, and are proud of you. Horace Greeley's peculiar abilities and eccentricities won celebrity for him rather than voters. Mark Twain once said of him, "He was a great man, an honest man, and served his country well and was an honor to it. Also he was a good-natured man, but abrupt with strangers, if they annoyed him when he was busy. He was profane, but that is nothing. The best of us is that. I did not know him well, but only just casually, and by accident. I never met him but once. I called on him in the Tribune office, but I was not intending to. I was looking for Whitelaw Reid, and got into the wrong den. He was alone at his desk, writing, and we conversed, not long, but just a little. I asked him if he was well, and he said, 'What the hell do you want?' Well, I couldn't remember what I wanted, so I said I would call again, but I didn't." Clemens did not always tell the incident just in this way. Sometimes it was John Hay he was looking for instead of Reed, and the conversation with Greeley varied, but perhaps there was a germ of history under it somewhere, and, at any rate, it could have happened well enough, and not have been out of character with either of the men. End of Chapter 87. The Book That Was Never Written. Read by John Greenman. This is section 88 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 88, The Gilded Age. Mark Twain did not go on the lecture circuit that winter. Redpath had besought him as usual, and even in midsummer had written, "Will you? Won't you? We have $7,000 to $8,000 in engagements recorded for you," and he named a list of towns ranging geographically from Boston to St. Paul. But Clemens had no intention then of ever lecturing any more, and again in November, from London, he announced to Redpath, "When I yell again for less than $500, I'll be pretty hungry, but I haven't any intention of yelling at any price." Redpath pursued him, and in January proposed $400 for a single night in Philadelphia, but without result. He did lecture 2 nights in Steinway Hall for the Mercantile Library Association on the basis of half profits, netting $1,300 for the 2 nights as his share, and he lectured 1 night in Hartford at a profit of $1,500 for charity. Father Hawley, of Hartford, had announced that his missionary work was suffering for lack of funds. Some of his people were actually without food, he said, their children crying with hunger. No one ever responded to an appeal like that quicker than Samuel Clemens. He offered to deliver a lecture free, and to bear an equal proportion of whatever expenses were incurred by the committee of 8 who agreed to join in forwarding the project. He gave the Sandwich Island lecture, and at the close of it a large card was handed him with the figures of the receipts printed upon it. It was held up to view, and the house broke into a storm of cheers. He did very little writing during the early weeks following his return. Early in the year, January 3 and 6, 1873, he contributed 2 Sandwich Island letters to the Tribune, in which, in his own peculiar fashion, he urged annexation. "We must annex those people," he declared, and proceeded to specify the blessings we could give them, such as leather-headed juries, the insanity law, the Tweed ring. "We can confer Woodhull and Claffin on them, and George Francis Train. We can give them lecturers. I will go myself. We can make that little bunch of sleepy islands the hottest corner on earth, and array it in the moral splendor of our high and holy civilization. Annexation is what the poor islanders need. Shall we, to men benighted, the lamp of life deny?" His success in England became an incentive to certain American institutions to recognize his gifts at home. Early in the year he was dined as the guest of the Lotos Club of New York, and a week or 2 later elected to its membership. This was but a beginning. Some new membership or honor was offered every little while, and so many banquets that he finally invented a set form for declining them. He was not yet recognized as the foremost American man of letters, but undoubtedly he had become the most popular, and Edwin Whipple, writing at this time, or but a little later, said: "Mark Twain is regarded chiefly as a humorist, but the exercise of his real talents would rank him with the ablest of our authors in the past 50 years." So he was beginning to be discovered in high places. It was during this winter that the Clemens household enjoyed its first real home life in Hartford, its first real home life anywhere since those earliest days of marriage. The Hooker mansion was a comfortable place. The little family had comparatively good health. Their old friends were staunch and lavishly warm-hearted, and they had added many new ones. Their fireside was a delightful nucleus around which gathered those they cared for most, the Twichells, the Warner families, the Trumbulls, all certain of a welcome there. George Warner, only a little while ago, remembering, said: "The Clemens house was the only one I have ever known where there was never any preoccupation in the evenings, and where visitors were always welcome. Clemens was the best kind of a host. His evenings after dinner were an unending flow of stories." Friends living near by usually came and went at will, often without the ceremony of knocking or formal leave-taking. They were more like one great family in that neighborhood, with a community of interests, a unity of ideals. The Warner families and the Clemenses were particularly intimate, and out of their association grew Mark Twain's next important literary undertaking, his collaboration with Charles Dudley Warner in The Gilded Age. A number of more or less absurd stories have been printed about the origin of this book. It was a very simple matter, a perfectly natural development. At the dinner table one night, with the Warners present, criticisms of recent novels were offered, with the usual freedom and severity of dinner table talk. The husbands were inclined to treat rather lightly the novels in which their wives were finding entertainment. The wives naturally retorted that the proper thing for the husbands to do was to furnish the American people with better ones. This was regarded in the nature of a challenge, and as such was accepted, mutually accepted, that is to say, in partnership. On the spur of the moment Clemens and Warner agreed that they would do a novel together, that they would begin it immediately. This is the whole story of the book's origin, so far, at least, as the collaboration is concerned. Clemens, in fact, had the beginning of a story in his mind, but had been unwilling to undertake an extended work of fiction alone. He welcomed only too eagerly, therefore, the proposition of joint authorship. His purpose was to write a tale around that lovable character of his youth, his mother's cousin, James Lambton, to let that gentle visionary stand as the central figure against a proper background. The idea appealed to Warner, and there was no delay in the beginning. Clemens immediately set to work and completed 399 pages of the manuscript, the first 11 chapters of the book, before the early flush of enthusiasm waned. Warner came over then, and Clemens read it aloud to him. Warner had some plans for the story, and took it up at this point, and continued it through the next 12 chapters, and so they worked alternately, in the superstition, as Mark Twain long afterward declared, that we were writing one coherent yarn, when, I suppose, as a matter of fact, we were writing two incoherent ones. The reader may be interested in the division of labor. Clemens wrote chapters 1 to 11, also chapters 24, 25, 27, 28, 30, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, 42, 43, 45, 51, 52, 53, 57, 59, 60, 61, 62, and portions of chapters 35, 49, 56. Warner wrote chapters 12 to 23, also chapters 26, 29, 31, 38, 39, 40, 41, 44, 46, 47, 48, 50, 54, 55, 58, 63, and portions of chapters 35, 49, and 56. The work was therefore very evenly divided. There was another co-worker on the Gilded Age before the book was finally completed. This was J. Hammond Trumbull, who prepared the variegated, marvelous cryptographic chapter headings. Trumbull was the most learned man that ever lived in Hartford. He was familiar with all the literary and scientific data, and, according to Clemens, could swear in 27 languages. It was thought to be a choice idea to get Trumbull to supply a lingual medley of quotations to precede the chapters in the new book, the purpose being to excite interest and possibly to amuse the reader, a purpose which to some extent appears to have miscarried. The book was begun in February and finished in April, so the work did not lag. The result, if not highly artistic, made astonishingly good reading. Warner had the touch of romance, Clemens the gift of creating, or at least of portraying, human realities. Most of his characters reflected intimate personalities of his early life. Besides the apotheosis of James Lambton into the immortal Sellers, Orion became Washington Hawkins, Squire Clemens the judge, while Mark Twain's own personality, in a greater or lesser degree, is reflected in most of his creations. As for the Tennessee land, so long a will-o'-the-wisp and a bugbear, it became tangible property at last. Only a year or two before, Clemens had written to Orion, "Oh, here, I don't want to be consulted at all about Tennessee. I don't want it even mentioned to me. When I make A suggestion it is for you to act upon it and throw it aside, but I beseech you never to ask my advice, opinion, or consent about that hated property. But it came in good play now. It is the important theme of the story. Mark Twain was well qualified to construct his share of the tale. He knew his characters, their lives, and their atmospheres perfectly. Senator Dilworthy, otherwise Senator Pomeroy of Kansas, then notorious for attempted vote buying, was familiar enough. That winter in Washington had acquainted Clemens with the life there, its political intrigues, and the disrepute of Congress. Warner was equally well qualified for his share of the undertaking, and the chief criticism that one may offer is the one stated by Clemens himself, that the divisions of the tale remain divisions rather than unity. As for the story itself, the romance and the tragedy of it, the character of Laura in the hands of either author is one not easy to forget. Whether this means that the work is well done or only strikingly done, the reader himself must judge. Morally, the character is not justified. Laura was a victim of circumstance from the beginning. There could be no poetic justice in her doom. To drag her out of a steamer wreck, only to make her the victim of a scoundrel, later an adventuress, and finally a murderess, all may be good art, but of a very bad kind. Laura is a sort of American Becky Sharp. But there is retributive justice in Becky's fate, whereas Laura's doom is warranted only by the author's whim. As for her end, whatever the virtuous public of that day might have done, a present-day audience would not have pelted her from the stage, destroyed her future, taken away her life. The authors regarded their work highly when it was finished, but that is nothing. Any author regards his work highly at the moment of its completion. In later years neither of them thought very well of their production, but that also is nothing. The author seldom cares very deeply for his offspring once it is turned over to the public charge. The fact that the story is still popular, still delights thousands of readers, when a myriad of novels that have been written since it was completed have lived their little day and died so utterly that even their names have passed out of memory, is the best verdict as to its worth. End of Chapter 88. The Gilded Age. Read by John Greenman. This is Section 89 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 89. Planning a New Home. Clemens and his wife bought a lot for the new home that winter, a fine, sightly piece of land on Farmington Avenue, tableland, sloping down to a pretty stream that wound through the willows and among the trees. They were as delighted as children with their new purchase and the prospect of building. To her sister, Mrs. Clemens wrote: "Mr. Clemens seems to glory in his sense of possession. He goes daily into the lot, has had several falls trying to lay off the land by sliding around on his feet. For 3 days the ice has covered the trees, and they have been glorious. We could do nothing but watch the beauty outside. If you looked at the trees as the sun struck them, with your back toward the sun, they were covered with jewels. If you looked toward the sun, it was all crystal whiteness, a perfect fairyland. Then the nights were moonlight, and that was a great beauty, the moon giving us the same prismatic effect." This was the storm of which Mark Twain wrote his matchless description, given first in his speech on New England weather, and later preserved in Following the Equator, in more extended form. In that book he likens an ice storm to his impressions derived from reading descriptions of the Taj Mahal, that wonderful tomb of a fair East Indian queen. It is a marvelous bit of word painting, his description of that majestic vision: "when every bough and twig is strung with ice beads, frozen dewdrops, and the whole tree sparkles cold and white, like the Shah of Persia's diamond plume. It will pay anyone to look up that description and read it all, though it has been said, by the fortunate one or two who heard him first give it utterance as an impromptu outburst, that in the subsequent process of writing the bloom of its original magnificence was lost. The plans for the new house were drawn forthwith by that gentle architect, Edward Potter, whose art today may be considered open to criticism, but not because of any lack of originality. Hartford houses of that period were mainly of the goods box form of architecture, perfectly square, typifying the commercial pursuits of many of their owners. Potter agreed to get away from this idea, and a radical and even frenzied departure was the result. Certainly his plans presented beautiful pictures, and all who saw them were filled with wonder and delight. Architecture has lavished itself in many florescent forms since then, but we may imagine that Potter's English violet order of design, as he himself designated it, startled, dazzled, and captivated in a day when most houses were mere habitations, built with a view to economy and the largest possible amount of room. Workmen were put on the ground without delay to prepare for the builders, and work was rapidly pushed along. Then, in May, the whole matter was left in the hands of the architect and the carpenters, with lawyer Charles E. Perkins to stand between Potter and the violent builder, who roared at Potter and frightened him when he wanted changes; while the Clemens household, with Clara Spaulding, a girlhood friend of Mrs. Clemens, sailed away to England for a half-year holiday. End of Chapter 89, Planning a New Home, read by John Greenman. This is Section 90 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 90, A Long English Holiday. They sailed on the Batavia, and with them went a young man named Thompson, a theological student whom Clemens had consented to take as an amanuensis. There is a pathetic incident connected with this young man, and it may as well be set down here. Clemens found, a few weeks after his arrival in England, that so great was the tax upon his time that he could make no use of Thompson's services. He gave Thompson $50, and upon the possibility of the young man's desiring to return to America, advanced him another $50, saying that he could return it some day, and never thought of it again. But the young man remembered it, and one day, 36 years later, after a life of hardship and struggle, such as the life of a country minister is apt to be, he wrote and enclosed a money order, a payment on his debt. That letter and its enclosure brought only sorrow to Mark Twain. He felt that it laid upon him the accumulated burden of the weary 36 years' struggle with ill fortune. He returned the money, of course, and in a biographical note commented, "How pale painted heroisms of romance look beside it! Thompson's heroism, which is real, which is colossal, which is sublime, and which is costly beyond all estimate, is achieved in profound obscurity, and its hero walks in rags to the end of his days. I had forgotten Thompson completely, but he flashes before me as vividly as lightning. I can see him now. It was on the deck of the Batavia, in the dock. The ship was casting off, with that hubbub and confusion and rushing of sailors, and shouting of orders, and shrieking of boatswain whistles, which marked the departure preparations in those days, an impressive contrast with the solemn silence which marks the departure preparations of the giant ships of the present day. Mrs. Clemens, Clara Spaulding, Little Susie and the nursemaid were all properly garbed for the occasion. We all had on our storm rig, heavy clothes of somber hue, but new, and designed and constructed for the purpose, strictly in accordance with sea-going etiquette, anything wearable on land being distinctly and odiously out of the question. Very well. On that deck, and gliding placidly among those honorable and properly upholstered groups, appeared Thompson, young, grave, long, slim, with an aged, fuzzy plug hat towering high on the upper end of him, and followed by a gray duster which flowed down without break or wrinkle to his ankles. He came straight to us and shook hands and compromised us. Everybody could see that we knew him. A nigger in heaven could not have created a profounder astonishment. However, Thompson didn't know that anything was happening. He had no prejudices about clothes. I can still see him as he looked when we passed Sandy Hook and the winds of the big ocean smote us. Erect, lofty, and grand, he stood facing the blast, holding his plug on with both hands, and his generous duster blowing out behind, level with his neck. There were scoffers observing, but he didn't know it. He wasn't disturbed. In my mind I see him once afterward, clothed as before, taking me down in shorthand. The Shah of Persia had come to England, and Dr. Hosmer, of the Herald, had sent me to Ostend to view His Majesty's progress across the Channel and write an account of it. I can't recall Thompson after that, and I wish his memory had been as poor as mine. They had been a month in London when the final incident referred to took place, the arrival of the Shah of Persia, and were comfortably quartered at the Langham Hotel. To Twichell, Clemens wrote: We have a luxurious ample suite of apartments on the third floor, our bedroom looking straight up Portland Place, our parlor having a noble array of great windows looking out upon both streets, Portland Place and the crook that joins it onto Regent Street. 9 p.m. Full twilight, rich sunset tints lingering in the west. I am not going to write anything. Rather tell it when I get back. I love you and Harmony, and that is all the fresh news I've got anyway, and I mean to keep that fresh all the time. Mrs. Clemens, in a letter to her sister, declared: It is perfectly discouraging to try to write you. There is so much to write about that it makes me feel as if it was no use to begin. It was a period of continuous honor and entertainment. If Mark Twain had been a lion on his first visit, he was little less than royalty now. His rooms at the Langham were like a court. Miss Spaulding, now Mrs. John B. Stanchfield, remembers that Robert Browning, Turgenev, Sir John Millais, Lord Houghton, and Sir Charles Dilke, then at the height of his fame, were among those that called to pay their respects. In a recent letter she says: I remember a delightful luncheon that Charles Kingsley gave for Mr. Clemens, also an evening when Lord Dunraven brought Mr. Home, the medium, Lord Dunraven telling many of the remarkable things he had seen Mr. Home do. I remember I wanted so much to see him float out of a 7 or 8 story window and enter another, which Lord Dunraven said he had seen him do many times, but Mr. Home had been very ill, and said his power had left him. My great regret was that we did not see Carlyle, who was too sad and ill for visits. Among others they met Lewis Carroll, the author of Alice in Wonderland, and found him so shy that it was almost impossible to get him to say a word on any subject. "The shyest full grown man, except Uncle Remus, I have ever met," Clemens once wrote. Dr. MacDonald and several other lively talkers were present, and the talk went briskly on for a couple of hours, but Carroll sat still all the while, except now and then when he answered a question. At a dinner given by George Smalley they met Herbert Spencer, and at a luncheon party at Lord Houghton's, Sir Arthur Helps, then a world-wide celebrity. Lord Elcho, a large, vigorous man, sat at some distance down the table. He was talking earnestly about the town of Godalming. It was a deep, flowing, and inarticulate rumble, but I caught the Godalming pretty nearly every time it broke free of the rumbling, and as all the strength was on the first end of the word, it startled me every time, because it sounded so like swearing. In the middle of the luncheon Lady Houghton rose, remarked to the guests on her right and on her left, in a matter-of-fact way, "Excuse me, I have an engagement," and without further ceremony she went off to meet it. This would have been doubtful etiquette in America. Lord Houghton told a number of delightful stories. He told them in French, and I lost nothing of them but the nubs. Little Susy and her father thrived on London life, but after a time it wore on Mrs. Clemens. She delighted in the English cordiality and culture, but the demands were heavy, the social forms sometimes trying. Life in London was interesting, and in its way charming, but she did not enter it with quite her husband's enthusiasm and heartiness. In the end they canceled all London engagements and quietly set out for Scotland. On the way they rested a few days in York, a venerable place such as Mark Twain always loved to describe. In a letter to Mrs. Langdon he wrote: "For the present we shall remain in this queer old walled town, with its crooked narrow lanes that tell us of their old day that knew no wheeled vehicles, its plaster and timber dwellings, with upper stories far overhanging the street, and thus marking their date, say 300 years ago, the stately city walls, the castellated gates, the ivy-grown, foliage-sheltered, most noble and picturesque ruin of St. Mary's Abbey, suggesting their date, say 500 years ago, in the heart of crusading times, and the glory of English chivalry and romance. The vast cathedral of York, with its worn carvings and quaintly pictured windows, preaching of still remoter days, the outlandish names of streets and courts and byways that stand as a record and a memorial, all these centuries, of Danish dominion here in still earlier times, the hint here and there of King Arthur and his knights and their bloody fights with Saxon oppressors round about this old city more than 1,300 years gone by, and, last of all, the melancholy old stone coffins and sculptured inscriptions, a venerable arch and a hoary tower of stone that still remain and are kissed by the sun and caressed by the shadows every day, just as the sun and the shadows have kissed and caressed them every lagging day since the Roman Emperor's soldiers placed them here in the times when Jesus, the son of Mary, walked the streets of Nazareth, a youth, with no more name or fame than the Yorkshire boy who is loitering down this street this moment. They reached Edinburgh at the end of July, and secluded themselves in Veitch's family hotel in George Street, intending to see no one. But this plan was not a success. The social stress of London had been too much for Mrs. Clemens, and she collapsed immediately after their arrival. Clemens was unacquainted in Edinburgh, but remembered that Dr. John Brown, who had written Rab and his Friend, lived there. He learned his address, and that he was still a practicing physician. He walked around to 23 Rutland Street and made himself known. Dr. Brown came forthwith, and Mrs. Clemens speedily recovered under his able and inspiring treatment. The association did not end there. For nearly a month Dr. Brown was their daily companion, either at the hotel or in his own home, or on protracted drives when he made his round of visits, taking these new friends along. Dr. John was beloved by everybody in Edinburgh, everybody in Scotland for that matter, and his story of Rab had won him a following throughout Christendom. He was an unpretentious sovereign. Clemens once wrote of him, "His was a sweet and winning face, as beautiful a face as I have ever known, reposeful, gentle, benignant, the face of a saint at peace with all the world, and placidly beaming upon it the sunshine of love that filled his heart." He was the friend of all dogs and of all people. It has been told of him that once, when driving, he thrust his head suddenly out of the carriage window, then resumed his place with a disappointed look. "Who was it?" asked his companion. "Some one you know?" "No," he said, "a dog I don't know." He became the boon companion and playmate of little Susy, then not quite a year and a half old. He called her Megalopis, a Greek term suggested by her eyes, those deep, burning eyes that seemed always so full of life's sadder philosophies and impending tragedy. In a collection of Dr. Brown's letters he refers to this period. In one place he says, "Had the author of The Innocents Abroad not come to Edinburgh at that time, we in all human probability might never have met. And what a deprivation that would have been to me during the last quarter of a century." And in another place, "I am attending the wife of Mark Twain. His real name is Clemens. She is quite a lovely little woman, modest and clever, and she has a girlie 18 months old, her ludicrous miniature, and such eyes." Those playmates, the good doctor and Megalopis, romped together through the hotel rooms with that complete abandon which few grown persons can assume in their play with children, and not all children can assume in their play with grown-ups. They played bear, and the bear, which was a very little one, so little that when it stood up behind the sofa you could just get a glimpse of yellow hair, would lie in wait for her victim and spring out and surprise him and throw him into frenzies of fear. Almost every day they made his professional rounds with him. He always carried a basket of grapes for his patients. His guests brought along books to read while they waited. When he stopped for a call he would say, Entertain yourselves while I go in and reduce the population." There was much sightseeing to do in Edinburgh, and they could not quite escape social affairs. There were teas and luncheons and dinners with the Dumfarthines and the Abercrombies and the Macdonalds, and with others of those brave clans that no longer slew one another among the grim northern crags and glens, but were as sociable and entertaining lords and ladies as ever the Southland could produce. They were very gentle folk indeed, and Mrs. Clemens, in future years, found her heart going back oftener to Edinburgh than to any other haven of those first wanderings. August 24th she wrote to her sister: "We leave Edinburgh to-morrow with sincere regret. We have had such a delightful stay here. We do so regret leaving Dr. Brown and his sister, thinking that we shall probably never see them again." As indeed they never did. They spent a day or two at Glasgow and sailed for Ireland, where they put in a fortnight, and early in September were back in England again, at Chester, that queer old city where, from a tower on the wall, Charles I read the story of his doom. Reginald Chumley had invited them to visit his country seat, beautiful Condover Hall, near Shrewsbury, and in that lovely retreat they spent some happy, restful days. Then they were in the whirl of London once more, but escaped for a fortnight to Paris, sightseeing and making purchases for the new home. Mrs. Clemens was quite ready to return to America by this time. "I am blue and cross and homesick," she wrote. "I suppose what makes me feel the latter is because we are contemplating to stay in London another month. There has not one sheet of Mr. Clemens's proof come yet, and if he goes home before the book is published here he will lose his copyright, and then his friends feel that it will be better for him to lecture in London before his book is published. Not only that it will give him a larger but a more enviable reputation. I would not hesitate one moment if it were simply for the money that his copyright will bring him, but if his reputation will be better for his staying and lecturing, of course he ought to stay. The truth is, I can't bear the thought of postponing going home." It is rather gratifying to find Olivia Clemens human like that, now and then. Otherwise, on general testimony, one might well be tempted to regard her as altogether of another race and kind. End of Chapter 90. A Long English Holiday. Read by John Greenman. This is section 91 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 91. A London Lecture. Clemens concluded to hasten the homeward journey, but to lecture a few nights in London before starting. He would then accompany his little family home, and return at once to continue the lecture series and protect his copyright. This plan was carried out. In a communication to the Standard, October 7th, he said: "Sir, in view of the prevailing frenzy concerning the Sandwich Islands, and the inflamed desire of the public to acquire information concerning them, I have thought it well to tarry yet another week in England and deliver a lecture upon this absorbing subject, and, lest it should be thought unbecoming in me, a stranger, to come to the public rescue at such a time, instead of leaving to abler hands a matter of so much moment, I desire to explain that I do it with the best motives and the most honorable intentions. I do it because I am convinced that no one can allay this unwholesome excitement as effectually as I can, and to allay it, and allay it as quickly as possible, is surely one thing that is absolutely necessary at this juncture. I feel and know that I am equal to this task, for I can allay any kind of an excitement by lecturing upon it. I have saved many communities in this way. I have always been able to paralyze the public interest in any topic that I choose to take hold of and elucidate with all my strength. Hoping that this explanation will show that if I am seeming to intrude, I am at least doing it from a high impulse. I am, sir, your obedient servant, Mark Twain. A day later the following announcement appeared: Queen's Concert Rooms, Hanover Square. Mr. George Dolby begs to announce that Mr. Mark Twain will deliver a lecture of a humorous character, as above, on Monday evening next, October 13th, 1873, and repeat it in the same place on Tuesday evening, October 14th, Wednesday evening, October 15th, Thursday evening, October 16th, Friday evening, October 17th, at 8 o'clock, and Saturday afternoon, October 18th, at 3 o'clock. Subject: Our Fellow Savages of the Sandwich Islands. As Mr. Twain has spent several months in these islands, and is well acquainted with his subject, the lecture may be expected to furnish matter of interest. Stalls, 5 shillings. Unreserved seats, 3 shillings. The prospect of a lecture from Mark Twain interested the London public. Those who had not seen him were willing to pay even for that privilege. The papers were encouraging. Punch sounded a characteristic note: "Welcome to a lecturer. 'Tis time we twain did show ourselves,' 'twas said by Caesar, when one Mark had lost his head. By Mark, whose head's quite bright, 'tis said again, therefore go with me, friends, to bless this Twain." Punch. Dolby had managed the Dickens lectures, and he proved his sound business judgment and experience by taking the largest available hall in London for Mark Twain. On the evening of October 13th, in the spacious Queen's Concert Rooms, Hanover Square, Mark Twain delivered his first public address in England. The subject was Our Fellow Savages of the Sandwich Islands, the old lecture with which he had made his first great successes. He was not introduced. He appeared on the platform in evening dress, assuming the character of a manager announcing a disappointment. Mr. Clemens, he said, had fully expected to be present. He paused, and loud murmurs arose from the audience. He lifted his hand, and they subsided. Then he added, "I am happy to say that Mark Twain is present, and will now give his lecture," whereupon the audience roared its approval. It would be hardly an exaggeration to say that his triumph that week was a regal one. For 5 successive nights, and a Saturday matinee, the culture and fashion of London thronged to hear him discourse of their fellow savages. It was a lecture event wholly without precedent. The lectures of Artemus Ward, Artemus the Delicious, as Charles Reade called him, came to London in June, 1866, and gave his piece in Egyptian Hall. The refined, delicate, intellectual countenance, the sweet, grave mouth, from which one might have expected philosophical lectures, retained their seriousness while listeners were convulsed with laughter. There was something magical about it. Every sentence was a surprise. He played on his audience as Liszt did on a piano, most easily when most effectively. Who can ever forget his attempt to stop his Italian pianist? "Account in his own country, but not much account in this," who went on playing loudly while he was trying to tell us an "affecting incident" that occurred near a small clump of trees shown on his panorama of the Far West. The music stormed on. We could see only lips and arms pathetically moving till the piano suddenly ceased, and we heard it was all we heard "and she fainted in Reginald's arms." His tricks have been attempted in many theaters, but Artemus Ward was inimitable, and all the time the man was dying. Moneur D. Conway, Autobiography. Who had quickly become a favorite in London, had prepared the public for American platform humor, while the daily doings of this new American product, as reported by the press, had aroused interest or curiosity to a high pitch. On no occasion in his own country had he won such a complete triumph. The papers for the week devoted columns of space to appreciation and editorial comment. The Daily News of October 17th published a column and a half editorial on American humor, with Mark Twain's public appearance as the general text. The Times referred to the continued popularity of the lectures. "They can't be said to have more than whetted the public appetite, if we are to take the fact which has been imparted to us, that the holding capacity of the Hanover Square Rooms has been inadequate to the demand made upon it every night by Twain's lecturing as a criterion. The last lecture of this too brief course was delivered yesterday before an audience which crammed to discomfort every part of the principal apartment of the Hanover Square Rooms." At the close of yesterday's lecture Mark Twain was so loudly applauded that he returned to the stage, and as soon as the audience gave him a chance of being heard he said, with much apparent emotion, "Ladies and gentlemen, I won't keep you one single moment in this suffocating atmosphere. I simply wish to say that this is the last lecture I shall have the honor to deliver in London until I return from America 4 weeks from now. I only wish to say" Here Mr. Clemens faltered, as if too much affected to proceed. "I am very grateful. I do not wish to appear pathetic, but it is something magnificent for a stranger to come to the metropolis of the world and be received so handsomely as I have been. I simply thank you." The Saturday Review devoted a page, and Once a Week, under the head of "Cracking Jokes," gave 3 pages, to praise of the literary and lecture methods of the new American humorist. With the promise of speedy return he left London, gave the lecture once in Liverpool, and with his party, October 21st, set sail for home. In mid-Atlantic he remembered Dr. Brown and wrote him: "We have plowed a long way over the sea, and there's 2,200 miles of restless water between us now, besides the railway stretch, and yet you are so present with us, so close to us, that a span and a whisper would bridge the distance." So it would seem that of all the many memories of that eventful half year, that of Dr. Brown was the most present, the most tender. End of Chapter 91, A London Lecture, read by John Greenman. This is section 92 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 92. Further London Lecture Triumphs. Orion Clemens records that he met Sam and Livy on their arrival from England November 2nd, and that the president of the Mercantile Library Association sent up his card 4 times in the hope of getting a chance to propose a lecture engagement, an incident which impressed Orion deeply in its evidence of his brother's towering importance. Orion himself was by this time engaged in various projects. He was inventing a flying machine, for one thing, writing a Jules Verne story, reading proof on a New York daily, and contemplating the lecture field. This great blaze of international appreciation which had come to the little boy who used to set type for him in Hannibal, and wash up the forms and cry over the dirty proof, made him gasp. They went to see Booth in Hamlet, he says, and Booth sent for Sam to come behind the scenes, and when Sam proposed to add a part to Hamlet, the part of a bystander who makes humorous modern comment on the situations in the play, Booth laughed immoderately. Proposing a sacrilege like that to Booth! To what heights had this printer-pilot, minor brother, not attained? This idea of introducing a new character in Hamlet was really attempted later by Mark Twain with the connivance of Joe Goodman, of all men, sad to relate. So far as is known, it is the one stain on Goodman's literary record. Clemens returned immediately to England, the following Saturday, in fact, and was back in London lecturing again after barely a month's absence. He gave the "Roughing It" address, this time under the title of "Roughing It on the Silver Frontier," and if his audiences were any less enthusiastic or his houses less crowded than before, the newspapers of that day have left no record of it. It was the height of the season now, and being free to do so, he threw himself into the whirl of it, and for 2 months, beyond doubt, was the most talked of figure in London. The Athenaeum Club made him a visiting member, an honor considered next to knighthood. Punch quoted him. Societies banqueted him. His apartments, as before, were besieged by callers. Afternoons one was likely to find him in Poets' Corner of the Langham smoking room, with a group of London and American authors, Reed, Collins, Miller, and the others, frankly rioting in his bold fancies. Charles Warren Stoddard was in London at the time, and acted as his secretary. Stoddard was a gentle poet, a delightful fellow, and Clemens was very fond of him. His only complaint of Stoddard was that he did not laugh enough at his humorous yarns. Clemens once said, "Dolby and I used to come in after the lecture, or perhaps after being out to some dinner, and we like to sit down and talk it over and tell yarns, and we expected Stoddard to laugh at them. But Stoddard would lie there on the couch and snore. Otherwise, as a secretary, he was perfect." The great Tichborne trial was in progress then, and the spectacle of an illiterate impostor trying to establish his claim as the rightful heir to a great estate was highly diverting to Mark Twain. In a letter of this period he speaks of having attended one of the claimant's evenings. He wanted to preserve the evidence as future literary material, and Stoddard, day after day, patiently collected the news reports and neatly pasted them into scrapbooks, where they still rest, a complete record of that now forgotten farce. The Tichborne trial recalled to Mark Twain the claimant in the Lambton family, who from time to time wrote him long letters urging him to join in the effort to establish his rights to the earldom of Durham. This American claimant was a distant cousin who had somehow gotten hold of or had fabricated a full set of documents. Colonel Henry Watterson, just quoted, also a Lambton connection, adds: "During the Tichborne trial Mark and I were in London, and one day he said to me, 'I have investigated this Durham business down at the Herald's office. There is nothing to it. The Lambtons passed out of the earldom of Durham 100 years ago. There were never any estates. The title lapsed. The present earldom is a new creation, not in the same family at all.
But I'll tell you what, if you'll put up $500, I'll put up $500 more. We'll bring our chap over here and set him in as claimant, and my word for it, Kennealy's fat boy won't be a marker to him."
It was a characteristic Mark Twain project, one of the sort he never earned out in reality, but loved to follow in fancy, and with the pen sometimes. The "rightful Earl of Durham" continued to send letters for a long time after that. Some of them still exist. But he did not establish his claim. No one but Mark Twain ever really got anything out of it. Like the Tennessee land, it furnished material by and by for a book. Colonel Watterson goes on to say that Clemens was only joking about having looked up the matter in the peerage, that he hadn't really looked it up at all, and that the earldom lies still in the Lambton family. Another of Clemens's friends in London at this time was Prentice Mulford of California. In later years Mulford acquired a wide reputation for his optimistic and practical psychologies. Through them he lifted himself out of the slough of despond, and he sought to extend a helping hand to others. His White Cross Library had a wide reading and a wide influence, perhaps has to this day. But in 1873 Mulford had not found the tangibility of thought, the secret of strength. He was only finding it, maybe, in his frank acknowledgment of shortcoming.
"Now, Mark, I am down, very much down at present. You are up, where you deserve to be. I can't ask this on the score of any past favors, for there have been none. I have not always spoken of you in terms of extravagant praise, have sometimes criticized you, which was due, I suppose, in part to an envious spirit. I am simply human. Some people in the same profession say they entertain no jealousy of those more successful. I can't. They are divine. I am not."
It was only that he wished Clemens to speak a word for him to Rutledge, to get him a hearing for his work. He adds:
"I shall be up myself some day, although my line is far apart from yours. Whether you can do anything that I ask of you or not, I shall be happy then, as I would now, to do you any just and right service. Perhaps I have mistaken my vocation. Certainly if I was back with my rocker on the Tuolumne, I'd make it rattle livelier than ever I did before. I have occasionally thought of London Bridge, but the Thames is now so damn cold and dirty, and besides I can swim, and any attempt at drowning would, through the mere instinct of self-preservation, only result in my swimming ashore and ruining my best clothes, wherefore I should be worse off than ever."
Of course Mark Twain granted the favor Mulford asked, and a great deal more, no doubt, for that was his way. Mulford came up, as he had prophesied, but the sea in due time claimed him, though not in the way he had contemplated. Years after he was one day found drifting off the shores of Long Island in an open boat, dead. Clemens made a number of notable dinner speeches during this second London lecture period. His response to the toast of the "ladies," delivered at the annual dinner of the Scottish Corporation of London, was the sensational event of the evening. He was obliged to decline an invitation to the Lord Mayor's dinner, whereupon his lordship wrote to urge him to be present at least at the finale, when the welcome would be "none the less hearty," and bespoke his attendance for any future dinners. Clemens lectured steadily at the Hanover Square Rooms during the 2 months of his stay in London, and it was only toward the end of this astonishing engagement that the audience began to show any sign of diminishing. Early in January he wrote to Twichell: "I am not going to the provinces because I cannot get halls that are large enough. I always felt cramped in the Hanover Square Rooms, but I find that everybody here speaks with awe and respect of that prodigious hall, and wonders that I could fill it so long."
I am hoping to be back in 20 days, but I have so much to go home to and enjoy with a jubilant joy that it hardly seems possible that it can come to pass in so uncertain a world as this.
In the same letter he speaks of attending an exhibition of Landseer's paintings at the Royal Academy.
Ah, they are wonderfully beautiful. There are such rich moonlights and dusks in the challenge and the combat, and in that long flight of birds across a lake in the subdued flush of sunset or sunrise, for no man can ever tell t'other from which in a picture, except it has the filmy morning mist breathing itself up from the water. And there is such a grave analytical profundity in the face of the connoisseurs, and such pathos in the picture of a fawn suckling its dead mother on a snowy waste, with only the blood in the footprints to hint that she is not asleep, and the way that he makes animals flesh and blood, insomuch that if the room were darkened ever so little, and a motionless living animal placed beside the painted one, no man could tell which was which.
I interrupted myself here to drop a line to Shirley Brooks and suggest a cartoon for Punch. It was this: in one of the Academy saloons, in a suite where these pictures are, a fine bust of Landseer stands on a pedestal in the center of the room. I suggested that some of Landseer's best known animals be represented as having come down out of their frames in the moonlight and grouped themselves about the bust in mourning attitudes. He sailed January 13th, 1874, on the Pathia, and 2 weeks later was at home, where all was going well. The Gilded Age had been issued a day or two before Christmas, and was already in its third edition. By the end of January 26,000 copies had been sold, a sale that had increased to 40,000 a month later. The new house was progressing, though it was by no means finished. Mrs. Clemens was in good health. Little Susy was full of such American activities as to earn the name of the Modoc. The promise of the year was bright. End of Chapter 92. Further London lecture triumphs. Read by John Greenman. This is section 93 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 93. The Real Colonel Sellers. Golden Days. There are bound to be vexations, flies in the ointment, as we say. It was Warner who conferred the name of Eschol Sellers on the chief figure of the collaborated novel. Warner had known it as the name of an obscure person, or perhaps he had only heard of it. At all events, it seemed a good one for the character, and had been adopted. But behold, the book had been issued but a little while, when there rose out of the vasty deeps a genuine Eschol Sellers, who was a very respectable person. He was a stout, prosperous-looking man, gray and about 55 years old. He came into the American Publishing Company offices and asked permission to look at the book. Mr. Bliss was out at the moment, but presently arrived. The visitor rose and introduced himself. "My name is Eschol Sellers," he said. "You have used it in one of your publications. It has brought upon me a lot of ridicule. My people wish me to sue you for $10,000 damages." He had documents to prove his identity, and there was only one thing to be done. He must be satisfied. Bliss agreed to recall as many of the offending volumes as possible and change the name on the plates. He contacted the authors
and the name Beriah was substituted for the offending Eschol. It turned out that the real Sellers family was a large one, and that the given name Eschol was not uncommon in its several branches. This particular Eschol Sellers, curiously enough, was an inventor and a promoter, though of a much more substantial sort than his fiction namesake. He was also a painter of considerable merit, a writer, and an antiquarian. He was said to have been a grandson of the famous painter Rembrandt Peale. Clemens vowed that he would not lecture in America that winter. The irrepressible Redpath besieged him as usual, and at the end of January Clemens telegraphed him, as he thought, finally. Following it with a letter of explanation, he added: "I said to her, 'There isn't money enough in America to hire me to leave you for one day.'" But Redpath was a persistent devil. He used arguments and held out inducements which even Mrs. Clemens thought should not be resisted, and Clemens yielded from time to time, and gave a lecture here and there during February. Finally, on the 3d of March, 1879, he telegraphed his tormentor: "Why don't you congratulate me? I never expect to stand on a lecture platform again after Thursday night." Howells tells delightfully of a visit which he and Aldrich paid to Hartford just at this period. Aldrich went to visit Clemens, and Howells to visit Charles Dudley Warner, Clemens coming as far as Springfield to welcome them. "In the good fellowship of that cordial neighborhood we had two such days as the aging sun no longer shines on in his round. There was constant running in and out of friendly houses where the living hosts and guests called one another by their Christian names or nicknames, and no such vain ceremony as knocking or ringing at doors. Clemens was then building the stately mansion in which he satisfied his love of magnificence as if it had been another sealskin coat, and he was at the crest of the prosperity which enabled him to humor every whim or extravagance." Howells tells how Clemens dilated on the advantages of subscription sale over the usual methods of publication, and urged the two Boston authors to prepare something which canvassers could handle. "Why, any other means of bringing out a book is privately printing it," he declared, and added that his subscription books in Bliss's hands sold right along, "just like the Bible." On the way back to Boston, Howells and Aldrich planned a subscription book which would sell straight along like the Bible. It was to be called "12 Memorable Murders." They had dreamed 2 or 3 fortunes by the time they had reached Boston, but the project ended there. "We never killed a single soul," Howells said once to the writer of this memoir. Clemens was always urging Howells to visit him after that. He offered all sorts of inducements. "You will find us the most reasonable people in the world. We had thought of precipitating upon you George Warner and his wife one day, Twichell and his jewel of a wife another day, and Charles Perkins and wife another. Only those, simply members of our family they are, but I'll close the door against them all, which will fix all of the lot except Twichell, who will no more hesitate to climb in the back window than nothing. And you shall go to bed when you please, get up when you please, talk when you please, read when you please." A little later he was urging Howells or Aldrich, or both of them, to come to Hartford to live. "Mr. Hall, who lives in the house next to Mrs. Stowe's, just where we drive in to go to our new house, will sell for 16,000 or 17,000. You can do your work just as well here as in Cambridge, can't you? Come, will one of you boys buy that house? Now say yes."
Certainly those were golden, blessed days, and perhaps, as Howells said, the sun does not shine on their like any more, not in Hartford, at least, for the old group that made them no longer assembles there. Hartford about this time became a sort of shrine for all literary visitors, and for other notables as well, whether of America or from overseas. It was the halfway place between Boston and New York, and pilgrims going in either direction rested there. It is said that travelers arriving in America were apt to remember two things they wished to see: Niagara Falls and Mark Twain. But the Falls had no such recent advertising advantage as that spectacular success in London. Visitors were apt to begin in Hartford. Howells went with considerable frequency after that, or rather with regularity, twice a year or oftener, and his coming was always hailed with great rejoicing. They visited and ate around at one place and another among that pleasant circle of friends, but they were happiest afterward together, Clemens smoking continually,
"soothing his tense nerves with a mild hot Scotch," says Howells, "while we both talked and tasked of everything in the heavens and on the earth, and the waters under the earth. After 2 days of this talk I would come away hollow, realizing myself best in the image of one of those locust shells which you find sticking to the bark of trees at the end of summer."
Sometimes Clemens told the story of his early life,
"the inexhaustible, the fairy, the Arabian Nights story, which I could never tire of, even when it began to be told over again."
End of Chapter 93. The Real Colonel Sellers, Golden Days, read by John Greenman. This is section 94 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 94. Beginning Tom Sawyer. The Clemens household went to Quarry Farm in April, leaving the new house once more in the hands of the architect and builders. It was costing a vast sum of money, and there was a financial stress upon the land. Mrs. Clemens, always prudent, became a little uneasy at times, though without warrant in those days, for her business statement showed that her holdings were only a little less than $250,000 in her own right, while her husband's books and lectures had been highly remunerative and would be more so. They were justified in living in ample, even luxurious comfort, and how free from financial worries they could have lived for the rest of their days. Clemens, realizing his happiness, wrote Dr. Brown, "Indeed I am thankful for the wifey and the child, and if there is one individual creature on all this footstool who is more thoroughly and uniformly and unceasingly happy than I am, I defy the world to produce him and prove him. In my opinion he don't exist. I was a mighty rough, coarse, unpromising subject when Livy took charge of me 4 years ago, and I may still be to the rest of the world, but not to her. She has made a very creditable job of me." Truly, fortune not only smiled, but laughed. Every mail brought great bundles of letters that sang his praises. Robert Watt, who has translated his books into Danish, wrote of their wide popularity among his people. Madame Blanc, Teresa Bentzen, who as early as 1872 had translated The Jumping Frog into French, and published it, with extended comment on the author and his work, in the Revue des Deux Mondes, was said to be preparing a review of The Gilded Age. All the world seemed ready to do him honor. Of course, one must always pay the price, usually a vexatious one. Bores stopped him on the street to repeat ancient and witless stories. Invented anecdotes, some of them exasperating ones, went the rounds of the press. Impostors in distant localities personated him, or claimed to be near relatives, and obtained favors, sometimes money, in his name. Trivial letters seeking benefactions of every kind took the savor from his daily mail. Letters from literary aspirants were so numerous that he prepared a form letter of reply. Dear Sir or Madam, experience has not taught me very much, still it has taught me that it is not wise to criticize a piece of literature, except to an enemy of the person who wrote it. Then, if you praise it, that enemy admires you for your honest manliness, and if you dispraise it, he admires you for your sound judgment. Yours truly, S.L.C. Even Orion, now in Keokuk on a chicken farm, pursued him with manuscripts and proposals of schemes. Clemens had bought this farm for Orion, who had counted on large and quick returns, but was planning new enterprises before the first eggs were hatched. Orion Clemens was as delightful a character as was ever created in fiction, but he must have been a trial now and then to Mark Twain. We may gather something of this from a letter written by the latter to his mother and sister at this period. I can't encourage Orion. Nobody can do that conscientiously, for the reason that before one's letter has time to reach him he is off on some new wild goose chase. Would you encourage in literature a man who, the older he grows, the worse he writes? I cannot encourage him to try the ministry, because he would change his religion so fast that he would have to keep a traveling agent under wages to go ahead of him to engage pulpits and board for him. I cannot conscientiously encourage him to do anything but potter around his little farm and put in his odd hours contriving new and impossible projects at the rate of 365 a year, which is his customary average. He says he did well in Hannibal. Now, there is a man who ought to be entirely satisfied with the grandeurs, emoluments, and activities of a hen farm. If you ask me to pity Orion, I can do that. I can do it every day and all day long. But one can't encourage quicksilver, because the instant you put your finger on it, it isn't there. No, I am saying too much. He does stick to his literary and legal aspirations, and he naturally would elect the very two things which he is wholly and preposterously unfitted for. If I ever become able, I mean to put Orion on a regular pension without revealing the fact that it is a pension. He did presently allow the pension, a liberal one, which continued until neither Orion Clemens nor his wife had further earthly need of it. Mark Twain for some time had contemplated one of the books that will longest preserve his memory, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. The success of Roughing It naturally made him cast about for other autobiographical material, and he remembered those days along the river front in Hannibal, his skylarking with Tom Blankenship, the Bowen boys, John Briggs, and the rest. He had recognized these things as material, inviting material it was, and now in the cool luxury of Quarry Farm he set himself to spin the fabric of youth. He found summer time always his best period for literary effort, and on a hillside just by the old quarry Mrs. Crane had built for him that spring a study, a little room of windows somewhat suggestive of a pilot house, overlooking the long sweep of grass and the dreamlike city below. Vines were planted that in the course of time would cover and embower it. There was a tiny fireplace for chilly days. To Twichell, of his new retreat, Clemens wrote: "It is the loveliest study you ever saw. It is octagonal, with a peaked roof, each face filled with a spacious window, and it sits perched in complete isolation on the top of an elevation that commands leagues of valley and city and retreating ranges of distant blue hills. It is a cozy nest, and just room in it for a sofa, table, and 3 or 4 chairs, and when the storms sweep down the remote valley, and the lightning flashes behind the hills beyond, and the rain beats upon the roof over my head, imagine the luxury of it." He worked steadily there that summer. He would go up mornings after breakfast, remaining until nearly dinner time, say until 5 o'clock or after, for it was not his habit to eat luncheon. Other members of the family did not venture near the place, and if he was urgently wanted they blew a horn. Each evening he brought down his day's performance to read to the assembled family. He felt the need of audience and approval. Usually he earned the latter, but not always. Once, when for a day he put aside other matters to record a young undertaker's love affair, and brought down the result in the evening, fairly bubbling with the joy of it, he met with a surprise. The tale was a ghastly burlesque, its humor of the most disheartening, unsavory sort. No one spoke during the reading, nobody laughed. The air was thick with disapproval. His voice lagged and faltered toward the end. When he finished there was heavy silence. Mrs. Clemens was the only one who could speak. "Youth, let's walk a little," she said. The undertaker's love story is still among the manuscripts of that period, but it is unlikely that it will ever see the light of print. This tale bears no relation to The Undertaker's Story in Sketches New and Old. The Tom Sawyer tale progressed steadily and satisfactorily. Clemens wrote Dr. Brown: "I have been writing 50 pages of manuscript a day, on an average, for some time now, on a book, a story, and consequently have been so wrapped up in it, and dead to everything else, that I have fallen mighty short in letter writing. On hot days I spread the study wide open, anchor my papers down with brickbats, and write in the midst of the hurricane, clothed in the same thin linen we make shirts of." He encloses some photographs in this letter. "The group," he says, "represents the vine-clad carriageway in front of the farmhouse. On the left is Megalopus, sitting in the lap of her German nursemaid. I am sitting behind them. Mrs. Crane is in the center, Mr. Crane next to her, then Mrs. Clemens and the new baby.
Her Irish nurse stands at her back. Then comes the table waitress, a young negro girl born free. Next to her is Auntie Cord, a fragment of whose history I have just sent to a magazine. She is the cook, was in slavery more than 40 years, and the self satisfied wench, the last of the group, is the little baby's American nursemaid. In the middle distance my mother in law's coachman, up on errand, has taken a position unsolicited to help out the picture. No, that is not true. He was waiting there a minute or two before the photographer came. In the extreme background, under the archway, you glimpse my study. The new baby, Bay, as they came to call her, was another little daughter born in June, a happy, healthy addition to the household. In a letter written to Twichell we get a sweet summer picture of this period, particularly of little sunny-haired 2-year-old Susie. There is nothing selfish about the Modoc. She is fascinated with the new baby. The Modoc rips and tears around outdoors most of the time, and consequently is as hard as a pine knot and as brown as an Indian. She is bosom friend to all the chickens, ducks, turkeys, and guinea hens on the place. Yesterday, as she marched along the winding path that leads up the hill through the red clover beds to the summer house, there was a long procession of these fowls stringing contentedly after her, led by a stately rooster who can look over the Modoc's head. The devotion of these vassals has been purchased with daily largesse of Indian meal, and so the Modoc, attended by her bodyguard, moves in state wherever she goes. There were days, mainly Sundays, when he did not work at all, peaceful days of lying fallow, dreaming in shady places, drowsily watching little Susie, or reading with Mrs. Clemens. Howells's Foregone Conclusion was running in the Atlantic that year, and they delighted in it. Clemens wrote the author, "I should think that this must be the daintiest, truest, most admirable workmanship that was ever put on a story. The creatures of God do not act out their natures more unerringly than yours do. If your genuine stories can die, I wonder by what right old Walter Scott's artificialities shall continue to live." At other times he found comfort in the society of Theodore Crane. These two were always fond of each other, and often read together the books in which they were mutually interested. They had portable hammock arrangements, which they placed side by side on the lawn, and read and discussed through summer afternoons. The Mutineers of the Bounty was one of the books they liked best, and there was a story of an Iceland farmer, a human document that had an unfading interest. Also there were certain articles in old numbers of the Atlantic that they read and reread. Pepys' Diary, 2 Years Before the Mast, and a book on the Andes were reliable favorites. Mark Twain read not so many books, but read a few books often. Those named were among the literature he asked for each year of his return to Quarry Farm. Without them the farm and the summer would not be the same. Then there was Lecky's History of European Morals.
There were periods when they read Lecky avidly and discussed it in original and unorthodox ways. Mark Twain found an echo of his own philosophies in Lecky. He made frequent marginal notes along the pages of the world's moral history, notes not always quotable in the family circle. Mainly, however, they were short, crisp interjections of assent or disapproval. In one place Lecky refers to those who have undertaken to prove that all our morality is a product of experience, holding that a desire to obtain happiness and to avoid pain is the only possible motive to action, the reason, and the only reason, why we should perform virtuous actions being that on the whole such a course will bring us the greatest amount of happiness. Clemens has endorsed these philosophies by writing on the margin, "Sound and true." It was the philosophy which he himself would always hold, though apparently never live by, and in the end would embody a volume of his own, "What is Man?" privately printed in 1906. In another place Lecky himself, speaking, says, "Fortunately we are all dependent for many of our pleasures on others. Cooperation and organization are essential to our happiness, and these are impossible without some restraint being placed upon our appetites. Laws are made to secure this restraint, and being sustained by rewards and punishments, they make it the interest of the individual to regard that of the community." "Correct," comments Clemens. "He has proceeded from unreasoned selfishness to reasoned selfishness. All our acts, reasoned and unreasoned, are selfish." It was a conclusion he logically never departed from. Not the happiest one, it would seem, at first glance, but one easier to deny than to disprove. On the back of an old envelope Mark Twain set down his literary declarations of this period. "I like history, biography, travels, curious facts and strange happenings, and science, and I detest novels, poetry, and theology." But of course the novels of Howells would be excepted. Lecky was not theology, but the history of it. His taste for poetry would develop later, though it would never become a fixed quantity, as was his devotion to history and science. His interest in these amounted to a passion. End of Chapter 94. Beginning Tom Sawyer. Read by John Greenman. This is section 95 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 95, An Atlantic Story and a Play. The reference to Auntie Cord in the letter to Dr. Brown brings us to Mark Twain's first contribution to the Atlantic Monthly. Howells, in his recollections of his Atlantic editorship, after referring to certain Western contributors, says, "Later came Mark Twain, originally of Missouri, but then provisionally of Hartford, and now ultimately of the solar system, not to say the universe. He came first with A True Story, one of those noble pieces of humanity with which the South has atoned chiefly, if not solely, through him for all its despite to the negro." Clemens had long aspired to appear in the Atlantic, but such was his own rating of his literature that he hardly hoped to qualify for its pages. Twichell remembers his "mingled astonishment and triumph" when he was invited to send something to the magazine. He was obliged to send something once or twice before the acceptance of A True Story, the narrative of Auntie Cord, and even this acceptance brought with it the return of a fable which had accompanied it, with the explanation that a fable like that would disqualify the magazine for every denominational reader, though Howells hastened to express his own joy in it. having been particularly touched by the author's reference to Sisyphus and Atlas as ancestors of the tumblebug. The true story, he said, with its realist king of black talk, won him, and a few days later he wrote again: "This little story delights me more and more. I wish you had about 40 of them." And so, modestly enough, as became him, for the story was of the simplest, most unpretentious sort, Mark Twain entered into the school of the elect. In his letter to Howells, accompanying the manuscript, the author said: "I enclose also a true story, which has no humor in it. You can pay as lightly as you choose for that if you want it, for it is rather out of my line. I have not altered the old colored woman's story except to begin it at the beginning instead of the middle, as she did, and traveled both ways." Howells, in his Recollections, tells of the business anxiety in the Atlantic office in the effort to estimate the story's pecuniary value. Clemens and Hart had raised literary rates enormously. The latter was reputed to have received as much as 5 cents a word from affluent newspapers. But the Atlantic was poor, and when $60 was finally decided upon for the 3 pages, about 2½ cents a word, the rate was regarded as handsome, without precedent in Atlantic history. Howells adds that as much as 40 times this amount was sometimes offered to Mark Twain in later years. Even in '74 he had received a much higher rate than that offered by the Atlantic, but no acceptance, then or later, ever made him happier, or seemed more richly rewarded. "A true story, repeated word for word as I heard it," was precisely what it claimed to be. Atlantic Monthly for November, 1874, also included in Sketches New and Old. Auntie Cord, the Auntie Rachel of that tale, cook at Quarry Farm, was a Virginia negress who had been twice sold as a slave, and was proud of the fact, particularly proud that she had brought $1,000 on the block. All her children had been sold away from her, but it was a long time ago, and now at 60 she was fat and seemingly without care. She had told her story to Mrs. Crane, who had more than once tried to persuade her to tell it to Clemens, but Auntie Cord was reluctant. One evening, however, when the family sat on the front veranda in the moonlight, looking down on the picture city, as was their habit, Auntie Cord came around to say good night, and Clemens engaged her in conversation. He led up to her story, and almost before she knew it she was seated at his feet, telling the strange tale in almost the exact words in which it was set down by him next morning. It gave Mark Twain a chance to exercise 2 of his chief gifts, transcription and portrayal. He was always greater at these things than at invention. Auntie Cord's story is a little masterpiece. He wished to do more with Auntie Cord and her associates of the farm, for they were extraordinarily interesting. 2 other negroes on the place, John Lewis and his wife (we shall hear notably of Lewis later), were not always on terms of amity with Auntie Cord. They disagreed on religion, and there were frequent battles in the kitchen. These depressed the mistress of the house, but they gave only joy to Mark Twain. His Southern raising had given him an understanding of their humor, their native emotions, which made these riots a spiritual gratification. He would slip around among the shrubbery and listen to the noise and strife of battle, and hug himself with delight. Sometimes they resorted to missiles, stones, tinware, even dressed poultry which Auntie Cord was preparing for the oven. Lewis was very black. Auntie Cord was a bright mulatto. Lewis's wife several shades lighter. Wherever the discussion began, it promptly shaded off toward the color line and insult. Auntie Cord was a Methodist. Lewis was a drunkard. Auntie Cord was ignorant and dogmatic. Lewis could read and was intelligent. Theology invariably led to personality, and eventually to epithets, crockery, geology, and victuals. how the greatest joker of the age did enjoy that summer warfare. The fun was not all one-sided. An incident of that summer probably furnished more enjoyment for the colored members of the household than it did for Mark Twain. Lewis had some fowls, and among them was a particularly pestiferous guinea hen that used to get up at 3 in the morning and go around making the kind of a noise that a guinea hen must like and is willing to get up early to hear. Mark Twain did not care for it. He stood it as long as he could one morning, then crept softly from the house to stop it. It was a clear, bright night. Locating the guinea hen, he slipped up stealthily with a stout stick. The bird was pouring out its heart, tearing the moonlight to tatters. Stealing up close, Clemens made a vicious swing with his bludgeon, but just then the guinea stepped forward a little, and he missed. The stroke and his explosion frightened the fowl, and it started to run. Clemens, with his mind now on the single purpose of revenge, started after it. Around the trees, along the paths, up and down the lawn, through gates and across the garden, out over the fields they raced, pursuer and pursued. The guinea no longer sang, and Clemens was presently too exhausted to swear. Hour after hour the silent, deadly hunt continued, both stopping to rest at intervals. Then up again and away. It was like something in a dream. It was nearly breakfast time when he dragged himself into the house at last, and the guinea was resting and panting under a currant bush. Later in the day Clemens gave orders to Lewis to "kill and eat that guinea hen," which Lewis did. Clemens himself had never eaten a guinea, but some years later in Paris, when the delicious breast of one of those fowls was served him, he remembered and said, "And to think, after chasing that creature all night, John Lewis got to eat him instead of me." The intent in Tom and Huck, or the inspiration for their adventures, gave out at last, or was superseded by a more immediate demand. As early as May, Goodman, in San Francisco, had seen a play announced there, presenting the character of Colonel Sellers, dramatized by Gilbert S. Densmore and played by John T. Raymond. Goodman immediately wrote Clemens. Also a letter came from Warner in Hartford, who had noticed in San Francisco papers announcements of the play. Of course Clemens would take action immediately. He telegraphed enjoining the performance, then began a correspondence with the dramatist and actor. This in time resulted in an amicable arrangement, by which the dramatist agreed to dispose of his version to Clemens. Clemens did not wait for it to arrive, but began immediately a version of his own. Just how much or how little of Densmore's work found its way into the completed play, as presented by Raymond later, cannot be known now. Howells conveys the impression that Clemens had no hand in its authorship beyond the character of Sellers as taken from the book. But in a letter still extant, which Clemens wrote to Howells at the time, he says: "I worked a month on my play, and launched it in New York last Wednesday. I believe it will go. The newspapers have been complimentary. It is simply a setting for one character, Colonel Sellers. As a play, I guess it will not bear critical assault in force." The Warners are as charming as ever. They go shortly to the devil for a year, that is, to Egypt. Raymond, in a letter which he wrote to the Sun, November 3, 1874, declared that not one line of Densmore's dramatization was used, except that which was taken bodily from the Gilded Age. During the newspaper discussion of the matter, Clemens himself prepared a letter for the Hartford Post. This letter was suppressed, but it still exists. In it he says: "I entirely rewrote the play 3 separate and distinct times. I had expected to use little of his (Densmore's) language, and but little of his plot. I do not think there are now 20 sentences of Mr. Densmore's in the play.
but I used so much of his plot that I wrote and told him that I should pay him about as much more as I had already paid him in case the play proved a success. I shall keep my word." This letter, written while the matter was fresh in his mind, is undoubtedly in accordance with the facts. That Densmore was fully satisfied may be gathered from an acknowledgment in which he says: "Your letter reached me on the ad. With check. In this place permit me to thank you for the very handsome manner in which you have acted in this matter." Warner, meantime, realizing that the play was constructed almost entirely of the Mark Twain chapters of the book, agreed that his collaborator should undertake the work and financial responsibilities of the dramatic venture and reap such rewards as might result. Various stories have been told of this matter, most of them untrue. There was no bitterness between the friends, no semblance of an estrangement of any sort. Warner very generously and promptly admitted that he was not concerned with the play, its authorship, or its profits, whatever the latter might amount to. Moreover, Warner was going to Egypt very soon, and his labors and responsibilities were doubly sufficient as they stood. Clemens's estimate of the play as a dramatic composition was correct enough, but the public liked it, and it was a financial success from the start. He employed a representative to travel with Raymond, to assist in the management and in the division of spoil. The agent had instructions to mail a card every day stating the amount of his share in the profits. Howells once arrived in Hartford just when this postal tide of fortune was at its flood. $150, $200, $300 were the gay figures which they bore, and which he flaunted in the air before he sat down at the table, or rose from it to brandish, and then, flinging his napkin in the chair, walked up and down to exult in. Once, in later years, referring to the matter, Howells said: "He was never a man who cared anything about money except as a dream, and he wanted more and more of it to fill out the spaces of this dream." Which was a true word. Mark Twain with money was like a child with a heap of bright pebbles, ready to pile up more and still more, then presently to throw them all away and begin gathering anew. End of Chapter 95. An Atlantic story and a play. Read by John Greenman. This is section 96 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 96. The New Home. The Clemenses returned to Hartford to find their new house ready, though still full of workmen, decorators, plumbers, and such other minions of labor as make life miserable to those with ambitions for new or improved habitations. The carpenters were still on the lower floor, but the family moved in and camped about in rooms upstairs that were more or less free from the invader. They had stopped in New York 10 days to buy carpets and furnishings, and these began to arrive, with no particular place to put them. But the owners were excited and happy with it all, for it was the pleasant season of the year, and all the new features of the house were fascinating, while the daily progress of the decorators furnished a fresh surprise when they roamed through the rooms at evening. Mrs. Clemens wrote home: "We are perfectly delighted with everything here, and do so want you all to see it." Her husband, as he was likely to do, picked up the letter and finished it. "Livy appoints me to finish this. But how can a headless man perform an intelligent function? I have been bully-ragged all day by the builder, by his foreman, by the architect, by the tapestry devil who is to upholster the furniture, by the idiot who is putting down the carpets, by the scoundrel who is setting up the billiard table, and has left the balls in New York, by the wildcat who is sodding the ground and finishing the driveway after the sun went down, by a book agent whose body is in the back yard and the coroner notified. Just think of this thing going on the whole day long, and I, a man who loathes details with all his heart. But I haven't lost my temper, and I've made Livy lie down most of the time. Could anybody make her lie down all the time?
Warner wrote from Egypt expressing sympathy for their unfurnished state of affairs, but added, "I would rather fit out 3 houses and fill them with furniture than to fit out one dahabeah." Warner was at that moment undertaking his charmingly remembered trip up the Nile. The new home was not entirely done for a long time. One never knows when a big house like that, or a little house for that matter, is done. But they were settled at last, with all their beautiful things in place, and perhaps there have been richer homes, possibly more artistic ones, but there has never been a more charming home, within or without, than that one. So many frequenters have tried to express the charm of that household, none of them has quite succeeded, for it lay not so much in its arrangement of rooms, or their decorations, or their outlook, though these were all beautiful enough, but rather in the personality, the atmosphere, and these are elusive things to convey in words. We can only see and feel and recognize, we cannot translate them. Even Howells, with his subtle touch, can present only an aspect here and there, an essence, as it were, from a happy garden, rather than the fullness of its bloom. As Mark Twain was unlike any other man that ever lived, so his house was unlike any other house ever built. People asked him why he built the kitchen toward the street, and he said, "So the servants can see the circus go by without running out into the front yard." But this was probably an afterthought. The kitchen end of the house extended toward Farmington Avenue, but it was by no means unbeautiful. It was a pleasing detail of the general scheme. The main entrance faced at right angles with the street and opened to a spacious hall. In turn, the hall opened to a parlor, where there was a grand piano, and to the dining room and library, and the library opened to a little conservatory, semicircular in form, of a design invented by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Says Howells, "The plants were set in the ground, and the flowering vines climbed up the sides and overhung the roof above the silent spray of the fountain, accompanied by callas and other water-loving lilies. There, while we breakfast, Patrick came in from the barn and sprinkled the pretty bower, which poured out its responsive perfume in the delicate accents of its varied blossoms." In the library was an old carved mantel which Clemens and his wife had bought in Scotland, salvage from a dismantled castle, and across the top of the fireplace a plate of brass with the motto, "The ornament of a house is the friends that frequent it," surely never more appropriately inscribed. There was the mahogany room, a large bedroom on the ground floor, and upstairs were other spacious bedrooms and many baths, while everywhere were Oriental rugs and draperies and statuary and paintings. There was a fireplace under a window, after the English pattern, so that in winter time one could at the same moment watch the blaze and the falling snow. The library windows looked out over the valley with the little stream in it, and through and across the tree tops. At the top of the house was what became Clemens's favorite retreat, the billiard room, and here and there were unexpected little balconies, which one could step out upon for the view. Below was a wide covered veranda, the ombra, as they called it, secluded from the public eye, a favorite family gathering place on pleasant days. But a house might easily have all these things without being more than usually attractive, and a house with a great deal less might have been as full of charm. Only it seemed just the proper setting for that particular household, and undoubtedly it acquired the personality of its occupants. Howells assures us that there never was another home like it, and we may accept his statement. It was unique. It was the home of one of the most unusual and unaccountable personalities in the world, yet was perfectly and serenely ordered. Mark Twain was not responsible for this blissful condition. He was its beacon light. It was around Mrs. Clemens that its affairs steadily revolved. If in the 4 years and more of marriage Clemens had made advancement in culture and capabilities, Olivia Clemens also had become something more than the half timid, inexperienced girl he had first known. In a way, her education had been no less notable than his. She had worked and studied, and her half year of travel and entertainment abroad had given her opportunity for acquiring knowledge and confidence. Her vision of life had vastly enlarged, her intellect had flowered, her grasp of practicalities had become firm and sure. In spite of her delicate physical structure, her continued uncertainty of health, she capably undertook the management of their large new house, and supervised its economies. Any one of her undertakings was sufficient for one woman, but she compassed them all. No children had more careful direction than hers, no husband had more devoted attendance and companionship, no household was ever directed with a sweeter and gentler grace, or with greater perfection of detail. When the great ones of the world came to visit America's most picturesque literary figure, she gave welcome to them all, and filled her place at his side with such sweet and capable dignity that those who came to pay their duties to him often returned to pay even greater devotion to his companion. Says Howells: "She was, in a way, the loveliest person I have ever seen, the gentlest, the kindest, without a touch of weakness. She united wonderful tact with wonderful truth, and Clemens not only accepted her rule implicitly, but he rejoiced, he gloried in it." And once, in an interview with the writer of these chapters, Howells declared: "She was not only a beautiful soul, but a woman of singular intellectual power. I never knew any one quite like her." Then he added: "Words cannot express Mrs. Clemens, her fineness, her delicate, her wonderful tact with a man who was in some respects, and wished to be, the most outrageous creature that ever breathed." Howells meant a good many things by that, no doubt. Clemens's violent methods, for one thing, his sudden, savage impulses, which sometimes worked injustice and hardship for others, though he was first to discover the wrong and to repair it only too fully. Then, too, Howells may have meant his boyish teasing tendency to disturb Mrs. Clemens's exquisite sense of decorum. Once I remember seeing him come into the drawing-room at Hartford in a pair of white cowskin slippers with the hair out, and do a crippled colored uncle, to the joy of all beholders. I must not say all, for I remember also the dismay of Mrs. Clemens and her low, despairing cry of "Oh, youth!" He was continually doing such things as the crippled colored uncle, partly for the very joy of the performance, but partly, too, to disturb her serenity, to incur her reproof, to shiver a little shock would be too strong a word. And he liked to fancy her in a spirit and attitude of belligerence, to present that fancy to those who knew the measure of her gentle nature. Writing to Mrs. Howells of a picture of herself in a group, he said: "You look exactly as Mrs. Clemens does after she has said, 'Indeed, I do not wonder that you can frame no reply, for you know only too well that your conduct admits of no excuse, palliation, or argument, none.'" Clemens would pretend to a visitor that she had been violently indignant over some offense of his. Perhaps he would say: "Well, I contradicted her just now, and the crockery will begin to fly pretty soon." She could never quite get used to this pleasantry, and a faint glow would steal over her face. He liked to produce that glow. yet always his manner toward her was tenderness itself. He regarded her as some dainty bit of porcelain, and it was said that he was always following her about with a chair. Their union has been regarded as ideal. That is Twichell's opinion, and Howells's. The latter sums up: "Marriages are what the parties to them alone really know them to be, but from the outside I should say that this marriage was one of the most perfect." End of Chapter 96. The New Home. Read by John Greenman. This is section 97 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 97. The Walk to Boston. The new home became more beautiful to them as things found their places, as the year deepened, and the wonder of autumn foliage lit up their landscape. Sitting on one side of the little upper balconies, Mrs. Clemens wrote: "The atmosphere is very hazy, and it makes the autumn tints even more soft and beautiful than usual. Mr. Twichell came for Mr. Clemens to go walking with him. They returned at dinner time, heavily laden with autumn leaves." And as usual Clemens, finding the letter unfinished, took up the story. "Twichell came up here with me to luncheon after services, and I went back home with him and took Susy along in her little carriage. We have just got home again, middle of afternoon, and Livy has gone to rest and left the west balcony to me. There is a shining and most marvelous miracle of cloud effects mirrored in the brook, a picture which began with perfection and has momently surpassed it ever since, until at last it is almost unendurably beautiful. There is a cloud picture in the stream now whose hues are as manifold as those in an opal, and as delicate as the tintings of a sea shell. But now a muskrat is swimming through it, and obliterating it with the turmoil of wavelets he casts abroad from his shoulders. The customary Sunday assemblage of strangers is gathered together in the grounds, discussing the house." Twichell and Clemens took a good many walks these days, long walks, for Twichell was an athlete and Clemens had not then outgrown the Nevada habit of pedestrian wandering. Talcott's Tower, a wooden structure about 5 miles from Hartford, was one of their favorite objective points, and often they walked out and back, talking so continuously and so absorbed in the themes of their discussions that time and distance slipped away almost unnoticed. How many things they talked of in those long walks! They discussed philosophies and religions and creeds, and all the range of human possibility and shortcoming, and all the phases of literature and history and politics. Unorthodox discussions they were, illuminating, marvelously enchanting, and vanished now forever. Sometimes they took the train as far as Bloomfield, a little station on the way, and walked the rest of the distance, or they took the train from Bloomfield home. It seems a strange association, perhaps, the fellowship of that violent dissenter with that fervent soul dedicated to church and creed, but the root of their friendship lay in the frankness with which each man delivered his dogmas and respected those of his companion. It was during one of their walks to the Tower that they planned a far more extraordinary undertaking, nothing less, in fact, than a walk from Hartford to Boston. This was early in November. They did not delay the matter, for the weather was getting too uncertain. Clemens wrote Redpath: "Dear Redpath, Reverend J. H. Twichell and I expect to start at 8 o'clock Thursday morning to walk to Boston in 24 hours or more. We shall telegraph Young's Hotel for rooms Saturday night. in order to allow for a low average of pedestrianism. It was half past 8 on Thursday morning on November 12, 1874, that they left Twichell's house in a carriage, drove to the East Hartford Bridge, and there took to the road, Twichell carrying a little bag and Clemens a basket of lunch. The papers had got hold of it by this time, and were watching the result. They did well enough that first day, following the old Boston stage road, arriving at Westford about 7 o'clock in the evening, 28 miles from the starting point. There was no real hotel at Westford, only a sort of tavern, but it afforded the luxury of rest. "Also," said Twichell, in a memoranda of the trip, "a sublimely profane hostler whom you couldn't jostle with any sort of mild remark without bringing down upon yourself a perfect avalanche of oaths." This was a joy to Clemens, who sat behind the stove, rubbing his lame knees and fairly reveling in Twichell's discomfiture in his efforts to divert the hostler's blasphemy. There was also a mellow inebriate there who recommended kerosene for Clemens's lameness, and offered as testimony the fact that he himself had frequently used it for stiffness in his joints after lying out all night in the cold weather, drunk. Altogether it was a notable evening. Westford was about as far as they continued the journey afoot. Clemens was exceedingly lame next morning, and had had a rather bad night. But he swore and limped along 6 miles farther, to North Ashford, then gave it up. They drove from North Ashford to the railway, where Clemens telegraphed Redpath and Howells of their approach. To Redpath: "We have made 35 miles in less than 5 days. This demonstrates that the thing can be done. Shall now finish by rail. Did you have any bets on us?" To Howells: "Arrive by rail at 7 o'clock, the first of a series of grand annual pedestrian tours from Hartford to Boston, to be performed by us. The next will take place next year." Redpath read his dispatch to a lecture audience with effect. Howells made immediate preparation for receiving 2 wayworn, hungry men. He telegraphed to Young's Hotel: "You and Twichell come right up to 37 Concord Avenue, Cambridge, near Observatory. Party waiting for you." They got to Howells about 9 o'clock, and the refreshments were waiting. Miss Longfellow was there, Rose Hawthorne, John Fiske, Larkin G. Mead, the sculptor, and others of their kind. Howells tells in his book how Clemens, with Twichell, suddenly stormed in, and immediately began to eat and drink. "I can see him now as he stood up in the midst of our friends, with his head thrown back, and in his hand a dish of those escalloped oysters without which no party in Cambridge was really a party, exulting in the tale of his adventure, which had abounded in the most original characters and amusing incidents at every mile of their progress." Clemens gave a dinner next night to Howells, Aldrich, Osgood, and the rest. The papers were full of jokes concerning the Boston expedition. Some even had illustrations, and it was all amusing enough at the time. Next morning, sitting in the writing room of Young's Hotel, he wrote a curious letter to Mrs. Clemens, though intended as much for Howells and Aldrich as for her. It was dated 61 years ahead, and was a sort of looking backwards, though that notable book had not yet been written. It presupposed a monarchy in which the name of Boston has been changed to Limerick, and Hartford to Dublin. In it Twichell has become the Archbishop of Dublin, Howells Duke of Cambridge, Aldrich Marquis of Ponkapog, Clemens the Earl of Hartford. It was too whimsical and delightful a fancy to be forgotten. This remarkable and amusing document will be found under Appendix M at the end of last volume. A long time afterward, 34 years, he came across this letter. He said: "It seems curious now that I should have been dreaming dreams of a
future monarchy and never suspect that the monarchy was already present and the republic a thing of the past. What he meant was the political succession that had fostered those commercial trusts which, in turn, had established party dominion. To Howells, on his return, Clemens wrote his acknowledgments, and added: Mrs. Clemens gets upon the verge of swearing, and goes tearing around in an unseemly fury when I enlarge upon the delightful time we had in Boston, and she not there to have her share. I have tried hard to reproduce Mrs. Howells to her, and have probably not made a shining success of it.
End of Chapter 97. The Walk to Boston. Read by John Greenman. This is section 98 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 98. Old Times on the Mississippi. Howells had been urging Clemens to do something more for the Atlantic, specifically something for the January number. Clemens cudgeled his brains, but finally declared he must give it up. Mrs. Clemens has diligently persecuted me day by day with urgings to go to work and do that something, but it's no use. I find I can't. We are in such a state of worry and endless confusion that my head won't go. 2 hours later he sent another hasty line: I take back the remark that I can't write for the January number, for Twichell and I have had a long walk in the woods, and I got to telling him about old Mississippi days of steamboating glory and grandeur as I saw them during 4 years from the pilot house. He said what a virgin subject to hurl into a magazine. I hadn't thought of that before. Would you like a series of papers to run through 3 months, or 6, or 9, or about 4 months, say? Howells welcomed this offer as an echo of his own thought. He had come from a piloting family himself, and knew the interest that Mark Twain could put into such a series. Acting promptly under the new inspiration, Clemens forthwith sent the first chapter of that monumental, that absolutely unique series of papers on Mississippi River life, which today constitutes one of his chief claims to immortality. His first number was in the nature of an experiment. Perhaps, after all, the idea would not suit the Atlantic readers. Cut it, scarify it, reject it, handle it with entire freedom, he wrote, and awaited the result. The result was that Howells expressed his delight. The piece about the Mississippi is capital. It almost made the water in our ice pitcher muddy as I read it. I don't think I shall meddle much with it, even in the way of suggestion. The sketch of the low-lived little town was so good that I could have wished there was more of it. I want the sketches, if you can make them every month. Mark Twain was now really interested in this new literary venture. He was fairly saturated with memories. He was writing on the theme that lay nearest to his heart. Within 10 days he reported that he had finished 3 of the papers, and had begun the 4th. And yet I have spoken of nothing but piloting as a science so far, and I doubt if I ever get beyond that portion of my subject, and I don't care to. Any Muggins can write about old days on the Mississippi of 500 different kinds, but I am the only man alive
that can scribble about the piloting of that day, and no man has ever tried to scribble about it yet. Its newness pleases me all the time, and it is about the only new subject I know of." He became so enthusiastic presently that he wanted to take Howells with him on a trip down the Mississippi, with their wives for company, to go over the old ground again and obtain added material enough for a book. Howells was willing enough, agreed to go, in fact, but found it hard to get away. He began to temporize and finally backed out. Clemens tried to inveigle Osgood into the trip, but without success; also John Hay. But Hay had a new baby at his house just then, "3 days old, and with a voice beyond price," he said, offering it as an excuse for non acceptance. So the plan for revisiting the river and the conclusion of the book were held in abeyance for nearly 7 years. Those early piloting chapters, as they appeared in the Atlantic, constituted Mark Twain's best literary exhibit up to that time. In some respects they are his best literature of any time. As pictures of an intensely interesting phase of life, they are so convincing, so real, and at the same time of such extraordinary charm and interest, that if the English language should survive 1,000 years, or 10 times as long, they would be as fresh and vivid at the end of that period as the day they were penned. In them the atmosphere of the river and its environment, its pictures, its thousand aspects of life, are reproduced with what is no less than literary necromancy. Not only does he make you smell the river, you can fairly hear it breathe. On the appearance of the first number John Hay wrote, "It is perfect, no more, no less. I don't see how you do it," and added, "You know what my opinion is of time not spent with you." Howells wrote, "You are doing the science of piloting splendidly, every word interesting, and don't you drop the series till you've got every bit of anecdote and reminiscence into it." He let Clemens write the articles to suit himself. Once he said, "If I might put in my jaw at this point, I should say, stick to actual fact and character in the thing, and give things in detail. All that belongs to the old river life is novel, and is now mostly historical. Don't write at any supposed Atlantic audience, but yarn it off as if into my sympathetic ear." Clemens replied that he had no dread of the Atlantic audience. He declared it was the only audience that did not require a humorist to paint himself striped and stand on his head to amuse it. The Old Times papers ran through 7 numbers of the Atlantic. They were reprinted everywhere by the newspapers, who in that day had little respect for magazine copyrights, and were promptly pirated in book form in Canada. They added vastly to Mark Twain's literary capital, though Howells informs us that the Atlantic circulation did not thrive proportionately, for the reason that the newspapers gave the articles to their readers from advanced sheets of the magazine even before the latter could be placed on sale. It so happened that in the January Atlantic, which contained the first of the Mississippi papers, there appeared Robert Dale Owen's article on spiritualism, which brought such humility both to author and publisher because of the exposure of the medium Katy King, which came along while the magazine was in press. Clemens has written this marginal note on the opening page of the copy at Quarry Farm: "While this number of the Atlantic was being printed, the Katy King manifestations were discovered to be the cheapest, wretchedest shams and frauds, and were exposed in the newspapers. The awful humiliation of it unseated Robert Dale Owen's reason, and he died in the madhouse." End of Chapter 98, Old Times on the Mississippi. Read by John Greenman. This is section 99 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875.
Chapter 99 A Typewriter and a Joke on Aldrich. It was during the trip to Boston with Twichell that Mark Twain saw for the first time what was then a brand new invention, a typewriter, or it may have been during a subsequent visit a week or two later. At all events, he had the machine and was practicing on it December 9th, 1874, for he wrote two letters on it that day, one to Howells and the other to Orion Clemens. In the latter he says, "I am trying to get the hang of this new-fangled writing machine, but am not making a shining success of it. However, this is the first attempt I have ever made, and yet I perceive that I shall soon easily acquire a fine facility in its use. I saw the thing in Boston the other day, and was greatly taken with it." He goes on to explain the new wonder, and on the whole his first attempt is a very creditable performance. With his usual enthusiasm over an innovation, he believes it is going to be a great help to him, and proclaims its advantages. This is the letter to Howells, with the errors preserved. "You needn't answer this. I am only practicing to get 3 anoth slip up there, only practicing to get the hang of the thing. I notice I misfire and get in a good many unnecessary letters and punctuation marks. I am simply using you for a target to bang at. Blame my cats, but this thing requires genius in order to work it just right." In an article written long after, he tells how he was with Nasby when he first saw the machine in Boston through a window, and how they went in to see it perform. In the same article he states that he was the first person in the world to apply the type machine to literature, and that he thinks the story of Tom Sawyer was the first type-copied manuscript. Tom Sawyer was not then complete, and had been laid aside. The first type-copied manuscript was probably early chapters of the Mississippi story, 2 discarded typewritten pages of which still exist. The new enthusiasm ran its course and died. 3 months later, when the Remington makers wrote him for a recommendation of the machine, he replied that he had entirely stopped using it. The typewriter was not perfect in those days, and the keys did not always respond readily. He declared it was ruining his morals, that it made him want to swear. He offered it to Howells because he said Howells had no morals anyway. Howells hesitated, so Clemens traded the machine to Bliss for a side saddle. But perhaps Bliss also became afraid of its influence, for in due time he brought it back. Howells again tempted, hesitated, and this time was lost. What eventually became of the machine is not history. One of those happy Atlantic dinners which Howells tells of came about the end of that year. It was at the Parker House, and Emerson was there, and Aldrich, and the rest of that group. "Don't you dare to refuse the invitation," said Howells, and naturally Clemens didn't, and wrote back, "I want you to ask Mrs. Howells to let you stay all night at the Parker House and tell lies, and have an improving time, and take breakfast with me in the morning. I will have a good room for you and a fire. Can't you tell her it always makes you sick to go home late at night, or something like that? That sort of thing arouses Mrs. Clemens's sympathies easily." 2 memories of that old dinner remain today. Aldrich and Howells were not satisfied with the kind of neckties that Mark Twain wore, the old-fashioned black string tie, a Western survival. So they made him a present of 2 cravats when he set out on his return for Hartford. Next day he wrote, "You and Aldrich have made one woman deeply and sincerely grateful.
Mrs. Clemens, for months, I may even say years, she has shown an unaccountable animosity toward my necktie, even getting up in the night to take it with the tongs and blackguard it, sometimes also getting so far as to threaten it. When I said you and Aldrich had given me two new neckties, and that they were in a paper in my overcoat pocket, she was in a fever of happiness until she found I was going to frame them. Then all the venom in her nature gathered itself together, insomuch that I, being near to a door, went without, perceiving danger. It is recorded that eventually he wore the neckties, and returned no more to the earlier mode. Another memory of that dinner is linked to a demand that Aldrich made of Clemens that night for his photograph. Clemens, returning to Hartford, put up 52 different specimens in as many envelopes, with the idea of sending one a week for a year. Then he concluded that this was too slow a process, and for a week sent one every morning to "His Grace of Ponkapog." Aldrich stood it for a few days, then protested. "The police," he said, "are in the habit of swooping down upon a publication of that sort." On New Year's no less than 20 pictures came at once, photographs and prints of Mark Twain, his house, his family, his various belongings. Aldrich sent a warning then that the perpetrator of this outrage was known to the police as Mark Twain, alias the Jumping Frog, a well-known California desperado, who would be speedily arrested and brought to Ponkapog to face his victim. This letter was signed T. Bailey, Chief of Police, and on the outside of the envelope there was a statement that it would be useless for that person to send any more mail matter, as the post office had been blown up. The jolly farce closed there. It was the sort of thing that both men enjoyed. Aldrich was writing a story at this time which contained some Western mining incident and environment. He sent the manuscript to Clemens for expert consideration and advice. Clemens wrote him at great length and in careful detail. He was fond of Aldrich, regarding him as one of the most brilliant of men. Once to Robert Louis Stevenson he said, "Aldrich has never had his peer for prompt and pithy and witty and humorous sayings. None has equaled him. Certainly none has surpassed him in the felicity of phrasing with which he clothed these children of his fancy. Aldrich is always brilliant. He can't help it. He is a fire opal set round with rose diamonds. When he is not speaking, you know that his dainty fancies are twinkling and glimmering around in him. When he speaks, the diamonds flash. Yes, he is always brilliant. He will always be brilliant. He will be brilliant in hell. You will see." Stevenson, smiling a chuckly smile, said, "I hope not." "Well, you will, and he will dim even those ruddy fires, and look like a transfigured Adonis backed against a pink sunset." North American Review, September, 1906. End of Chapter 99. A Typewriter and a Joke on Aldrich. Read by John Greenman. This is section 100 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 100. Raymond, Mental Telegraphy, etc. The Sellers play was given in Hartford in January, 1875, to as many people as could crowd into the opera house.
Raymond had reached the perfection of his art by that time, and the townsmen of Mark Twain saw the play and the actor at their best. Kate Field played the part of Laura Hawkins, and there was a Hartford girl in the company. Also a Hartford young man, who would one day be about as well known to playgoers as any playwright or actor that America has produced. His name was William Gillette, and it was largely due to Mark Twain that the author of Secret Service and of the dramatic Sherlock Holmes got a fair public start. Clemens and his wife loaned Gillette the $3,000 which tided him through his period of dramatic education. Their faith in his ability was justified. Hartford would naturally be enthusiastic on a first Sellers-Raymond night. At the end of the fourth act there was an urgent demand for the author of the play, who was supposed to be present. He was not there in person, but had sent a letter, which Raymond read. My dear Raymond, I am aware that you are going to be welcomed to our town by great audiences on both nights of your stay there, and I beg to add my hearty welcome also through this note. I cannot come to the theater on either evening, Raymond, because there is something so touching about your acting that I can't stand it. I do not mention a couple of colds in my head because I hardly minded them as much as I would the erysipelas, but between you and me I would prefer it if they were rights and lefts. And then there is another thing. I have always taken a pride in earning my living in outside places and spending it in Hartford. I have said that no good citizen would live on his own people, but go forth and make it sultry for other communities and fetch home the result. And now, at this late day, I find myself in the crushed and bleeding position of fattening myself upon the spoils of my brethren. Can I support such grief as this? This is literary emotion, you understand. Take the money at the door just the same. Once more I welcome you to Hartford, Raymond, but as for me, let me stay at home and blush. Yours truly, Mark. The play was equally successful wherever it went. It made what in that day was regarded as a fortune. $100,000 is hardly too large an estimate of the amount divided between author and actor. Raymond was a great actor in that part, as he interpreted it, though he did not interpret it fully, or always in its best way. The finer side, the subtle, tender side of Colonel Sellers, he was likely to overlook. Yet, with the natural human self-estimate, Raymond believed he had created a much greater part than Mark Twain had written. Doubtless, from the point of view of a number of people, this was so, though the idea was naturally obnoxious to Clemens. In course of time their personal relations ceased. Clemens that winter gave another benefit for Father Hawley. In reply to an invitation to appear in behalf of the poor, he wrote that he had quit the lecture field, and would not return to the platform unless driven there by lack of bread, but he added, "By the spirit of that remark I am debarred from delivering this proposed lecture, and so I fall back upon the letter of it, and emerge upon the platform for this last and final time, because I am confronted by a lack of bread among Father Hawley's flock." He made an introductory speech at an old-fashioned spelling bee given at the Asylum Hill Church, a breezy, charming talk of which the following is a sample. "I don't see any use in spelling a word right
and never did. I mean, I don't see any use in having a uniform and arbitrary way of spelling words. We might as well make all clothes alike and cook all dishes alike. Sameness is tiresome. Variety is pleasing. I have a correspondent whose letters are always a refreshment to me. There is such a breezy, unfettered originality about his orthography. He always spells cow with a large K. Now that is just as good as to spell it with a small one. It is better. It gives the imagination a broader field, a wider scope. It suggests to the mind a grand, vague, impressive new kind of a cow. He took part in the contest, and in spite of his early reputation was spelled down on the word cauldron, which he spelled Cauldron, as he had been taught, while the dictionary used as authority gave that form as second choice.
Another time that winter Clemens read before the Monday Evening Club a paper on universal suffrage, which is still remembered by the surviving members of that time. A paragraph or two will convey its purport.
Our marvelous latter day statesmanship has invented universal suffrage. That is the finest feather in our cap. All that we require of a voter is that he shall be forked, wear pantaloons instead of petticoats, and bear a more or less humorous resemblance to the reported image of God. He need not know anything whatever. He may be wholly useless and a cumberer of the earth. He may even be known to be a consummate scoundrel. No matter. While he can steer clear of the penitentiary, his vote is as weighty as the vote of a president, a bishop, a college professor, a merchant prince. We brag of our universal, unrestricted suffrage, but we are shams after all, for we restrict when we come to the women.
The Monday Evening Club was an organization which included the best minds of Hartford. Dr. Horace Bushnell, Professor Calvin E. Stowe, and J. Hammond Trumbull founded it back in the 60s, and it included such men as Reverend Dr. Parker, Reverend Dr. Burton, Charles H. Clark of the Courant, Warner and Twichell, with others of their kind. Clemens had been elected after his first sojourn in England, February 1873, and had then read a paper on the license of the press. The club met alternate Mondays from October to May. There was one paper for each evening, and after the usual fashion of such clubs, the reading was followed by discussion. Members of that time agree that Mark Twain's association with the club had a tendency to give it a life, or at least an exhilaration, which it had not previously known. His papers were serious in their purpose. He always preferred to be serious, but they evidenced the magic gift which made whatever he touched turn to literary jewelry. Psychic theories and phenomena always attracted Mark Twain. In thought transference especially he had a frank interest, an interest awakened and kept alive by certain phenomena psychic manifestations we call them now. In his association with Mrs. Clemens it not infrequently happened that one spoke the other's thought, or perhaps a long procrastinated letter to a friend would bring an answer as quickly as mailed. But these are things familiar to us all. A more startling example of thought communication developed at the time of which we are writing, an example which raised to a fever point whatever interest he may have had in the subject before. He was always having these vehement interests, rages we may call them, for it would be inadequate to speak of them as fads, inasmuch as they tended in the direction of human enlightenment, or progress, or reform. Clemens one morning was lying in bed when, as he says, "suddenly a red hot new idea came whistling down into my camp." The idea was that the time was ripe for a book that would tell the story of the Comstock, of the Nevada silver mines. It seemed to him that the person best qualified for the work was his old friend William Wright, Dan de Quille. He had not heard from Dan or of him for a long time, but decided to write and urge him to take up the idea. He prepared the letter, going fully into the details of his plan, as was natural for him to do, then laid it aside until he could see Bliss and secure his approval of the scheme from a publishing standpoint. Just a week later, it was the 9th of March, a letter came, a thick letter, bearing a Nevada postmark, and addressed in a handwriting which he presently recognized as de Quille's. To a visitor who was present he said, "Now I will do a miracle. I will tell you everything this letter contains, date, signature, and all, without breaking the seal." He stated what he believed was in the letter. Then he opened it and showed that he had correctly given its contents, which were the same in all essential details as those of his own letter not yet mailed. In an article on mental telegraphy (he invented the name) he relates this instance, with others, and in Following the Equator, and elsewhere, he records other such happenings. It was one of the mysteries in which he never lost interest, though his concern in it in time became a passive one. The result of the de Quille manifestation, however, he has not recorded. Clemens immediately wrote, urging Dan to come to Hartford for an extended visit. De Quille came, and put in a happy spring in his old comrade's luxurious home, writing "The Big Bonanza," which Bliss successfully published a year later. Mark Twain was continually inviting old friends to share his success with him. Any comrade of former days found welcome in his home as often as he would come, and for as long as he would stay. Clemens dropped his own affairs to advise in their undertakings, and if their undertakings were literary he found them a publisher. He did this for Joaquin Miller and for Bret Harte, and he was always urging Goodman to make his house a home. The Beecher Tilton trial was the sensation of the spring of 1875, and Clemens, in common with many others, was greatly worked up over it. The printed testimony had left him decidedly in doubt as to Beecher's innocence, though his blame would seem to have been less for the possible offense than because of the great leader's attitude in the matter. To Twichell he said, "His quibbling was fatal. Innocent or guilty, he should have made an unqualified statement in the beginning." Together they attended one of the sessions, on a day when Beecher himself was on the witness stand. The tension was very great. The excitement was painful. Twichell thought that Beecher appeared well under the stress of examination, and was deeply sorry for him. Clemens was far from convinced. The feeling was especially strong in Hartford, where Henry Ward Beecher's relatives were prominent, and animosities grew out of it. They are all forgotten now. Most of those who cherished bitterness are dead. Any feeling that Clemens had in the matter lasted but a little while. Howells tells us that when he met him some months after the trial ended, and was tempted to mention it, Clemens discouraged any discussion of the event. Says Howells, "He would only say the man had suffered enough, as if the man had expiated his wrong, and he was not going to do anything to renew his penalty. I found that very curious, very delicate. His continued blame would not come to the sufferer's knowledge, but he felt it his duty to forbear it." It was 100 years, that 19th of April, since the battles of Lexington and Concord, and there was to be a great celebration. The Howellses had visited Hartford in March, and the Clemenses were invited to Cambridge for the celebration. Only Clemens could go, which in the event proved a good thing perhaps, for when Clemens and Howells set out for Concord they did not go over to Boston to take the train, but decided to wait for it at Cambridge. Apparently it did not occur to them that the train would be jammed the moment the doors were opened at the Boston station, but when it came along they saw how hopeless was their chance. They had special invitations and passage from Boston, but these were only mockeries now. It was cold and chilly, and they forlornly set out in search of some sort of a conveyance. They tramped around in the mud and raw wind, but vehicles were either filled or engaged, and drivers and occupants were inclined to jeer at them. Clemens was taken with an acute attack of indigestion, which made him rather dismal and savage. Their effort finally ended with his trying to run down a tally-ho which was empty inside and had a party of Harvard students riding atop. The students, who did not recognize their would-be fare, enjoyed the race. They encouraged their pursuer, and perhaps their driver, with merriment and cheers. Clemens was handicapped by having to run in the slippery mud, and soon dropped by the wayside. "I am glad," says Howells, "I cannot recall what he said when he came back to me." They hung about a little longer, then dragged themselves home, slipped into the house, and built up a fine, cheerful fire on the hearth. They proposed to practice a deception on Mrs. Howells by pretending they had been to Concord and returned, but it was no use. Their statements were flimsy, and guilt was plainly written on their faces. Howells recalls this incident delightfully, and expresses the belief that the humor of the situation was finally a greater pleasure to Clemens than the actual visit to Concord would have been. Twichell did not have any such trouble in attending the celebration. He had adventures he was always having adventures but they were of a more successful kind. Clemens heard the tale of them when he returned to Hartford. He wrote it to Howells: Joe Twichell preached morning and evening here last Sunday. Took midnight train for Boston. Got an early breakfast and started by rail at 7:30 A.M. for Concord. Swelled around there until 1 P.M., seeing everything. Then traveled on top of a train to Lexington. Saw everything there. Traveled on top of a train to Boston, with hundreds in company, deluged with dust, smoke, and cinders. Yelled and hurrahed all the way like a schoolboy. Lay flat down to dodge numerous bridges, and sailed into the depot howling with excitement and as black as a chimney sweep. Got to Young's Hotel at 7 P.M. Sat down in the reading room and immediately fell asleep. Was promptly awakened by a porter, who supposed he was drunk. Wandered around an hour and a half, then took 9 P.M. train, sat down in a smoking car, and remembered nothing more until awakened by conductor as the train came into Hartford at 1:30 A.M. Thinks he had simply a glorious time, and wouldn't have missed the centennial for the world. He would have run out to see us a moment at Cambridge, but he was too dirty. I wouldn't have wanted him there. His appalling energy would have been an insufferable reproach to mild adventurers like you and me. End of Chapter 100. Raymond, Mental Telegraphy, etc. Read by John Greenman. This is section 101 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, A Biography, Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 101, Concluding Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain's Editors. Meantime, the inspiration tank, as Clemens sometimes called it, had filled up again. He had received from somewhere new afflatus for the story of Tom and Huck, and was working on it steadily. The family remained in Hartford, and early in July, under full head of steam, he brought the story to a close. On the 5th he wrote Howells: I have finished the story and didn't take the chap beyond boyhood. I believe it would be fatal to do it in any shape but autobiographically, like Gil Blas. I perhaps made a mistake in not writing it in the first person. If I went on now and took him into manhood, he would just lie like all the one-horse men in literature, and the reader would conceive a hearty contempt for him. It is not a boy's book at all. It will only be read by adults. It is only written for adults. He would like to see the story in the Atlantic, he said, but doubted the wisdom of serialization. By and by I shall take a boy of 12 and run him through life in the first person, but not Tom Sawyer. He would not make a good character for it. From which we get the first glimpse of Huck's later adventures. Of course he wanted Howells to look at the story. It was a tremendous favor to ask, he said, and added, but I know of no other person whose judgment I could venture to take fully and entirely. Don't hesitate to say no, for I know how your time is taxed, and I would have honest need to blush if you said yes. Send on your manuscript, wrote Howells. You've no idea what I may ask you to do for me some day. But Clemens, conscience-stricken, blushed and weakened, as he said. When Howells insisted, he wrote, but I will gladly send it to you if you will do as follows. Dramatize it, if you perceive that you can, and take for your remuneration half of the first $6,000 which I receive for its representation on the stage. You could alter the plot entirely if you chose. I could help in the work most cheerfully after you had arranged the plot. I have my eye upon 2 young girls who can play Tom and Huck. Howells in his reply urged Clemens to do the playwriting himself. He could never find time, he said, and he doubted whether he could enter into the spirit of another man's story. Clemens did begin a dramatization then or a little later, but it was not completed. Mrs. Clemens, to whom he had read the story as it proceeded, was as anxious as her husband for Howells's opinion, for it was the first extended piece of fiction Mark Twain had undertaken alone. He carried the manuscript over to Boston himself, and whatever their doubts may have been, Howells's subsequent letter set them at rest. He wrote that he had sat up till 1 in the morning to get to the end of it, simply because it was impossible to leave off. It is altogether the best boy story I ever read. It will be an immense success, but I think you ought to treat it explicitly as a boy's story. Grown-ups will enjoy it just as much if you do, and if you should put it forth as a story of boys' character from the grown-up point of view, you give the wrong key to it. Viewed in the light of later events, there has never been any better literary opinion than that, none that has been more fully justified. Clemens was delighted. He wrote concerning a point here and there, one inquiry referring to the use of a certain strong word. Howells's reply left no doubt.
I'd have that swearing out in an instant. I suppose I didn't notice it because the location was so familiar to my Western sense, and so exactly the thing Huck would say, but it won't do for children." It was in the last chapter where Huck relates to Tom the sorrows of reform, and tells how they comb him "all to thunder." In the original, "They comb me all to hell," says Huck, which statement, one must agree, is more effective, more the thing Huck would be likely to say. Clemens's acknowledgment of the correction was characteristic. "Mrs. Clemens received the mail this morning, and the next minute she lit into the study with danger in her eye and this demand on her tongue: 'Where is the profanity Mr. Howells speaks of?' Then I had to miserably confess that I had left it out when reading the manuscript to her. Nothing but almost inspired lying got me out of this scrape with my scalp. Does your wife give you rats like that when you go a little one sided?" The Clemens family did not go to Elmira that year. The children's health seemed to require the seashore, and in August they went to Bateman's Point, Rhode Island, where Clemens most of the time played tenpins in an alley that had gone to ruin. The balls would not stay on the track. The pins stood in inebriate angles. It reminded him of the old billiard tables of Western mining camps, and furnished the same uncertainty of play. It was his delight, after he had become accustomed to the eccentricities of the alley, to invite in a stranger and watch his suffering and his frantic effort to score. End of Chapter 101. Concluding Tom Sawyer, Mark Twain's Editors. Read by John Greenman. This is section 102 of Mark Twain. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mark Twain, a Biography. Volume 1, Part 2, 1866 to 1875. Chapter 102, Sketches New and Old. The long-delayed book of sketches, contracted for 5 years before, was issued that autumn. The Jumping Frog, which he had bought from Webb, was included in the volume, also the French translation which Madame Blanc (Teresa Benson) had made for the Revue des Deux Mondes, with Mark Twain's retranslation back into English, a most astonishing performance in its literal rendition of the French idiom. One example will suffice here. It is where the stranger says to Smiley, "I don't see no p'ints about that frog that's any better'n any other frog." Says the French retranslated, "Eh bien, I no saw not that that frog had nothing of better than each frog." Je ne vois pas que cette grenouille est mieux qu'aucune grenouille. If that isn't grammar gone to seed, then I count myself no judge. M.T. "Possible that you not it saw not," said Smiley. "Possible that you comprehend frogs. Possible that you not you there comprehend nothing. Possible that you had of the experience, and possible that you not be but an amateur. Of all manner (de toute manière) I bet $40 that she batter in jumping, no matter which frog of the county of Calaveras." He concluded a number of sketches originally published with the Frog, also a selection from the Memoranda and Buffalo Express contributions, and he put in the story of Auntie Cord with some matter which had never hitherto appeared. True Williams illustrated the book, but either it furnished him no inspiration or he was allowed too much of another sort, for the pictures do not compare with his earlier work. Among the new matter in the book were Some Fables for Good Old Boys and Girls,
in which certain wood creatures are supposed to make a scientific excursion into a place at some time occupied by men. It is the most pretentious feature of the book, and in its way about as good as any. Like Gulliver's Travels, its object was satire, but its result is also interest. Clemens was very anxious that Howells should be first to review this volume. He had a superstition that Howells's verdicts were echoed by the lesser reviewers, and that a book was made or damned accordingly. A belief hardly warranted, for the review has seldom been written that meant to any book the difference between success and failure. Howells's review of Sketches may be offered as a case in point. It was highly commendatory, much more so than the notice of the Innocents had been, or even that of Roughing It, also more extensive than the latter. Yet after the initial sale of some 20,000 copies, mainly on the strength of the author's reputation, the book made a comparatively poor showing, and soon lagged far behind its predecessors. We cannot judge, of course, the taste of that day, but it appears now an unattractive, incoherent volume. The pictures were absurdly bad, the sketches were of unequal merit. Many of them are amusing, some of them delightful, but most of them seem ephemeral. If we except the Jumping Frog, and possibly A True Story, and the latter was altogether out of place in the collection, there is no reason to suppose that any of its contents will escape oblivion. The greater number of the sketches, as Mark Twain himself presently realized and declared, would better have been allowed to die. Howells did, however, take occasion to point out in his review, or at least to suggest, the more serious side of Mark Twain. He particularly called attention to A True Story, which the reviewers, at the time of its publication in the Atlantic, had treated lightly, fearing a lurking joke in it. Or it may be they had not read it, for reviewers are busy people. Howells spoke of it as the choicest piece of work in the volume, and of its perfect fidelity to the tragic fact. He urged the reader to turn to it again, and to read it as a simple dramatic report of reality, such as had been equaled by no other American writer. It was in this volume of sketches that Mark Twain first spoke in print concerning copyright, showing the absurd injustice of discriminating against literary ownership by statute of limitation. He did this in the form of an open petition to Congress asking that all property, real and personal, should be put on the copyright basis, its period of ownership limited to a beneficent term of 42 years. Generally this was regarded as a joke, as in a sense it was, but like most of Mark Twain's jokes, it was founded on reason and justice. The approval with which it was received by his literary associates led him to still further flights. He began a determined crusade for international copyright laws. It was a transcendental beginning, but it contained the germ of what, in the course of time, he would be largely instrumental in bringing to a ripe and magnificent conclusion. In this first effort he framed a petition to enact laws by which the United States would declare itself to be for right and justice, regardless of other nations, and become a good example to the world by refusing to pirate the books of any foreign author. He wrote to Howells, urging him to get Lowell, Longfellow, Holmes, Whittier, and others to sign this petition. "I will, then, put a gentlemanly chap under wages, and send him personally to every author of distinction in the country, and corral the rest of the signatures. Then I'll have the whole thing lithographed, about 1,000 copies, and move upon the President and Congress in person, but in the subordinate capacity of the party who is merely the agent of better and wiser men, or men whom the country cannot venture to laugh at. I will ask the President to recommend the thing in his message, and if he should ask me to sit down and frame the paragraph for him I should blush, but still I would frame it. And then if Europe chooses to go on stealing from us we would say with noble enthusiasm, American lawmakers do steal, but not from foreign authors, not from foreign authors. If we only had some God in the country's laws, instead of being in such a sweat to get him into the Constitution, it would be better all around. The petition never reached Congress. Holmes agreed to sign it with a smile and the comment that governments were not in the habit of setting themselves up as high moral examples except for revenue. Longfellow also pledged himself, as did a few others, but if there was any general concurrence in the effort there is no memory of it now. Clemens abandoned the original idea, but remained one of the most persistent and influential advocates of copyright betterment, and lived to see the most of his dream fulfilled. For the petition concerning copyright term in the United States, see Sketches New and Old. For the petition concerning international copyright and related matters, see Appendix N at the end of last volume. End of Chapter 102, Sketches New and Old, read by John Greenman.